along, big shot. Your new team is waiting for you." The door closes after him. Amit's conscience and a sense of guilt and injustice wash over him. If he hadn't been so worried about getting injured and missing the final, he would have slammed his fist into one of the lockers. He picks up his phone from the floor. Calls no one. Benji is on his way to the classroom, but he happens to pass the bathrooms just as Kevin emerges from one of the cubicles, and it throws him off balance like an elbow from out of nowhere. Kevin hurries past, but Benji stops dead. He's not easily surprised, but he's left standing with his mouth half open and his eyes half closed. Kevin avoids looking at him, as if he didn't exist. As long as the two friends can remember, anyone who has seen them play has said that they seem to be on the same wavelength, a secret frequency that only they can access. They don't need to look at each other on the ice to know where the other is. Neither of them has ever been able to put it into words, but whatever it was, there's nothing but static now. Kevin brushes the wall of the corridor, sheltered by lit, and the other juniors automatically fall in on all sides. Benji has never known who he would have been if he didn't have his team, but he's starting to realize that he's about to find out now. When Kevin, Lit, Bobo, and the others go into the classroom, Benji stands outside, trying hard not to prove to the whole world that there is nothing in his life that he isn't destructive enough to have a go at wrecking. He really does try. When Jeanette takes attendance, she looks out of the window and sees Benji light a cigarette in the schoolyard, get on his bicycle, and ride off. The teacher hesitates for a moment. Then she marks him as present anyway. Anna turns up the brightness of the screen to maximum, opens all her apps, and starts a film before leaving her phone in her locker. She treats herself like an alcoholic emptying her home of bottles. She knows that before the morning is over, she won't be able to resist calling Maya any longer. She wants to make sure that the battery will be exhausted by then, making it impossible. It doesn't matter who sits together that day. Everyone eats lunch on their own. Chapter 26. Peter is sitting on a bench in the juniors' empty locker room. One of the posters with a quote meant to inspire has fallen to the floor. It's crumpled and marked with footprints. Peter reads it over and over again. He can remember when Soon pinned it up. Peter had only just learned to read. He had been a child heading straight into darkness when hockey found him. Soon dragged him to the surface, and this team kept him afloat. With a mom who died when he was in primary school and a dad who was always teetering on the brink between happy drunk and cruel alcoholic, when Peter as a little boy found something to cling on to, he held on until his knuckles turned white. Soon was always there, through the wins and the losses, in Beartown and on the other side of the world. When the injuries piled up and his career came to an abrupt halt, when Peter buried his father and his son within the space of a year, it was Soon who called him then and told him there was a club here that needed help, and Peter needed to feel that he could keep something alive. He knows how quiet it gets when hockey tells you you're finished, how quickly you start to miss the ice, the locker room, the guys, the bus trips, the gas station sandwiches. He knows how as a 17-year-old he would look at the tragic former players in their 40s who used to hang around the rink, going on about their own achievements in front of an audience that got smaller and smaller each season. The job of GM gave him a chance to live on as part of a team, to build something bigger, something that could outlast him. But with that came responsibility. Make the difficult decisions. Live with the pain. He picks up the poster that's fallen to the floor, reads it one last time. A great deal is expected of anyone who's been given a lot. Today he will persuade the man who dragged him to the surface to resign of his own free will. The sponsors and the board don't even want to fire Soon. They don't want to give him a redundancy payoff. Peter is expected to tell him to leave in silence, because that would be best for the club. Soon wakes early in the little row house where he's always lived on his own. He rarely has visitors, but those who do come are often surprised by how tidy it is. No piles of clutter, newspapers, beer cans, and pizza boxes, as some people might expect of an old man who has been a bachelor all his life. Neat, tidy, clean. Not even any hockey posters on the walls or trophies on the shelves. Soon has never been very fond of objects. He has his plants in the windows, and during the summer recess, he grows flowers in the narrow garden at the back. And the rest of the time, he has hockey. He drinks his instant coffee and washes the cup straight afterward. He was once asked what the most important requirement was if you wanted to become a successful hockey coach. He replied, being able to drink really bad coffee. All those early mornings and late nights in rinks with scorched coffee pots and cheap coffee machines, bus trips and isolated roadside cafes, camps and tournaments with school refectories. How could anyone with an expensive espresso machine at home ever put up with that? You want to be a hockey coach? Get used to not having the things other people have. Free time, a family life, decent coffee. Only the toughest of men can handle this sport. Men who can drink terrible coffee cold, if need be. He walks through the town, says hello to almost all the men over 30. At some point over the years, he's coached pretty much every single one of them. The teenagers are a different matter altogether, because each year he recognizes fewer and fewer of them. He no longer shares a language with the boys in this town, which makes him as obsolete as a fax machine. He doesn't actually understand how he's expected to believe that children are the future, when more and more of them are choosing not to play hockey. How can you be a child and not want to play hockey? He takes the road leading up through the forest, and when he reaches the turning to the kennels, he sees Benjamin. The boy stubs his cigarette out too late to avoid being seen, but soon pretends not to have noticed. When he himself was a player, his teammates used to smoke in the breaks between periods, and some of them would drink export-strength beer. Times change, but he isn't sure that the game has actually changed quite as much as some coaches think. He stops by the fence and looks at the dogs rushing about. The long-haired boy stands beside him, uncomprehendingly, but doesn't ask what he's doing there. Soon pats him lightly on his shoulder. Fantastic game on Saturday, Benjamin. Fantastic game. Benji looks down at the ground and nods silently. Soon doesn't know if it's shyness or humility, so the old man points through the fence and adds, You know, when David first became a coach, I always used to say to him that the best hockey players are like the best hunting dogs. They're born egotists. They always hunt for their own sake. So you need to nurture them and train them and love them until they start hunting for your sake, too. For their teammates' sake. Only then can they become really good. Truly great. Benji brushes his bangs from his eyes. Are you thinking of getting one, then? I've been thinking about it for years, but I always thought I didn't have time for a puppy. Benji puts his hands in his jacket pockets and stamps some snow from his shoes. And now? Soon starts laughing. I have a feeling that I might have a bit more free time than I'm used to fairly soon. Benji nods and looks him in the eye for the first time in the conversation. Just because we love David doesn't mean that we wouldn't have played for you. I know, the old man replies, and pats the boy on the shoulder again. Soon doesn't say what he's thinking, because he isn't sure if it would actually do Benjamin any favors. But the whole time David and Soon have been arguing about whether a 17-year-old could be ready to play in the A-team, they've really always been in total agreement. Just not about which of the 17-year-olds it should be. Kevin may have the natural talent, but Benjamin has all the rest. Soon has always been more interested in the length of the string than the size of the balloon. Audrey comes out of the house, ruffles her little brother's hair, and shakes Soon's hand. I'm Soon, he says. I know who you are, Audrey replies, then asks immediately, what do you think about next season? Have we got a chance of going up? You need to get a couple of decent skaters into that team, surely. Get rid of the donkeys in the second and third lines. It takes Soon a few moments to realize that she's talking about the A-team and not the juniors. He's so used to the juniors' relatives only wanting to talk about the junior team that it catches him off guard. There's always a chance, but the puck doesn't just glide, Soon says. It bounces as well, Audrey grins. When Soon looks bemused, Benji explains helpfully. Audrey used to play, in head. She's rough as hell, got more penalties than me. Soon laughs appreciatively. Audrey gestures toward the fence. So what can we do for you? I'd like to buy a dog, Soon says. Audrey holds out her hand and presses his shoulder with a stern face but a friendly smile. I'm afraid I can't let you buy one, Soon. But I can give you one. for building up this club, and for saving my little brother's life." Benji is breathing through his nose and concentrating on the dogs. Soon's lips quiver gently. When he's composed himself, he manages to say, "So, which puppy would you recommend for a retired old guy, then?" "That one," Benji says, pointing at one without hesitation. "Why?" Now it's the boy's turn to pat the old man on the shoulder. "Because he's a challenge." David is sitting on his own in the stands in the rink. For once, he's looking up at the roof, not down at the ice. He's got a migraine, is under more pressure than ever. Can't remember the last time he slept right through the night. His girlfriend can't even be bothered to try communicating with him at home anymore, seeing as she never gets any response. He's living inside his own head, and in there, he's on the ice 24 hours a day. In spite of that, or perhaps precisely because of it, he can't take his eyes off the worn old banner hanging above his head. Culture, values, community. He's due to give an interview to the local paper today. The sponsors have arranged it. David protested, but the club's president just grinned. "You want the media to write less about you? Tell your team to play worse." He can already imagine all the questions. "What is it that makes Kevin Erdahl so good?" they'll ask. And David will reply the way he always replies. Talent and training. 10,000 little things that he's repeated 10,000 times. But that isn't really true. He'll never be able to explain it properly to a journalist. But when it really comes down to it, a coach can never create a player like that. Because what makes Kevin the best is his absolute desire to win. Not that he hates losing, but that he can't even begin to conceive of trying to accept not winning. He's merciless. You can't teach someone that. How many hours do these guys put into it? How much did David himself sacrifice? Their whole lives up to the age of 20, 25 are nothing but training, training, training. And what do they get for that if it turns out that they're not good enough? Nothing. No education, no safety net. A player who's as good as Kevin is might turn professional, might earn millions. And the players who are almost as good, they'll end up in the factory just the other side of the trees from the rink. David looks at the banner. As long as his team carries on winning, he'll have a job here. But if they lose? How many steps away from the factory is he? What can he do apart from hockey? Nothing. He was sitting in this precise spot when he was 22, thinking exactly the same things. Soon was sitting beside him then. David asked about the banner, asked what it meant to Soon, and Soon replied, "Community is the fact that we work toward the same goal, that we accept our respective roles in order to reach it. Values is the fact that we trust each other, that we love each other." David thought about that for a long while before asking, "What about culture, then?" Soon looked more serious, choosing his words carefully. In the end, he said, "For me, culture is as much about what we encourage as what we actually permit." David asked what he meant by that, and Soon replied, "That most people don't do what we tell them to. They do what we let them get away with." David closes his eyes, clears his throat. Then he stands up and walks down toward the ice. Doesn't look up at the roof again. Banners have no meaning this week. Only results. Peter passes the president's office. It's full of people, even though it's still morning. Enthusiastic sponsors and board members are abuzz. One of the board members, a man in his 60s who made his money in 3 different construction companies, is making wild thrusting movements with his hips to illustrate what he thinks Beartown did to their opponents in the semifinal, then yelps, "And the whole third period was one big orgasm. They came here thinking they were going to fuck us. They won't be able to put their legs together for weeks." Some of the men laugh, some don't. If any of them is thinking anything, they don't say it. Because it's only a joke, after all, and the board members are like a team. You take the good with the bad. Later that day, Peter will drive to the big supermarket owned by Tails. He'll sit in his old friend's office and talk rubbish about old matches, telling the same jokes they've told since they first met in skating class when they were 5 years old. Tails will want to offer whiskey. Peter will decline, but before he leaves, he'll say, Have you got any jobs in the warehouse? Tails will scratch his stubble hesitantly and wonder, Who for? Robbie. I've got a waiting list of 100 people who want warehouse jobs. Which Robbie are you talking about? Peter will stand up and cross Tails' office to an old photograph hanging on the wall. A photograph of a hockey team from a small town in the forest who got to be second best in the country. First, Peter will point at himself in the photograph, then at Tails, and then in between the two of them, at Robbie Holtz. We look after each other, isn't that what you said, Tails? The bears from Beartown. Tails will look at the photograph and lower his chin in shamefaced agreement. I'll check with personnel. Two men in their 40s will shake hands in front of a picture of themselves in their 20s. The locker room fills with juniors without filling with noise. They put their gear on in silence. Benji doesn't show up. Everyone notices. No one says anything. Lit makes a half-hearted attempt to break the silence by telling them how he got a blowjob from a girl at Kevin's party, but when he won't say who the girl was, it becomes obvious that he's lying. Everyone knows Lit can't keep a secret. Lit looks as if he wants to say something else, but glances toward Kevin with an anxious look on his face and says nothing. The players move out toward the ice. Lit tapes his pads and tears the loose scraps of tape and throws them on the floor. Bobo waits until almost all the others have left the locker room before bending over, picking them up, and dropping them in the garbage. He and Amit never talk about it. They're halfway through the training session before Kevin finds a way to end up close enough to Amit during a break in play to be able to talk without being overheard. Amit is leaning forward on his stick, staring at his skates. What you think you saw, Kevin begins. He's not threatening, not hard or commanding. He's almost whispering. You know what women are like. Amit wishes he knew what he is supposed to say. Wishes he had the courage. But his lips remain sealed. Kevin pats him gently on the back. We're gonna make a fucking good team, you and me. In the A-team. He glides away toward the bench when Lars blows his whistle. Amit follows, still staring at his skates, but unable to look right at the ice. Frightened of seeing his reflection in it. Chapter 27. The lump in Kira's stomach refuses to give up its grasp. She keeps telling herself that there's nothing wrong with Maya, that she's just a normal teenager, that it's just a phase. She keeps telling herself to be the cool mom. It's not working. So when her colleague blunders in through the door, Kira feels grateful rather than annoyed. Even though she's got an ocean of work to drown herself in, she's relieved to see her standing there shouting that she needs help crushing these bastards. Didn't this client agree to a settlement? Kira asks as she scans the document her colleague tosses onto her desk. That's the problem. They want me to back down, like some sort of coward. And you know what the badger says? Do as the client said, Kira suggests. Do as the client says. That's what he says. Can you believe that he's in charge? In charge! What is it with men? Have they got a different density from women or what? How come anyone with a dick always rises to the top of every single organization? Okay, but if your client accepts the terms, then that's my job? Go to hell! Isn't it my job to look after my client's best interests? Kira's colleague is bouncing up and down with anger, her heels leaving little marks in the floor of the office. Kira rubs her forehead. Well, yes, but maybe not if the client doesn't actually want you to. My clients have no idea what they want. Kira looks at the document, sees the name of the firm representing the other party, and starts to laugh. Her colleague applied for a job there once, and didn't get it. Okay, but the fact that you want to win this particular case, that wouldn't be because you just happen to hate this particular firm, Kira mutters. Her colleague grabs her over the desk, her eyes flashing. No, I don't just want to win, Kira. I want to crush them. I want to give them an existential crisis. I want them to walk out of the negotiation room and think that they might like to move to the coast and renovate an old school and open a bed and breakfast. I want to hurt those bastards so badly that they start meditating and trying to find themselves. They'll turn vegetarian and be wearing socks with sandals by the time I'm finished with them. Kira sighs and laughs. Okay. Give me the rest of the file and let's take a look. Socks with sandals, Kira. I want them to start growing their own tomatoes. I want to ruin their self-confidence until they stop being lawyers and try to be happy and shit like that instead, okay? Kira promises. They close the door. They're going to win. They always do. Peter closes the door behind him, sits down at his desk, stares at the resignation papers that are waiting for Soon's signature. If Peter has learned one thing about human nature during all his years in hockey, it's that almost everyone regards themselves as a good team player, but that very few indeed understand what that really means. It's often said that human beings are pack animals, and that thought is so deeply embedded that hardly anyone is prepared to admit that many of us are actually really rubbish at being in groups, that we can't cooperate, that we're selfish, or worst of all, that we're the sort of people other people just don't like. So we keep repeating, "I'm a good team player," until we believe it ourselves, without actually being prepared to pay the price. Peter has always existed on various teams, and he knows the sacrifices that being on a team truly demands. The team is greater than the individual is just a cliché for people who don't understand sports. For those who do, it's a painful truth because it hurts to live in accordance with it. Submitting to a role you don't want, doing a crap job in silence, playing on defense instead of getting to score goals and be the star. When you can accept the worst aspects of your teammates because you love the collective, that's when you're a team player. And it was Soon who taught him that. He stares at the space on the forms where Soon has to sign his name, so absorbed in his thoughts that he jumps when the phone rings. When he sees that it's a Canadian number, he smiles as he answers, "Brian the Butcher, how are you old rogue?" "Pete," his former teammate exclaims at the other end. They played in the farm team league together. Brian never made it all the way to the NHL as a player, but became a scout instead. Now he identifies the most talented teenagers for one of the best teams in the league. Every summer, when he hands in his report ahead of the NHL draft, he fulfills and crushes lifelong dreams the whole world over. So he isn't just calling for Peter's sake. "How's the family?" Good, Brian. How about yours?" "Oh, the divorce went through last month." "Shit, I'm sorry." "Don't be, Pete. I've got more time for golf now." Peter laughs half-heartedly. For a few years over in Canada, Brian was his best friend. His wife was close to Kira, and the children used to play together. They still call each other, but at some point they started to talk less and less about each other's lives. In the end, there was only hockey left. Peter is about to ask, "Are you okay?" but doesn't have time because Brian has already exclaimed, "How's your boy getting on?" Peter takes a deep breath and nods. "Kevin? Fantastic, really great. They won the semifinal. He's been brilliant. So I won't regret it if I tell my people to include him in the draft?" Peter's heart starts to beat faster. "Seriously? You're thinking of drafting him? If you can promise me that we won't be making a mistake." "I trust you, Pete." Peter has never been more serious when he replies, "I can promise you that you'll be getting a fantastic player." "And he's the right sort of guy?" Peter nods hard because he knows what that means. Drafting one player instead of another is an immense financial investment for an NHL team. They take absolutely everything into account. It's no longer enough just to be good on the ice. They don't want any unpleasant surprises from the player's private life either. Peter knows it shouldn't be like that, but those are the rules of the game these days. A few years ago, he heard about a hugely talented youngster who slid down the draft because the scouts found out his dad was an alcoholic with a criminal record. That was enough to scare them off, because they had no way of knowing how the teenager would behave if he became a hockey millionaire overnight. So Peter tells the truth, a truth he knows Brian wants to hear. Kevin is the right sort of guy. He gets top grades in school. He comes from a stable family, well brought up. There are definitely no off-ice problems. Brian murmurs happily at the other end. Good. And he wears the same number you used to wear, right? Number 9? Yes. I thought they'd have retired that number and hung it from the rafters. Peter grins. They will. Only it'll have Kevin's name on it when they do. Brian laughs loudly. They hang up with a promise to be in touch again soon, that Peter will go over to Canada with his family, that the children will get to see each other again. They both know it will never happen. Amit is gathering up the pucks and cones after practice. Not because anyone's told him to, but because it comes naturally to him, and because it gives him a chance to avoid the others. He's expecting the locker room to be empty when he gets there, but is met by Bobo and Kevin. The two 17-year-olds are picking scraps of tape from the floor and throwing them in the garbage. Amit stands in the doorway and is amazed at how easy it is, the bit that comes next. Kevin says it as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Lit has borrowed his dad's car. Let's go to Head and catch a film. Bobo slaps Amit happily on the back. Didn't I say? You're one of us now. 20 minutes later, they're sitting in the car. Amit realizes he's sitting in Benji's place, but doesn't ask. Lit is boasting about a blowjob again. Kevin asks Bobo to tell some jokes, and Bobo is so excited to be asked that he snorts coke out of his nose all over the car seat, infuriating Lit. They roar with laughter. Talk about the final, about the long bus trip to the city where it's going to be taking place, about girls and parties, and how things are going to be when they're all playing in the A-team. Amit slides into the conversation, at first reluctantly, then with a wonderful warm feeling of being allowed to belong to something. Because that's much easier. Even in Head, people recognize them, and they get slaps on the back and congratulations. After the movie, when Amit thinks they're on the way home, Lit turns off the main road just after the Beartown sign. He stops by the lake. Amit doesn't understand why until Kevin opens the trunk of the car. They've got beer, lights, skates, and hockey sticks in the back. They put their woolen hats down to mark the goals. They play hockey on the lake that night, 4 boys, and everything feels simple, as if they were children. Amit is amazed at how straightforward it is, staying silent in return for being allowed to join in. Peter throws his rubber ball at the wall again, tries not to look at the resignation forms on the desk, tries not to think about Soon as a person and only as a coach. He knows that's what Soon would want. Club first. The board and sponsors can be assholes. Peter knows that better than anyone, but they only want the same as him and Soon: success for the club. Success demands that we see beyond ourselves. Sometimes Peter has had to keep his mouth shut when the board has demanded new recruitments that he knows are stupid, and then he has had to keep his mouth shut all over again when it turns out he was right. Sometimes he has been instructed only to sign 7-month contracts with players, so that the club won't have to pay their wages during the summer. The players, in turn, sign on as unemployed for the rest of the year and are given public assistance, and every so often Tails provides fake certificates declaring that they've done work placement in his supermarket when they were actually training with the team all summer. Then, when the season starts again, they sign new 7-month contracts. Sometimes you have to skirt around a few moral issues in order to survive financially as a small club. Peter has had to accept that as part of the job. Kira once told him that the club had an unpleasant culture of silence, the sort of thing you find among soldiers and criminals. But sometimes that's what it takes, a culture of silence to foster a culture of winning. Peter has spent more time than any other coach trying to reduce the Pack's violence in the stands, as well as their menacing hold over the town, and that's made him a hated figure in the bearskin. But sometimes even he has trouble working out who the worst hooligans in the Beartown Ice Hockey Club are, the ones with tattoos on their necks, or the ones with neckties. He puts the rubber ball down, picks up a pen from a neatly organized box in his desk drawer, and writes his signature on the line where it says, "Representative of the club," on the resignation form. When Soon signs immediately below, it will officially look like he has resigned of his own accord. But Peter knows what he's done. He's just fired his idol. Lars is standing in David's office, hesitating as long as possible before eventually clearing his throat and asking, "How do you want to punish Benji?" David doesn't look up from his computer screen. "We won't be punishing him." Lars's nails tap the wood of the doorframe with pent-up frustration. "He didn't show up for a training session less than a week before the final. You wouldn't tolerate that from anyone else." David looks up, straight at him, so abruptly that Lars jerks back. "Do you want to win the final?" "Of course!" Lars gasps. "Then let this go. Because I may not be able to guarantee that we're going to win with Benji, but I can damn well guarantee that we won't win without him." Lars leaves the room without further protest. When David is alone, he switches off his computer, sighs deeply, picks up a large marker pen, and goes and gets a puck. He writes 3 large letters on it. Then he drives out to the cemetery. Maya is lying in her bed, slipping so sleeplessly in and out of consciousness that she sometimes thinks she's hallucinating. She's stolen some of her mom's sleeping pills from the bathroom cabinet. Last night she stood alone with them lined up neatly on the sink and tried to work out how many it would take for her not to have to wake up again. Now, as she blinks up at the ceiling, it's as if she's still hoping everything might be a dream, as if she could look around the room and realize that she's back in reality, that it's Friday and nothing has happened yet. When awareness hits her, it's like having to live through it all again. His grip on her throat, the bottomless fear, the absolute conviction that he was going to kill her. Again. 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 Anna is eating dinner with her dad in that very specific silence they've been practicing for 15 years. Her mom always hated it. It was the silence that made her leave. Anna could have gone with her, but she lied and said she couldn't imagine living anywhere where there were no trees, and the only trees where her mom lives now are planted outside shopping malls as decoration. But of course, really, she stayed because she couldn't abandon her dad, even if she doesn't know if that was mostly for his sake or hers. They've never talked about it. But at least he's drinking less than he did when her mom lived here, and Anna loves both parents more as a result. She offers to take the dogs out. That obviously strikes her dad as odd because he usually has to nag her to do it. But he says nothing, nor does she. They live in the old part of the Heights, in one of the houses that was here before the more expensive ones started to be built. They became Beartown aristocracy by association. She takes the long way around, via the illuminated jogging trail that the council is so proud of having built so that the women of the district can exercise in safety. By sheer coincidence, the lights were, of course, first installed next to the heights rather than in the forest beyond the hollow. And by another fortunate coincidence, the two companies that won the contract from the council were both owned by men who lived in houses right next to the trail. She lets the dogs off their leashes under the lamps and lets them play. Trees and animals. They always help. Kevin comes home, passes his parents in the kitchen and living room without having to look them in the eye. He goes upstairs and closes the door to his room and does push-ups until his vision starts to fade. When the house falls silent and the door to his parents' bedroom is closed, he puts on his tracksuit and creeps out. He runs through the forest until he has no energy to think anymore. Anna follows the dogs as they zigzag across the running track. Kevin stops abruptly 15 yards away. At first, she barely reacts, thinking that he must have been startled by the dogs. But then she sees that it's her presence that's made him stop. A couple of days ago, he wouldn't have been able to pick her out of a class photograph, even if she were the only person on it. But now he knows who she is. And he looks neither proud nor embarrassed, which are the only two facial expressions she's ever seen on a guy from school after he slept with a girl on the weekend. He's scared. She's never seen a man look so terribly scared. Maya tries to play her guitar, but her fingers are shaking too much. She's sweating under her big gray hoodie, but when her parents ask, she says she's shaking with fever. She pulls the hood tighter around her neck to hide the bruises, pulls the sleeves halfway down over her hands to conceal the blue-black marks on her wrists. She hears the doorbell ring. It's too late to be one of Leo's friends. She hears her mom talking outside, relieved and anxious at the same time, the way only her mom can. There's a knock on her bedroom door, and Maya pretends to be asleep until she sees who's standing in the doorway. Anna closes the door gently behind her, waits until she hears Kira's footsteps go off toward the kitchen. She's out of breath. She ran all the way here from the Heights in a mixture of rage and panic. She sees the marks on Maya's neck and wrists, no matter how her friend tries to hide them. When she finally looks Maya in the eye, tears find their way into every crease in their skin, every furrow, running in streams and dripping from their chins. Anna whispers, "I saw him. He was scared. The bastard was scared. What did he do to you?" It's as if the event hasn't properly existed for Maya herself until she says the words out loud. And when she does, she's back in that boy's bedroom, with its trophies and hockey posters. Sobbing, she fumbles her hands over her hooded top for a blouse button that was never there. She falls apart in Anna's arms, and Anna holds her as if her life depends on it, and wishes with all her being that they could change places with each other. Never again do you find friends like the ones you have when you're 15 years old. Chapter 28. When Anna and Maya were children, it feels like only yesterday, they always talked about how they would live in New York when they were rich and famous. Maya was the one who wanted to be rich, Anna the one who wanted to be famous, which surprised anyone who had spent time with them. They had strikingly different dreams. Maya dreamed of a silent music studio, Anna a noisy throng of people. Anna wanted to be famous as a form of affirmation. Maya wanted to be rich so she didn't have to care what anyone else thought. They are both unfathomably complex, the pair of them, and that's why, as different as they are, they understand each other. When she was very little, Anna wanted to be a professional hockey player. She played one season on the girls' team in Head, but she was too restless to do what the coaches told her and kept getting into fights the whole time. In the end, her dad promised to teach her to hunt with a rifle if she stopped making him drive her to training sessions. She could see he was ashamed of the fact that she was so different, and the offer of learning how to shoot was too good to turn down. When she got a bit older, she wanted to be a sports commentator on television. Then high school started, and she learned that girls were more than welcome to like sports in Beartown, just not the way that she did. Not that much. Not to the point where she would lecture the boys about rules and tactics. Teenage girls were primarily supposed to be interested in hockey players, not hockey. So she bowed her head and devoted herself to Beartown's real traditional sports. Shame and silence. They were what drove her mom mad. Anna very nearly went with her when she moved away, but changed her mind and stayed. For Maya's sake, for her dad's sake, and perhaps because she loved the trees at least as much as she sometimes hated them. She always thinks it was the forest that taught the people of Beartown to keep their mouths shut, because when you hunt and fish, you need to stay quiet so as not to scare the animals. And if you teach people that lesson since birth, it's going to color the way they communicate. So Anna has always been torn between the urge to scream as loud as she could, or not at all. They're lying next to each other in Maya's bed. Anna whispers, "You've got to tell." "Who?" Maya breathes. "Everyone." "Why?" "Because otherwise he'll do it again. To someone else." Over and over again they have the same quiet argument with themselves and each other because Anna knows it's an unreasonable demand to make of another person. That Maya, of all people, should feel some sort of responsibility for anyone else right now. That she, of all people, should stand up and shout in the quietest town in the world. Scare the animals. Anna hides her face in her hands so that Maya's parents won't hear anyone crying in here. "It's my fucking fault, Maya. I should never have left you at the party. I should have known. I should have looked for you. I was so fucking weak. It's my fault. It's my..." Maya cups her friend's face gently between her hands. "It's not your fault, Anna. It's not our fault." "You've got to tell," Anna sobs desperately, but Maya shakes her head. "Can you keep a secret?" Anna nods and sniffs and promises. "I swear on my life." "That's not enough." "Swear on techno." Anna starts to laugh. "How much wouldn't you love someone who could make you do that at a time like this?" "I swear on all forms of electronic music, apart from really shit Euro-techno from the 90s. Maya smiles and wipes Anna's tears, then looks her friend in the eye and whispers, "Right now, Kevin has only hurt me. But if I talk, I'll be letting him hurt everyone I love as well. I can't handle that." They hold each other's hands, sit beside each other in bed and count sleeping pills, wondering how many it would take to end their lives. When they were children, everything was different. It feels like only yesterday, because it was. Benji sees it from a distance, the black object on top of the headstone. It's been there a couple of hours. He shakes the snow off it and reads what's written on it. One single word. When Kevin, Bobo, Lit, Benji, and the other players were young, David used to give them pucks before the games, with short messages that he wanted them to think about extra carefully. Back-check harder, or use your skates more, or be patient. Sometimes he wrote things just to make them laugh. He could hand a puck to the most nervous player on the bus and look deadly serious, until the player glanced down and saw that it said, "Zippers open, cock hanging out." He had a sense of humor that only his players were allowed to see, and it made them feel special. Jokes are powerful like that. They can be both inclusive and exclusive, can create both an us and a them. More than anything else, David could give his players the feeling that he saw every single one of them. He invited the whole team to dinner and introduced them to his girlfriend. But when the club organized a fathers against sons game for all the boys' teams, David was the only coach who didn't show up. He went and picked up Kevin and Benji, one from his garden and the other from the cemetery, and drove them down to play on the lake instead. He fought for them, literally. When Benji was 9 or 10, he already had a style of playing that used to make his opponent's parents furious. In one away game against a Little League team in Head, one player shouted that he was going to get his dad after Benji had checked him. Benji thought no more about it until a large man appeared in the darkened players' tunnel after the game and picked him up from the floor by the scruff of his neck and threw him violently against the wall, yelling, "Not so tough now, are ya, you little gypsy brat?" Benji wasn't scared, but he was convinced he was going to be killed at that moment. There were plenty of other adults who saw the incident and didn't intervene. Benji never knew if it was because they were scared or because they thought he deserved it. All he can remember is David's fist knocking the father to the floor with a single punch. "If I see a grown man lay one finger on a small child in this rink, I'll kill him," David said. Not to the father specifically, but to all the adults who had stood there in silence. Then he leaned toward Benji and whispered in his ear, "Do you know how to save someone from Head if they're drowning?" Benji shook his head. David grinned. "Good." In the locker room, David wrote a single word on a puck and tucked it in Benji's bag. Proud. Benji still has it. In the bus on the way home that evening, all his teammates were telling jokes. The laughter got louder and louder, the punchlines cruder and cruder. Benji can only remember one of the jokes, one that Lars told. "Boys, how do you fit 4 gays on a chair at the same time? You turn it upside down!" Everyone laughed. Benji remembers glancing surreptitiously at David and saw that he was laughing too. It's just as easy to be exclusive as it is to be inclusive. Just as easy to create an us as a them. Benji has never been worried about being beaten up or hated if anyone finds out the truth about him. He's been hated by every opposing team since he was a child. The only thing he's scared of is that one day there will be jokes that his teammates and coach won't tell when he's in the room. The exclusivity of laughter. He stands by his father's grave and weighs the puck in his hand. David has written a single word on it. Win. Benji doesn't go to school the following day, but he does attend the training session. His jersey is sweatiest of all, because when he no longer knows what anything in the world means, this is the only thing no one can take from him. The fact that he's a winner. David pats his helmet twice without needing to say anything more. Lit had been sitting in Benji's place in the locker room next to Kevin. Benji didn't use words. He merely stood in front of Lit until Lit gathered his things together and skulked unhappily back to the opposite bench. Kevin's face remained motionless, but his eyes betrayed his feelings. They've never been able to lie to each other. David has never seen his 2 best players perform better in a practice session. Saturday comes, the day of the junior team's final. Everywhere, grown men and women wake up and put on green jerseys and scarves. In the parking lot in front of the rink stands a bus emblazoned with proud banners, ready to carry a team to the Capitol, with a spare seat ready for the trophy that will be coming back with them. Early in the morning, 3 girls of primary school age are playing in a street in the middle of town. They're chasing each other, fencing with sticks, throwing some of the last snowballs of this long winter. Maya is standing at her bedroom window watching them. She and Anna used to babysit the girls a few years ago, and Anna sometimes still rushes out to have a snowball fight with them when she gets bored of Maya's guitar playing, making them laugh so hard that they fall over. Maya's arms are wrapped tightly around her body. She's been awake all night, and every minute of it she was certain that she would never tell anyone about what had happened. It takes 3 little girls playing in the street outside her window to make her change her mind. Anna is asleep in her bed, exhausted, so incredibly slight and fragile, with her eyes closed beneath the thick quilt. It will be a terrible story to tell about this town and this day. That Maya finally decided to tell the truth about Kevin, not because she wanted to protect herself, but because she wanted to protect others. And that she already knew, as she stood there at the window that morning, what the town would do to her. Chapter 29. The most dangerous thing on the ice is being hit when you're not expecting it. So one of the very first things hockey teaches you is to keep your head up, always. Otherwise, bang. Peter's phone is busy all morning. Sponsors and board members and players' parents. The nerves of the whole town are exposed. In a few hours' time, he's going to be on the bus with the junior team, heading to the game, even though he hates traveling. It used to be such a natural part of the family's life, the fact that he used to be away roughly a third of all nights each season. And he was ashamed to admit it, but sometimes he almost thought it was a good thing. Then Isak got sick on one of those nights, and since then he hasn't been able to sleep in a hotel bed. Leo has pestered his way to a seat in someone's car. Peter objected at first, but it actually makes the whole thing feel a bit better. They're going to be staying in the capital overnight, a huge adventure for a 12-year-old boy, and Leo is so keen to go. In secret, Peter wishes Maya were too. He stands outside her door and has to summon up all his self-restraint to keep himself from knocking. He once heard that the best way to prepare mentally for becoming a parent is to stay in a tent at a week-long rock festival with a load of fat friends who are smoking hash. You blunder about in a permanent state of acute sleep deprivation, wearing clothes covered with stains from food that is only very rarely your own. You suffer from tinnitus. You can't go near a puddle without some giggling fool jumping in it. You can't go to the bathroom without someone standing outside banging on the door. You get woken up in the middle of the night because someone was just thinking about something, and you get woken up the next morning to find someone pissing on you. It may be true, but it doesn't help anyone, because the thing you can never be prepared for when you have children is your increased sensitivity. Not just feeling, but hypersensitivity. He didn't know he was capable of feeling this much, to the point where he can hardly bear to be in his own skin. After Isak was born, the slightest sound became deafening. The slightest worry became terror. All cars drove faster, and he couldn't watch the news without going to pieces. When Isak died, Peter thought he would be left numb, but instead it was as if all his pores opened up, so that the air itself started to hurt. His chest can be ripped open by a single unhappy glance from either of the children, particularly his daughter. All the time he was growing up, the only thing he wanted was for life to speed up, and now all he wants is for it to slow down, for the clocks to stop, for Maya never to grow up. He loves her so much because she always makes him feel a bit stupid. He hasn't been able to help her with her homework since primary school, but sometimes she still asks, just to be kind. When she was little, she used to pretend to fall asleep in the car so that he would carry her into the house. He always complained when he had to carry both her and the shopping, as well as steer Leo's stroller, but he secretly loved the way his daughter would cling tight to his neck. That was how he knew she was only pretending, because when she was really asleep, it was like carrying a bag of water. But when she was pretending, she would bury her nose deep against his neck and wrap her arms around him as if she were afraid of losing him. When she got too big for that, he missed it every day. A year ago, she sprained her ankle on a field trip and he had to carry her from the car to the house again. He has never felt more like a bad parent than when he admitted to himself that he wished she could sprain her ankle more often. He stands with his hand on her door, but doesn't knock. His phone goes on ringing. He's so distracted that he's still clutching his coffee cup in his hand when he goes out to the car. Kira is cruising around the supermarket, sticking to her list, which is written in the exact order in which everything is located in the aisles. Not like Peter's lists, which are entirely random, and which always lead to him shopping as if he were planning to fill a bomb shelter before the apocalypse. Everyone says hello to her. Some shoppers wave from the other side of the store. Tails comes trotting out from his office wearing a Beartown jersey with the number 9 and the name Erdal printed on the back. He's on his way to the rink, but he can't stop talking, and she listens patiently with one eye on the time. She doesn't want Peter and Leo to leave before she gets home. When she's loading the bags into the car, the bottom of one of them gives way. People in the parking lot fight for the right to help her pick up her avocados. They all know her husband, the GM, so well. And yet they don't know him at all. "He must be so pleased he's going to this game," someone says, and Kira nods, even though she knows he hates traveling. He has hardly left Maya and Leo overnight since the night Isak fell asleep for the last time. Kira has had to travel far more with her work, and for a while she always kept a ready-packed bag in the hall cupboard. Peter used to joke about it, saying he was worried that she also had a safe deposit box containing hair dye, fake passports, and a pistol. She never told him how much that hurt her. She knows she's being selfish and hates herself for it, but she almost wishes Leo weren't going along on this trip. Because it's something that Peter is doing as a dad, it's not just a work trip. It doesn't balance out any of the times she's been away. It doesn't make her the slightest little bit less self-absorbed. She picks up an avocado from the ground and puts it in another bag. When Isak fell ill, the family slipped into an almost military routine. Doctor's appointments, dates of operations, journey times, waiting rooms, treatments, lists, and protocols. After the funeral, Peter couldn't find a way back out of himself. The pain became too great for him to move at all. Kira carried on taking Maya to play in the park, carried on cleaning and making dinner, carried on going to the store with her list. She once read a book that said that after a deeply traumatic event, like an assault or a kidnapping, the victim often doesn't break down until much later, in the ambulance or police car, when everything is over. Several months after Isak's death, Kira suddenly found herself sitting on the floor of a supermarket in Toronto with an avocado in each hand, unable to stop crying hysterically. Peter came and carried her home. For weeks after that, he was like a machine, cleaning, preparing meals, looking after Maya. That may have been how they survived, Kira realizes, thanks to their ability not to fall apart at the same time. She smiles in the car on the way home, puts on the Louder Louder playlist. She's going to have a whole weekend with her daughter, and what a blessing that is. It's no time at all since Maya was a little red raisin wrapped up in a blanket, with Kira staring at the nurses in the hospital as if they'd told her they were going to dump her and the baby alone in the Indian Ocean on a raft the size of a postage stamp made of beer cans when they suggested it might be time to go home. Then the little whining bundle suddenly became a complete person, developed opinions and characteristics and her own taste in clothes and a dislike of soda. What sort of child doesn't like soda? Or sweets? She can't be bribed with sugar, and dear God, how can anyone function as the parent of a child who can't be bribed? It's no time at all since she needed help to burp. Now she plays the guitar. Dear God, will this love for her daughter ever stop being unbearable? The sun has settled above the treetops. The air is clear and light. It's a good day. One single good day. Kira gets out of one car just as Peter and Leo are getting into the other. Peter kisses her, taking her breath away, and she pinches him and makes him embarrassed. He's still clutching his coffee cup, and she picks up the bags of shopping and wearily shakes her head and holds her hand out to take it from him just as Maya comes out onto the steps. Her parents turn toward her, and they will remember this moment. The very last moment of happiness and security. The 15-year-old girl closes her eyes, opens her mouth, speaks, tells them everything. When the words stop, there are avocados on the ground among the fragments of a dropped coffee cup. On one of the biggest pieces, you can still see parts of the pattern from the front of the cup. A bear. Chapter 30. Words are small things. No one means any harm by them. They keep saying that. Everyone is just doing their job. The police say it all the time. I'm just doing my job here. That's why no one asks what the boy did. As soon as the girl starts to talk, they interrupt her instead with questions about what she did. Did she go up the stairs ahead of him or behind him? Did she lie down on the bed voluntarily or was she forced? Did she unbutton her own blouse? Did she kiss him? No. Did she kiss him back then? Had she been drinking alcohol? Had she smoked marijuana? Did she say no? Was she clear about that? Did she scream loudly enough? Did she struggle hard enough? Why didn't she take photographs of her bruises right away? Why did she run from the party instead of saying anything to the other guests? They have to gather all the information, they say, when they ask the same question 10 times in different ways in order to see if she changes her answer. This is a serious allegation, they remind her, as if it's the allegation that's the problem. She is told all the things she shouldn't have done. She shouldn't have waited so long before going to the police. She shouldn't have gotten rid of the clothes she was wearing. Shouldn't have showered. Shouldn't have drunk alcohol. Shouldn't have put herself in that situation. Shouldn't have gone into the room, up the stairs, given him the impression. If only she hadn't existed, then none of this would have happened. Why didn't she think of that? She's 15, above the age of consent, and he's 17, but he's still the boy in every conversation. She's the young woman. Words are not small things. Kira shouts, makes calls, causes trouble, gets told to calm down. Everyone is actually just doing their job here. Peter sits with his hand on top of Maya's fingers at the little table in the interview room in the police station in Head, and he doesn't know if his daughter hates him because he isn't shouting too. Because he hasn't had legal training, he doesn't know what to shout about. Because he isn't out trying to kill someone, anyone. Because he's powerless. When he takes his hand away from hers, father and daughter are both freezing. Maya sees the nameless fury in the eyes of one of her parents, the eternal emptiness in the others. She goes with her mother to the hospital. Her dad heads in the other direction, toward Beartown. There will be days when Maya is asked if she really understood the consequences of going to the police and telling the truth. She will not. Sometimes she will believe that she was actually the only person who did understand. Much later, in 10 years' time, she will think that the biggest problem here was actually that she wasn't as shocked as all the adults were. They were more innocent than she was. She was 15 and had access to the internet. She already knew that the world is a cruel place if you're a girl. Her parents couldn't imagine that this could happen, but Maya simply hadn't expected it to happen to her. What a terrible thing to realize, she will think in 10 years' time. And then she will remember the most peculiar details. Like the fact that one of the police officers was wearing a wedding ring that was too big, so it kept slipping down and hitting the table. And the fact that he never looked her in the eye, just kept his gaze focused on her forehead or mouth. She remembers sitting there and thinking of a physics lesson in high school about liquids and cold. Water expands when it freezes. You need to know that if you build a house in Beartown. In the summer, the rain seeps into the cracks in the bricks. Then when the temperature slips below 0, the moisture freezes to ice and the bricks break. She will remember that that's how it felt to grow up as the little sister of a dead big brother. A childhood that was one long, desperate attempt not to be liquid, not to seek out the cracks in your parents. When you grow up so close to death, you know that it can be many different things to many different people, but that for a parent, death, more than anything else, is silence. In the kitchen, in the hall, on the phone, in the back seat, on Friday evening, on Monday morning, wrapped in pillowcases and crumpled sheets, at the bottom of the toy box in the attic, on the little stool by the kitchen counter, under damp towels that no longer lie strewn across the floor beside the bath. Everywhere, children leave silence behind them. Maya knows all too well that this silence can be like water. If you let it make its way too far in, it can freeze into ice and break your heart. Even then, in the police station in Head, she knew she would survive this. Even then, she knew that her mom and dad wouldn't. Parents don't heal. What an uncomfortable, terrible source of shame it is for the world, that the victim is so often the one left with the most empathy for others. There will be days when Maya is asked if she really understood the consequences, and she will nod yes. And of all the feelings inside her then, guilt will be the greatest, because of the unimaginable cruelty she showed toward the people who loved her the most. They sat there in the police station. She told them everything. And she could see in her parents' eyes how the story made the same terrible sentence echo through them over and over again, the one every mom and every dad deep down most fear having to admit. We can't protect our children. There's a bus, painted green, parked outside the rink. There's already a large crowd, parents and players and sponsors and board members. They're all hugging and waving. Kevin's dad drives right up, gets out and shakes people's hands, takes time to talk. Kevin's mom hesitates for a long while before putting her arm around her son's shoulders. He lets her do it. She doesn't say she's proud. He doesn't say he knows. Fatima is standing unhappily in the hall, asking Amit several times if there's something wrong. He promises that there isn't. He walks out of the apartment with his skates in his hand. Lifa is waiting outside the door. He looks like he's been waiting for a while. Amit smiles weakly. Do you want to borrow some money or what? You don't usually wait for me. Lifa laughs and holds out his clenched fist, and Amit touches his to it. Kill them, Lifa demands. Amit nods. He pauses, perhaps thinking about saying something, but decides against it. Instead, he asks, Where's Zach? Lifa looks surprised. At training. Amit's face fills with red shame. Now that he's been promoted to the juniors, it's taken no longer than this for him to forget that the boys' team always has a training session at this time. Lifa holds out his fist again, then changes his mind and hugs his childhood friend hard. You're the first person from the Hollow to play with the juniors. Benji's from the Hollow, sort of, Amit says, but Lifa shakes his head firmly. Benji lives in a row house. He's not one of us. Amit thinks of how he can see Benji's house from his balcony, but that's not enough. Lifa arrived in Beartown a few years after Amit. His family lived in Head first, but the apartments here were cheaper. He played hockey with Ahmet and Zacharias for a couple of years until his older brother told him to stop. It was a snob's game. Only rich men's kids played hockey, according to his brother. They'll hate you, Lifa. They hate us. They're not going to want someone from around here to be better than them at anything. He was right. They kept hearing that in the locker room and on the ice when they were young. No one in Beartown ever lets you forget where you're from. Ahmet and Zacharias put up with it. Lifa didn't. While they were at middle school, some of the older players snuck into the locker room with markers, scribbled out Beartown ice hockey from their tracksuits, and wrote Shantytown hockey instead. All the boys knew who had done it. No one said anything. But Lifa never played again. Now he stands outside an apartment block in the hollow, hugs Ahmet with tears in his eyes, and whispers, "I saw some little kids, 6 or 7, playing with hockey sticks outside my block yesterday. They were pretending to be their idols. One was Pavel Datsyuk, one was Sidney Crosby, one was Patrick Kane. And you know what the last one shouted? He shouted, 'I'm Ahmet!'" "That's a load of crap," Ahmet says with a smile. But Lifa shakes his head, holds his friend tight, and says, "Kill them, bro. Win the final and turn professional and kill them all. Show them you're one of us." "You can tell the guys there's a surprise in the locker room," Kevin's dad says surreptitiously into his son's ear. "Thanks," the boy replies. They shake hands, but the father puts his other hand on the back of the boy's shoulder as they do so. Almost a hug. The locker room is already echoing with cheerful swearing when Kevin arrives, his teammates bouncing about like sparky little fireworks. Bobo slaps Kevin on the back, clutching his new stick happily in the other hand, and roars, "Do you have any idea what these cost? Your dad's a fucking legend!" Kevin knows exactly what the sticks cost, and there's one for every player on the team in the box on the floor. Zacharias is last to leave the ice after the boys' team's training session. He's gathered the pucks and cones on his own. He manages to duck at the last moment, and the impact behind him makes the plexiglass sway. He looks around wildly. The puck came whistling toward him from the wrong direction, from the corridor rather than out on the ice. "Watch out, fatso," Lit mocks, waving his new stick. Zacharias knows exactly how much it cost. If there's one thing teenagers know the price of, it's all the things they can't afford. "Suck cock," he mutters. "What did you say?" Lit snarls instantly, his face darkening. "I said, suck cock." Bobo is standing behind Lit in the corridor and mumbles something like, "It's only a joke," and tries to hold him back. Says something like, "Think of the final." Lit restrains himself, at least superficially, and snorts derisively toward Zacharias. "Nice stick. Did social services buy it for your mom, or what?" Zacharias raises his head instead of bowing it. "Has your mom been in the locker room putting your jockstrap on again, little Willie? Does she cup your balls carefully the way you like it? Does she still buy far too big?" Lit rushes at him with his stick at head height before he can finish the sentence, and if Bobo hadn't gotten in the way, he would have sent a player 2 years his junior to the hospital. Ahmet rushes in behind them, panic-stricken, and stands between them, addressing Lit as much as Zacharias. "For fuck's sake, stop it! Please, stop!" Lit thrusts his arms out, making Bobo let go of him. Then he casts a quick, evaluating glance at Ahmet before he goes over to Zacharias, grabs his stick from him, and smashes it against the wall as hard as he can, breaking it. He drops the pieces on the floor in front of Zacharias and snarls, "You'll have to tell social services to buy a better quality one next time. Someone could get hurt." Lit turns and goes into the locker room and is met by the jubilant cries of his teammates who are chanting, "The Bears from Beartown," and each other's names in turn. Ahmet picks up the pieces of the broken stick. Zacharias doesn't help. "It's broken, you idiot." Ahmet loses his cool and flies up, yelling, "What the fuck is wrong with you, Zach? Well, what's got into you? Why do you have to provoke everyone the whole time?" Zacharias just glares back. Years of friendship fall from his eyes. "Good luck today, big shot." Ahmet walks off. Zacharias stands there watching him. When Ahmet goes into the locker room and throws the pieces of an old stick in the trash, a new stick is waiting for him by his place. It's the first time in his life he's had one that isn't secondhand. Bobo sits down in the bus, 2 rows in front of Lit. He hears Lit telling the story of Zacharias' stick, to the accompaniment of jokes about benefit scroungers and the little bastard. Zach's mother is on disability benefits. Before that, she worked on the same ward of the hospital as Bobo's mom. When Amit gets on the bus, Bobo makes space for him. I tried to stop him, Bobo mutters. I know. They both remember the tracksuits with Shantytown hockey scrawled on them. It was Lit's idea, and Bobo did the writing. Lit lives in the Heights. Bobo lives 1 minute away from the Hollow. Bobo feels like saying something to Amit about that, but he doesn't have time to finish the thought, because a moment later someone cries, "What the hell are the cops doing here?" as a police car rolls into the parking lot and blocks the bus's exit. David is late. It's actually the first time he's ever been late for anything. Yesterday, he threw up 3 times and even tried to persuade his girlfriend to have a glass of wine with him to help him calm down. And he never drinks. He has always felt like an outsider in every team he has ever played in, precisely because that seemed to be a ritual that everyone followed, drinking themselves senseless at least a couple of times a year. It was like David became less trustworthy in their eyes because he wasn't prepared to vomit alongside a teammate on the parquet floor of a hotel bar somewhere. His girlfriend looked so surprised. David shrugged his shoulders. People always say it calms the nerves. She started to laugh. Then she started to cry. Then she leaned her forehead against his and whispered, "Idiot. I didn't want to say anything, but I can't drink wine." What? I didn't want to say anything until after the final. I didn't want to distract you, but I can't drink. What are you talking about? She giggled between his lips. You're thick as a brick sometimes, you know. Darling, I'm pregnant. So today, David is late, and confused, and happy. He walks straight into the tumultuous chaos in the parking lot and almost gets run down by the police car. It's simultaneously the happiest and the unhappiest and the most peculiar day of his life. If it had been a home game, maybe they would have let Kevin play. But the final is taking place several hours away in another city, and they use words like security and risk of absconding. They're all just doing their jobs. The police push their way through the surprised parents in the parking lot and climb onto the bus. All the boys start shouting when they ask Kevin to get out. A heavily built man in uniform grabs Kevin's arm and lifts him up from his seat, and the whole bus explodes in fury. Bobo and Lit try to block the policeman's path, and they're big enough to require 4 more officers just to get him off the bus. Kevin looks so small in the confusion, vulnerable, defenseless. Perhaps that's why all the adults around react the way that they do. Or perhaps there are thousands of other reasons. Kevin's dad grabs the policeman holding his son and yells at him, and when another officer pulls him off, Tails gets the police officer in a headlock. One board member slams his fist as hard as he can into the hood of the police car. Magan Lit takes photographs of all the police officers from a distance of less than half a yard and promises them all personally that they'll lose their jobs. Amit and Benji are the only ones who sit quietly in their seats on the bus. Words are difficult things. Peter is standing at the far side of the parking lot, where the pavement stops and the trees begin. He hates himself intensely for driving here. Because what's he going to do? Violence is like whiskey. Children in homes that have too much of it grow up either full of it or entirely without it. Peter's dad was capable of murder, but his son can't fight. Not even on ice. Not even now. Not even Kevin. Peter can't harm anyone, but he stands here anyway, because he dearly wants to watch when someone else does. David is the only person who notices him. Their eyes meet. Peter lowers his. Chapter 31. What makes someone a leader? Maya undergoes all the obligatory examinations at the hospital, answers all the questions, doesn't cry, doesn't complain, doesn't argue, is helpful, accommodating. Kira, on the other hand, is so beside herself that at times she can't even be in the same room. Her phone rings nonstop. She has activated her whole legal practice now, and her daughter is lying on a cold bed in a bare room and knows that she's started a war. Her mother needs to take command, charge the enemy, act. She won't be able to cope otherwise. So Maya gets her own phone and sends Anna a text message saying, "War now." A few seconds later, the reply arrives. "You and me against the world." David has seen hundreds of leaders during the course of his career in hockey. Formal ones and natural ones, those who shout and those who keep quiet. He didn't know he could be one himself until Soon sent him out onto the ice with a whistle and a gang of 7-year-olds. "I'm not a good coach," David said, and Soon ruffled his hair and replied, "People who think they're good coaches never are." The old bastard was both right and wrong. After the police car drove off with Kevin, it took an hour for David to get all the players back on board the bus, and to get all the parents to realize that nothing was going to get better as a result of them standing there shouting. Now they've been driving for 3 hours, and the bus is still vibrating with cell phones, rocking as the juniors rush up and down reading each other's screens. So far, no one in Beartown seems to know why Kevin was taken away. The police are refusing to give any information, so the rumor mill rolls on between the seats with greater and greater intensity. Even the adults are involved. Lars is so agitated that he's salivating. David, on the other hand, sits alone and silent at the front, staring at the text on his own phone. It's from Kevin's dad. He's just found out what his son is accused of. One of the first things you learn as a leader, whether you choose the position or have it forced upon you, is that leadership is as much about what you don't say as what you do say. A mother is sitting beside a bed, holding her daughter's hands tightly in hers, all 4 of them shaking. The daughter leans her forehead against her mother's. "We're going to survive this, Mom." "Darling child, you're not supposed to be consoling me. I'm the one who ought to be consoling you." "You are, Mom. You are." Kira's phone rings again. Maya realizes it's the law firm. She nods to her mother and strokes her cheek, and her mother kisses her and whispers, "I'll be just outside in the hallway. I'm not leaving you." All 4 hands are still shaking. For 10 years, David has nurtured these players for this precise moment. He has gotten them to sacrifice everything, burn themselves out. He has taught them to stand tall under pressure even when their shoulders and necks are howling with pain. What's that worth if they don't win the final now? What is a game if you don't want to be the best at it? David's strongest belief about hockey has always been that the world outside the rink mustn't encroach upon the world inside it. They need to be separate universes. Outside, real life is complicated and frightening and hard, but inside the rink it is straightforward and comprehensible. If David hadn't kept the worlds so clearly divided, these guys, with all this shit they've had to deal with out in the real world, would have been broken even as little kids. But the rink was their refuge, their one happy place. No one could take that from them, the fact that they were winners there. That doesn't just apply to the boys. David himself has often felt odd and out of place, but never on ice. It's the last place where the collective functions, where the team takes precedence over the self. So how far are you allowed to go to protect your universe? How much of leadership is what you say, and how much is what you don't say? The nurse is well aware of who Maya is, but she tries not to let it show. The nurse's husband, Hogg, is one of Peter's best friends and played hockey with him half his life. But just now, when she came along the corridor, it was as if Peter and Kira didn't even recognize her. They spoke to her as if through glass, but she didn't take offense. She's seen it before. It's caused by trauma, and means that they only register her uniform when they talk to her, not her face. The nurse is used to being seen as a function to the point where patients and relatives forget that she's a person. It doesn't bother her. In fact, if anything, it actually makes her take greater pride in her work. When she's alone in the room with Maya, she leans forward and says, "I know this is really unpleasant. We're trying to do everything as quickly as we can." The girl looks her in the eye and nods, biting hard on the inside of her lip. The nurse is usually very careful to maintain a professional distance. That's what she teaches her younger colleagues. "There'll be people here that you know, but you need to treat them as patients. It's a question of leadership," she usually says. But the words catch in her throat now. "My name is Anne-Katrine. My husband is an old friend of your dad's." "Maya," Maya whispers. Anne-Katrine puts her hand tenderly against the child's cheek. "I think you're very brave, Maya." Peter drives back to Head from Beartown. He walks into the hospital ready to announce triumphantly to Maya that Kevin has been picked up by the police, that she's going to get justice. Then he walks into the room and sees her. Nothing in the world is as small as your own child in a hospital bed. There's no justice to be had. He sits beside his daughter and cries, because he isn't the sort of person who can kill someone. In the end, he asks, "What can I do, Maya? Tell me what I can do." His daughter pats her dad's stubble. "Love me? Always. Love me like you love hockey and David Bowie? So much more, Pumpkin. Much, much more." And she laughs. It's funny that a 10-year-old nickname, Pumpkin, is the thing that does that. When she was 9, she made him stop calling her that, but ever since then she's missed it, the whole time. "I need 2 things, she whispers. "Let me guess. Anna and your guitar," he says. She nods. Kira comes back into the room. The parents' hands touch fleetingly. When Peter reaches the door, his daughter calls out, "And you need to talk to Leo, Dad. He's going to be petrified." The mom and dad look at each other. How many years will the stab in their chests feel like a heart attack when they think of this moment? Of all people, the only one who hasn't forgotten Leo today is his big sister. Aunt Katrine is sitting in the staff room staring at the wall. Like everyone else, she's heard that the police have picked Kevin up, but she's one of the few who knows why Maya is at the hospital who makes the connection. Maya didn't recognize Aunt Katrine. Nor, if he'd been there, would Kevin, even though she's been sitting in the crowd watching almost every match he's played since Little League. Some parents remain faceless to other children. She sends her son a text. "Good luck today." Bobo replies almost immediately. "Kev? Heard anything?" His mother writes back, "No, nothing. Try to concentrate on hockey now, darling." It takes a few minutes before he replies, "Going to win for Kev." She swallows hard and writes, "I love you." Bobo replies like teenage boys do, "Okay." Aunt Katrine leans back in a hard chair, looks up at the ceiling of the staff room, and thinks about all the children who are in such pain. You see a lot of it at this hospital. That's why so many of her colleagues are on sick leave. Nurses and doctors have no break for summer training like in hockey. No finals, no timeouts. Their season just goes on day after day after day, and that can break even the very toughest. Even people from Beartown. And when even the toughest can't handle it, who's going to be the leader then? David starts to get up, clearing his throat to attract the boys' attention, then stops when he sees that they've already begun to sit down. Not because of David, but Benji. The boy is standing in the middle of the bus and looks each of them straight in the eye in turn, before finishing up in front of Philip, a soft-spoken boy who's a year younger than most of the team, and who lives 3 houses away from Kevin in the Heights. "When we were little, Philip, and you were upset because you were smallest and worst on the team. When you couldn't even shoot above the yellow strip at the bottom of the boards, what did David say to you then?" Philip looks down at his lap, embarrassed, but Benji puts his palm under his chin and tips his head back. Philip wasn't just a year younger, he was also far behind players like Bobo in purely physical terms for so many years that no one even noticed how good he was at everything else. He's the type of guy who disappears in a locker room, never says anything, never causes problems, just goes along with things. In the past 3 years, he has, in his usual unassuming way, become by far the best back on the team, without anyone really noticing it happening. "Ignore everything else. Just concentrate on the things you can change," Philip replies quietly. Benji nods and pats him on the head. Then he turns to William Litt. "And what did David say to you, Litt, when all the others learned to skate backward before you, and you didn't think you'd be allowed to carry on playing?" Litt blinks hard and wipes his cheeks angrily. "Concentrate on the things you can change." Benji takes hold of Litt by the shoulders and looks into his eyes as he quotes their coach again. "We're a team. We give each other power. When one man falls, another steps up." Litt rubs his eyes with his sleeve and goes on. "Team before self. Club before individual." When no one else can hear, Benji whispers to him, "We're relying on you now, Litt. You're our star today. You have to lead us." If Benji had asked Litt to kill someone at that moment, the boy would have done it without hesitation. No social scientist nor any member of a sports team really knows what makes them who they are, the leaders we follow. Only that we don't hesitate when we see them. Benji stops in front of Bobo, the giant who was the best back on the team until all the others learned to skate better than him. "What's the second best thing in the world, Bobo?" It takes a moment before Bobo replies hesitantly, "Fucking?" Some of the juniors giggle. Benji lowers his head to Bobo's big face. "But first, we're on our way to do the best thing in the world, Bobo. And do you know how many things I want from you right now?" Bobo stands up. "Just one, eh?" "Win," Benji says. "Win!" Bobo shouts. "Win!" the whole bus roars. David sits down in his seat. "Win! Win! Win!" the team is chanting, and David deletes the text from Kevin's father. When Lars comes over and asks if he's heard anything about why Kevin was taken away by the police, David shakes his head and replies, "No, nothing. Now we're going to concentrate on the things we can change, Lars." Benji goes and lies down at the back of the bus. Sleeps the rest of the way. Chapter 32. There's a town in a forest that loves a game. There's a girl sitting on a bed playing the guitar for her best friend. There's a young man sitting in a police station trying not to look scared. In a hallway in a hospital, a nurse walks past a lawyer talking loudly into her cell phone. In the stands in an ice rink in a capital city, grown men and women are on their feet, shouting that they are the Bears from Beartown, along with sponsors and board members who 10 years before laughed at a GM who said that one day they would have the best junior team in the country. Now everyone who is connected to the club is here, except the GM. A team is waiting in a locker room, sticks in hand, waiting for a game to start. A little brother is waiting on a bench with a phone in his lap, waiting to see what his friends will write about his sister on the internet when they find out what's happened. A law firm gets a call from a wealthy client, and at another law firm, a mother starts a war. The girl goes on playing her guitar until her best friend falls asleep, and in the doorway stands a father, thinking that the girls will survive this. They'll be able to deal with it. That's what he's afraid of, that's what's going to make the rest of the world go on thinking that everything is okay. There's a player with the number 16 on his back who, ever since he learned to skate, has had to learn exactly what it takes to win. He knows that games are won as much in the head as they are on the ice, and his coach has taught him how hockey is musical. Every team has a rhythm and a tempo they like playing in. If you disrupt that rhythm, you disrupt their music, because even the best musicians in the world hate being forced to play out of time, and once they've started, it's hard to stop. An object in motion wants to keep going in the same direction, and the larger a rolling snowball gets, the more of a fool you have to be to dare to stand in its path. That's what sports people mean by momentum, whereas in physics lessons at school, teachers talk about the principle of inertia. David was always rather more blunt when he used to talk to Benji. When something goes right for a team, everything feels easy, so it automatically goes even better. But if you can cause a bit of trouble for them, only a very little bit, you'll soon see that they manage to create a lot more trouble for themselves. It's about balance. The slightest puff of wind can be all it takes. An opposing team arrives at an arena to play against Beartown ice hockey, but everyone on the team scornfully calls them Erdal ice hockey. They already knew long before the match that they were light years better than the peasants from the forest. But now they've just found out that Kevin isn't even going to be playing. Beartown is nothing without him. A joke. Roadkill at the side of a freeway. As they arrive at the arena, the players are confident and calm. They know that all they have to do to win is to play their game. Have ice in their stomachs. Keep themselves balanced. Their coach is still outside, but the players are hyped up with pride. They want to see their opponents, so they go into the rink ahead of him. The lights in the corridor to the locker rooms are broken. Someone jokes that, "The poor peasants have probably nicked the bulbs." And someone else replies, "What for? They don't have electricity in Beartown." At first they think the unmoving shape outside their locker room is just a shadow. Their eyes haven't gotten used to the gloom yet. So the first player walks straight into him. Benji's chest is concrete. The whites of his eyes swivel toward each of the 20 players in turn. If they'd had time to react, they might have laughed nervously, but now they just stand silent in the darkness, their eyes darting about. Benji doesn't move, just waits in the doorway, forces them to come at him in order to get into their locker room. They should have waited for their coach. They should have gone to get a referee, but they're too proud for that. When they lose their temper, it's predictable. He's already identified which two it will be. One gives him a shove, the other hits him in the shoulder with his fist. Benji soaks up the first and responds to the second by hitting him so quickly on his ear that he falls to the ground with a yelp. Benji twists toward the first again and hits him twice in the ribs, not hard enough to break anything but enough for him to double up, whereupon Benji elbows him in the back of the neck so that he collapses on top of his friend. When a third player rushes toward him, Benji darts out of the way and shoves him in the back, sending him flying into the unlit locker room. The fourth makes the mistake of grabbing hold of Benji's clothes with both hands. Benji headbutts him in the cheek, and he falls backward with no one to catch him. Obviously, there's no way he could have taken on the whole team in a well-lit room, but in a cramped, dark corridor where no more than one or two can attack him at a time, they all need to ask themselves the question, who goes first? The answer is that no one does. That's enough. That single second's hesitation from a whole group. Benji grins at them, then calmly walks off before anyone thinks of anything to say. When he opens the door to his own team's locker room, "We are the Bears!" from 24 crazed voices echoes into the corridor, and the beam of light lasts just long enough for everyone on the opposing team to see exactly how off-balance their teammates suddenly are. They won't say anything to their coach, because what would they say? That they let a single guy take out their 4 strongest players while the rest of them stood and watched? "What the fuck was that?" someone mutters. "Head case," another one declares. When they switch the lights on, they try to laugh it off. They try to convince each other that they're going to get number 16 later, that it doesn't matter, that they're too good to care about something like that. When the game starts, it's very obvious that they haven't succeeded. Rhythm, tempo, balance, puffs of wind. Benji pulls on jersey number 16. David stands in front of his team with his hands behind his back and his eyes on the floor. He has spent the whole journey here thinking about what leadership actually means to him, and has reached one single, shimmering conclusion. Soon has been his mentor, and Soon's greatest strength was always that he nurtured leaders. His problem was that he never let them lead. The players are holding their breath, but when David looks up at them, he is almost smiling. "Do you want to hear the truth, guys? The truth is that no one believed you could get here. Not your opponents, not the association, not the national coaches, and certainly not any of the people out there in the stands. For them, this was a dream. For you, it was a goal. No one did this for you. So this game, this moment, it belongs to you. Don't let anyone tell you what to do with it." He wants to say so much more, but they're in the final now. He's done all he can. So he turns and walks out of the locker room. A few seconds later, Lars follows, bewildered. The team sits there, at first just staring at each other in surprise. Then they stand up one by one and tap each other twice on the helmet. Of all people, the quietest of them is the first to raise his voice. "Where are we from?" Philip asks. "Beartown," the locker room replies. Lit climbs onto a bench and bellows, "For Kevin!" "For Kevin!" the locker room replies. Benji is already standing on the ice when they come out. Alone in the center circle, number 16 on his back, eyes black. The last to emerge from the Beartown locker room are the team's largest player and its smallest. Bobo taps Amit on the shoulder and asks, "Where are you from, Amit?" Amit looks up with his jaw trembling. "The Hollow." Bobo nods and holds up his gloves. He's written Shantytown Hockey on them with a marker pen. It's a clumsy gesture from a clumsy boy. Sometimes they're worth the most. Why does anyone care about sports? There's a woman in the stands who cares because they're the last thing she's got that gives her straight answers. She used to be a cross-country skier at the elite level. She sacrificed all her teenage years to skiing long-distance trails, evening after evening with a headlamp and tears streaming from cold and exhaustion, and all the pain and all the losses and all the things other high school kids were doing with their free time that she could never be part of. But if you were to ask her now if she regrets anything, she'd shake her head. If you were to ask what she would have done if she could go back in time, she'd answer without hesitation, train harder. She can't explain why she cares about sports, because she's learned that if you have to ask the question, you simply wouldn't understand her answer. Her son Philip is playing in the first-line defense pairing, but she knows what he's had to do to get there. All the running in the forest in the light of 2 headlamps, all the hours on the terrace firing pucks while his mom stood in goal. All the tears when he was the smallest on the team and used to measure and weigh himself every morning because the doctor had promised that his body would catch up with the others in the end. The pencil marks on the door frame that his mom can't bring herself to paint over now. The crushed little heap that she had to pick up from the kitchen floor every day when he realized he was just as short as the day before. Just as light. No one else may have noticed when he made himself into the best back on the whole team, but his mom was there every step of the way. Tails has spent the entire warm-up with his phone in his hand, trying to find out what's happened to Kevin. Still nothing. He suspects that David is the first person Kevin's dad will contact when they know anything, but he can't get in touch with the coach from here. The sponsors and board members around him are angry about the lack of information. They're already talking about which lawyers to contact, which journalists to share the story with. Who's going to be punished for this? Tails isn't angry. His emotions have reached another level now. He looks at the parents in the stands, tries to add up all the days and evenings and nights they've devoted to this team. He feels the weight of his own silver medal from another age around his neck. He doesn't know who's snatched their chance of victory from them, but already he hates them. It's Benji who tells David and Lars to let Lit play in the center in place of Kevin. There will never be enough words to describe what that would mean to Lit. Before the first face-off, Benji stops in front of Amit and asks, "Have you got your fast skates on today, then?" Amit grins and nods. Their opponents are already talking loudly on their bench about making number 16 take his penalty calls. They're not idiots. They've seen Benji for the violent lunatic he is. So when the other team wins the face-off, Benji skates at full speed with his stick raised toward the player who gets hold of the puck. And everyone who saw number 16 in the darkened corridor a while back obviously realizes that he's going to ignore the puck and go straight in for the hit. His opponent braces his skates and tenses his body to absorb the impact. It never comes. Benji goes straight for the puck and pokes it between the defenseman's skates into the offensive zone. Lit takes a hit in the neutral zone and is sent sprawling across the ice like a shot seal. A center sacrificing himself to give the third player in the line enough space. They get one single tiny chance in this game before their opponents realize how fast Amit is. They take it. Tails screams until his voice gives out when Amit waits out the goalie and lifts the puck into the top of the net. Parents rush down the stands as if they're going to vault the boards. Amit glides around the net with his arms in the air, but doesn't get far before he's engulfed by Benji, Lit, and Philip. The whole team is on the ice in moments, under and over and on top of each other. Tails grabs hold of someone's mother, he doesn't know whose, and screams, "Where are we from?" A moment ago, they were all atheists. None of them is now. They're leading 1-0 after the first period. David doesn't say anything to them. He doesn't even go into the locker room. He stands in the corridor with Lars without a word. Hears the players tapping each other's helmets. Their opponents pull back to 1-1, then go ahead 2-1. But just before the second intermission, Bobo gets one of his few shifts, and the puck finds him at the offensive blue line. He tries to pass, but the puck hits an opposing player's skate and bounces back toward Bobo. If the boy had had time to think, he would of course have realized that it was an idiotic idea, but no one has ever accused Bobo of being quick-witted. So he shoots. The goalie doesn't even move, and when the net behind him does, Bobo is left standing there, staring in shock. He sees the lamp light up. The numbers on the scoreboard change to 2-2. He hears the celebrations from the Beartown section of the stands, but his brain doesn't register the sequence of events. The first one to reach him out on the ice is Philip. "Win!" he yells. "For Kevin!" Bobo howls, and throws himself at the glass with such mad pride that he forgets to take his stick back to center ice when play resumes. Philip loves hockey, and so does his mom. And not like some vaguely interested parent who barely knows the rules. She worships this sport for all that it is. Tough, honest, definite, true. Straight answers, straight questions. Magan Lit is standing next to her. She and Philip's mom have known each other since they were children, and now live 2 houses apart. They used to go skiing together, got married the same year, had their sons just a few months apart, have stamped the numbness out of their toes in stands just like this one for more than a decade. Do you want to try telling them that hockey parents are fanatical? They'll tell you to go to a junior cross-country skiing tournament and listen to the spectators there. Or talk to the slalom dad who rushes out onto the course and sabotages a whole tournament because he thinks the course has been set up to disadvantage his daughter. Or talk to the figure skater's mom about how much a 9-year-old really ought to train. There's always someone who's worse. You can get almost anything to look normal if you make enough comparisons. Philip's mom never screams, never shouts, never criticizes the coach, and never goes into the locker room. But she would defend Magan to the end of the world and back if anyone criticized her friend's behavior, because they're also a team. Philip's mom has learned that you can't ask parents to devote their whole lives to their children's sport, risk the family finances, and then expect that passion never to overflow occasionally. So when Magan screams, "Are you blind?" at the referee, Philip's mom is quiet. When another parent screams, "For God's sake, ref, did you get dropped as a baby or what? Does your wife make all the decisions at home?" she says nothing. Then someone says, "What kind of old woman's pass was that?" And a man farther up the stands throws his arms up and yells, "Are we playing basketball now?" When one of the other team's players holds a Beartown player a little too long against the boards without getting penalized, one parent yells, "Are you a homo or number 22?" when the boy returns to the bench. A mom with 2 small children farther down in the stands turns around and says, "Can you think about what you're saying, please? There are children here." But Magan replies, her voice dripping with derision, "Well, sweetie, if you're so worried about them leaving their cozy little nest and hearing something terrible, maybe you shouldn't bring them to hockey games." If you were to ask Philip's mom why she doesn't protest, she would say that you can love something without loving everything about it. You don't have to feel embarrassed about not being proud. That applies to hockey, but it also applies to friends. The mother with the young children demonstratively takes them by the hand, goes off to the steps, and sits down farther away. Out on the ice, Philip is chasing an opponent all the way across the ice, throwing himself forward to block a pass and getting him off balance. Benji sets off toward them. One sponsor, higher up in the stands, turns to Tails, nods toward the mother with the children, and snarls, "Have we got the fucking morality police in today? What's she doing here?" The third period has only just started. Tails' reply gets drowned out by the roar of the crowd when number 16 steals the puck in the neutral zone, fakes out 2 opponents with a technique no one knew he had mastered, and slams a shot into the net that the goalie gets nowhere near. Benji brushes aside the other players when they try to hug him, gets the puck from the net, and goes straight over to the Beartown parents. He stops by the boards a short distance away and waves to 2 ecstatic little children, then throws the puck to their mother. The sponsor turns to Tails and asks, Who's that, did you say?" "That's Benji's sister, Gabby, and those children's uncle has just made it 3-2 for us," Tails replies. Chapter 33. When Maya was little, she always used to go to bed when she was sad. She always slept her way through anything that upset her. When she was 18 months old, her mom was driving a rental car with her in the back seat through the center of Toronto when it broke down at one of the city's biggest intersections. There were buses blowing their horns, taxi drivers swearing, while Kira swore at some poor receptionist at the car rental company on the phone. In the meantime, the toddler looked around calmly, gave a big yawn, and fell asleep, and continued to sleep soundly until they got back home 6 hours later. Kira is now standing in the hall of their house, looking through the doorway at her daughter in her bed. 15 years old, she still sleeps whenever she's in pain. Anna is lying next to her under the covers. Perhaps it's different when you've had to bury one of your own children, or perhaps all parents feel this way, but the only thing Kira has ever wanted for her kids was health, safety, and a best friend. You can get through anything then. Almost. David will always remember this game. He will talk about the final minutes to his girlfriend throughout whole nights, tapping her stomach and whispering, "Don't fall asleep. I haven't got to the best bit yet." Over and over again, he will relate the story of how Amit threw himself down and blocked so many shots with his helmet that the referee eventually forced him off the ice to investigate whether it had been cracked. How Lit played more minutes than anyone, and in the minutes he wasn't on the ice, he was a colossus on the bench. No one slapped more backs, shouted more encouragement, or lifted the spirits of more exhausted teammates. When a shattered Bobo stumbled over the step on his way off the rink and collapsed face down, it was Lit who caught him and fetched his water bottle. Meanwhile, Philip played like an experienced senior out there. No mistakes at all. And Benji? Benji was everywhere. David saw him use the side of his skate to block one shot that was so hard, his assistant coach, Lars, clutched his own foot on the bench and yelped, "Shit, I felt that!" Benji played through the pain. The whole team hit the wall and smashed through it with their foreheads and just carried on. Every one of them overperformed. Every one of them was the very best version of themselves. They gave their all. No coach could possibly have asked for more. They did their absolute best. It wasn't enough. When the other team makes it 3-3 with under a minute to go, a team falls to the ice. 24 parents collapse in the stands, and so does a town in the forest. In the break before overtime, 3 players throw up. Another 2 barely make it back to the ice because their muscles are cramping. Their jerseys are soaked through, every cell in their bodies drained. But it still takes more than 15 extra minutes for the opposing team to break them down one last time. They play around, and in the end, Benji can't get there in time. Philip loses his man for the first time. Lit's stick is too short. Amit is a fraction too late down onto the ice to block the shot. The entire Beartown ice hockey team is lying on the ice while their opponents dance around them when their parents and friends storm in to celebrate. Only when the winners shouting and singing have moved to the locker room do Philip, Bobo, Lit, and Amit begin to head toward theirs, inconsolable. Grown men and women are still sitting in the stands with their heads in their hands. 2 children are crying uncontrollably in their mother's arms. This planet knows no greater silence than 24 hearts after a loss. David steps into the locker room to see the players lying bruised and battered on the floor and benches, most of them so tired they don't even have the energy to take their equipment off. Lars is standing alongside, waiting for the coach to say something, but David just turns around and disappears. "Where's he going?" one parent asks. "We're bad losers, because a good loser is someone who loses a lot," Lars mutters. It's the captain of the opposing team who finally holds his hand out. He's freshly showered and changed, but his jersey is covered with champagne stains. Beartown's number 16 is still lying on his back on the ice with his skates on. The stands are almost empty. "Good match, man. If you ever want to change teams, you'd be welcome to come and play with us," the captain says. "If you ever want to change teams, you're welcome to come and play with me," Benji replies. The captain laughs and helps him up, then sees Benji grimace. "Are you okay?" Benji nods distantly, but lets his opponent support him all the way into the corridor. "Sorry, Benji says, making a slight gesture toward the broken lights in the ceiling. The captain laughs loudly. "Really? I wish we'd thought of doing something like that to you guys. You're a hard bastard. You need some serious help, man, but you're a hard bastard." They part with a firm handshake. Benji creeps into the locker room and lies down on the floor without making the slightest effort to take his skates off. Gabby is walking through the corridor with her 2 children, past all the other adults in green scarves and jerseys with bears on them, nodding to some, ignoring others. She hears one father call the referee mentally retarded. Then another mutters that the bastard really needs to put his handbag down. She takes the children straight to the car instead of waiting for Benji. She doesn't want them to hear that sort of thing, and she knows what she'll get called if she protests. Another quarter of an hour passes before David returns with a plastic bag full of pucks. He goes around the locker room, giving one to each of the players. In turn, his boys read the 8 letters that are written on them. Some of them smile. Some of them start to cry. Bobo clears his throat, stands up, looks at his coach, and says, "Sorry, coach, but I've got to ask." David raises his eyebrows, and Bobo nods toward the puck. "You haven't, gone gay on us or anything, have you?" Laughter can be liberating. Roaring with laughter can unite a group, heal wounds, kill silence. The locker room rocks with giggles until David, with a broad smile, nods and replies, "Extra cross-country running in the forest tomorrow when you get home. Thanks to Bobo." Bobo is already crouching beneath a hailstorm of rolled-up balls of tape from the others. The second from last to get a puck in his hand is Benji. The last is Lars. David pats his assistant coach on the shoulder and says, "I'm going to take the night train back, Lars. The hotel's all booked for you. I'm trusting you to look after the boys." Lars nods, looks at the puck, reads the words as tears run down onto his tracksuit top. "Thank you." Gabby jumps when Bobo taps on her window. The kids have fallen asleep in the back seat, and she was at the point of doing the same. "Sorry, you're Benji's sister, aren't you?" Bobo says. "Yes, we're waiting for him. He said he wanted to come home with us rather than stay the night in a hotel. Has he changed his mind?" Bobo shakes his head. "He's still in the locker room. We can't get his skates off. He asked us to get you." When Gabby finds Benji, she starts by telling him she loves him. Then she says it's damn lucky for him that their mom had to work today and couldn't come, because if she'd known that her son had played almost the entire third period plus 15 minutes of overtime with a broken foot, yet still skated more than anyone else, she'd have killed him. Philip stands for a long while next to his mother outside the bus in the parking lot. She wipes his cheeks. He whispers, "Sorry, it was my fault, that last goal. I was marking him. Sorry." His mom hugs him as if he were little again, even though he's now so big that he could have picked her up with one hand. "Oh, sweetheart, what on earth have you got to apologize for? What have you ever had to apologize for?" She pats his cheek. She knows how it feels. She stood there crushed at the end of a cross-country skiing race until the drops of sweat turned to ice crystals, feeling just the same. She knows what hockey can give and what it takes in return. All the setbacks her son has overcome pass before her eyes, all the elite teams he didn't get picked for, all the national teams he was never considered for, all the tournaments he's had to watch from the stands. His mom holds a 16-year-old boy who has trained every single day of his life for this game. Tomorrow he will wake up, get out of bed, and start again. In a room in a house on the floor beside her best friend's bed, Anna is sitting curled up with a computer on her lap. Every so often, she glances anxiously over the edge of the bed to make sure Maya hasn't woken up. Then she goes back into all the places in the internet where she knows everyone at school will go when they find out what's happened. She plots a silent course via as yet unupdated statuses, a few pictures of cats and smoothies, the occasional disappointed account of the junior team's loss in the final, but nothing else. Not yet. Anna refreshes all the pages again. She's lived here all her life. She knows how quickly information spreads. Someone will know someone who has a brother who's a cop, or has a friend who works at the local paper, or a mom who's a nurse at the hospital. Someone will say something to someone, and all hell will break loose. She refreshes all the pages again, hitting the keyboard harder and harder. Bang, 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 bang. Lars tells the team that the hotel is booked, paid for by the sponsors, and that the boys can order as much room service as they like, get some rest, and go home tomorrow. The players ask where David is. Lars says the coach has gone home to be there when the police release Kevin. "What if any of us want to go home?" Lit asks. "We can arrange that, if that's what you decide," Lars says. Not one single player chooses to stay. They're a team, and they head home to their team captain. They're halfway home that night when the news finally breaks on their cell phones. Why Kevin was picked up by the police, what he's been accused of, and who it was who reported him. First, one player says, "What are they talking about? I saw them at the party. She was the one who had the hots for him." Then another says, "Fucking bullshit. I saw them go up to his room. She went first." And a third declares, "As if she didn't want it. Did you see how she was dressed? Little bitch." In a bed in a room surrounded by sticks and pucks and matched jerseys, a little brother is woken up by the sound of his sister's best friend in the next room, smashing a computer against the wall with full force, as if she hopes that the people who have written what's inside it might shatter into 1,000 pieces along with it. Chapter 34. Kira and Peter are sitting on the little step outside the house. They're not touching each other. Peter remembers this distance so clearly. There were some days when he thought that grief was the only thing keeping them together, that Kira stayed with him even though he didn't deserve it, because she didn't have anyone else to share the memory of Isak with. But other days, the opposite happened. Their grief split them apart, became an invisible barrier between them. It's back now. "It's my fault," Peter whispers. Kira shakes her head hard. Don't say that. It isn't your fault. It isn't hockey's fault. Don't give the best. Don't make excuses for him. The club has nurtured him all his life, Kira. My club. Kira doesn't answer. Her fists have been clenched so tight for so long that the marks her fingernails have left won't fade for several days once she finally opens them. Throughout her whole working life, she has lived for justice and the law, has believed in fairness and humanism, has stood against violence and revenge. So she is now using all of her inner strength to fight off the feeling that is overwhelming her now. But she can't stop it. It just sweeps in with full force and destroys everything she believes in. She wants to kill him. She wants to kill Kevin. Ann-Katrine and Hogg are standing in the parking lot waiting for the team bus to get back from the final. Ann-Katrine will always remember how it sounds, the silence in the town tonight that still hums like a dense buzz of voices, the darkened houses all around where she just knows people are awake, phones and computers sending words to each other, more and more angry, more and more vile. People don't talk much in Beartown. Even so, sometimes it feels like it's the only thing they do. Hogg touches her arm gently. We have to wait, Ann-Katrine. We can't get involved in this until we really know. Peter's one of your best friends. We don't know what happened, darling. No one knows what happened. We can't get involved. Ann-Katrine nods. Of course they can't get involved. There are always two sides to every story. You have to listen to Kevin's version. She tries to convince herself of that. By every god and heaven and all the holy mothers of eternity, she really does try. Anna is standing on the floor with her hands covering her face in shame. Maya is sitting in bed, shocked, and the remains of the computer are spread about the room. Kira goes in and takes each of their hands in hers. Anna, you know how much I love you, like one of my own. Anna wipes her face as big drops fall to the floor from her nose. Kira kisses her hair. But you have to go home for a little while, Anna. We need to be on our own as a family. Maya wants to protest on Anna's behalf, but she's too tired. When the front door closes again, Maya lies down and goes back to sleep. And sleeps and sleeps and sleeps. Peter drives his daughter's best friend home. The houses are all dark, but he can still feel eyes looking out of the windows. When Anna gets out, he wishes he could say something, be a wise parent offering comfort and encouragement and instruction. But he has no words. So all that comes out is, "It's going to be okay, Anna." Anna tugs her jacket tight around herself and pulls her woolly hat down over her forehead and tries to look like she believes it, for his sake. She doesn't succeed. Peter can see the girl shaking with silent rage and thinks back to a time several years ago when Kira and Maya had an argument. Their daughter had one of her first teenage outbursts, and Kira was left sitting in the kitchen, crushed, sniffing, "She hates me. My own daughter hates me." Peter held his wife tight and whispered, "Your daughter admires you and needs you. And if you ever doubt that, just look at Anna. Of all the people your daughter could have chosen as her best friend, she's picked one who's just like you, one who wears her heart on her sleeve." Peter feels like getting out of the car and giving Anna a hug now, telling her not to be frightened. But he's not that sort of person. And he's too frightened himself to be able to lie. When the car has gone, Anna creeps into the house and wakes the dogs, then takes them as far out into the forest as she can. Then she sits there with her face buried in their fur and cries. They breathe on her neck, lick her ear, nudge her with their noses. She will never understand how some people can prefer other people to animals. The Ovich family house has no empty beds tonight. Gabby's 2 children are sleeping in their uncle's bed, Audrey and Katya in their mother's, their mother on the sofa. The daughters insist that they can sleep on the furniture in the living room, but their mother yells at them until they back down. When Gabby gets back from the hospital with Benji early the next morning, his sisters and mother look at his crutches and his foot in a cast and hit him over the head and shout that he'll be the death of them, and that he means the world to them, and that they love him, and that he's an imbecile. He sleeps on the floor beside his bed, below his sister's kids. When he wakes up, the pair of them have both moved down with their covers and have curled up next to him. They're sleeping in their hockey jerseys, number 16 on the back. Kira is sitting on the edge of her daughter's bed. When Maya and Anna were children, Peter used to joke about how different they were, especially when they were asleep. When Maya slept in a bed, you don't even have to make it afterward. When Anna slept there, you have to start by moving it back to the right side of the room. Maya would wake up with the body language of a sleepy calf. Anna like a drunk, angry, middle-aged man who was trying to find his pistol. The only thing anyone could think of that the two little girls had in common was how protective they were of their names. Maya has never been more angry than the first time she realized there were other children with her name, which is saying a lot, seeing as she was at the age when it was perfectly normal to demand that the plastic handles on her cutlery always match the color of the food, or to have a tantrum at bedtime because, "Daddy, my feet are the same size, and I don't want that!" Nothing made her more angry than the fact that she wasn't alone in being called what she was called. For both her and Anna, a name was a personal possession, physical property in the same way as lungs and eyeballs, and in her world, all the other Mayas and Annas were thieves. These girls wanted to be anything but ordinary. People grow up mercilessly fast. Peter closes the door without a sound, hangs the keys to the Volvo on the hook in the hall. He sits in the kitchen with Kira for a very long time without a word being spoken. Eventually, Kira whispers, "This isn't about us now. It's all about how she's going to get through this." Peter stares fixedly at the table. "She's so strong," he says. "I don't know what to say to her. She's already stronger than me." Kira's fingernails dig fresh grooves in her skin. "I want to kill him, Peter. I want to see him die." "I know." Kira is shaking as he crosses the force field and holds her, and they whimper and sniff together, holding back hard so as not to wake the children. They will never stop blaming themselves for this. "It's not your fault, Peter. It wasn't Hockey's fault. What is it they say? It takes a village to raise a child," she whispers. "Maybe that's the problem. Maybe we picked the wrong village," he replies. The juniors are picked up from the rink by their parents. They go home in silent cars to silent houses, where the only lighting comes from an assortment of screens. Before dawn, Lit goes over to Bobo's. They don't talk much, just share the feeling that they have to do something, have to act. They walk through the town, picking up more juniors outside their homes. Like a black swarm, they move between gardens, fists clenched under the dark sky, wild eyes staring out across empty streets, hour after hour until the sun goes up. They feel threatened, feel that they're under attack. They want to shout out to each other what this team means to them, loyalty and love, and how much they love their team captain. But they don't have the words, so they try to find other ways to show it instead. They walk side by side like a menacing army. They would dearly like to rescue something, damage something, destroy. They're on the hunt for an enemy. Any will do. Amit gets home and goes straight to bed. Fatima sits quietly in the other room. The next morning, they take the bus to the rink. No one says a word there either. Amit puts his skates on, picks up his stick, and skates furiously across the ice, hurting himself by crashing into the boards at the other end. He doesn't allow himself to cry until he's sweating so much that no one can see. In a house, a mom and a dad are sitting at a kitchen table. "I'm just saying, what if?" the mother says. "Do you believe that of our son? What sort of mother are you if you can seriously believe that of our child?" the father roars. She shakes her head in despair, staring down at the floor. He's right, of course. What sort of mother is she? She whispers, "Of course not." Of course she doesn't believe that of their son. She tries to explain that everything's just so mixed up. No one's thinking rationally right now. We just need to try to get some sleep. "I'm not going to sleep as long as Kevin's being held by the police. You can be very fucking clear on that point," the father declares. She nods. She doesn't know if she's ever going to sleep again. "I know, darling. I know." In another house, another mom and another dad are sitting at another kitchen table. 10 years ago, they left Canada and moved to Beartown because it was the safest, most secure place they could think of. Because they so desperately needed somewhere in the world where it felt as if nothing bad could happen. They're not talking now. They don't say a word all night long. Each of them knows what the other is thinking anyway. We can't protect our children. 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 Chapter 35. Hate can be a deeply stimulating emotion. The world becomes much easier to understand and much less terrifying if you divide everything and everyone into friends and enemies, we and they, good and evil. The easiest way to unite a group isn't through love, because love is hard. It makes demands. Hate is simple. So the first thing that happens in a conflict is that we choose a side, because that's easier than trying to hold two thoughts in our heads at the same time. The second thing that happens is that we seek out facts that confirm what we want to believe, comforting facts, ones that permit life to go on as normal. The third is that we dehumanize our enemy. There are many ways of doing that, but none is easier than taking her name away from her. So when night comes and the truths spread, no one types Maya on their cell phone or computer in Beartown. They type M, or the young woman, or the slut. No one talks about the rape. They all talk about the allegation, or the lie. It starts with, nothing happened, moves on to, and if anything did happen, it was voluntary, escalates to, and if it wasn't voluntary, she only has herself to blame. What did she think was going to happen if she got drunk and went into his room with him? It starts with, she wanted it, and ends with, she deserved it. It doesn't take long to persuade each other to stop seeing a person as a person. And when enough people are quiet for long enough, a handful of voices can give the impression that everyone is screaming. Maya does everything she has to do, everything everyone asks her to do. She answers all the questions from the police, goes for all the tests at the hospital, spends several hours traveling in the car to see a therapist who keeps wanting her to remember, over and over again, the things she just wants to forget, wanting her to feel what she wants to suppress, cry when she wants to scream, talk when she wants to die. Anna calls her, but Maya's switched off her phone. It's full of anonymous text messages. People were so quick to decide what the truth was that they bought pay-as-you-go phones just to be able to tell her what she is without her knowing who they are. She gets home and her jacket slips off onto the hall floor, as if she has shrunk out of it. She becomes smaller and smaller, her organs deserting her one by one. Lungs, kidneys, liver, heart. In the end, there is only poison left. Leo is sitting at his computer when he hears her stop in the doorway of his bedroom. She hasn't been in here since they were little. "What are you doing?" she asks, barely above a whisper. "Playing a game," Leo replies. He's disconnected his computer from the internet. His phone is lying at the bottom of his backpack. His big sister is standing a couple of yards away with her arms clasped tight around her, looking at the bare walls where there were jerseys and posters hanging yesterday. "Can I play?" she whispers. He fetches an extra chair from the kitchen. They play without talking for hours. Kira's at the office, sitting in meeting after meeting with other lawyers, fighting. Peter is at home, cleaning every square inch of it, scrubbing the sink until he can feel the lactic acid, washing all the bedclothes and all the towels, washing every glass they have by hand. When they lost Isak, there were moments when they wished they had an enemy, someone who was guilty, just to have someone to punish. There were people who advised them to talk to God about it. But it's hard to maintain an ordinary conversational tone with God when you're a parent. Hard to believe in a higher power when your fingertips are tracing the years marked on a gravestone. It's not the fault of mathematics. The equation for calculating a lifetime is simple. Take the four-figure number to the right of the stone, subtract the number to the left, and multiply the result by 365. Then add an extra day for each leap year. But however you do it, it doesn't make sense. You count again, but it never comes right. However you do the sums, it's never enough. The days are too few to amount to a whole life. They hated it when people spoke of the condition, because conditions are untouchable. They wanted to have a face, a perpetrator. They needed someone to drown under the weight of all the guilt, because otherwise they themselves would be dragged beneath the surface. They were so selfish, they know that, but when they didn't have anyone to punish, there was only the sky left to scream at. And then their rage was too great for any human being to bear. They wanted an enemy. Now they've got one. And now they don't know if they ought to sit next to their daughter or hunt down the person who harmed her, if they ought to help her live or see to it that he dies. Unless they're the same thing. Hate is so much easier than its opposite. Parents don't heal. Nor do children. Every child in every town in every country has at some point played games that are dangerous to the point of being lethal. Every gang of friends includes someone who always takes things too far, who is the first to jump from the highest rock, the last to jump across the rails when the train comes. That child isn't the bravest, just the least frightened. And possibly the one who feels he or she doesn't have as much to lose as the others. Benji always sought out the strongest physical sensations because they displaced other feelings. Adrenaline and the taste of blood in his mouth and throbbing pain all over his body became a pleasant buzz in his head. He liked scaring himself, because when you're scared, you can't think of anything else. He's never cut his own skin, but he understands those who do. Sometimes he has longed so much for a pain he can see and focus on that he's taken the train to a town several hours away, waited until dark, and then sought out the biggest bastards he could find to start a fight with, and then fought until they had no choice but to give him a serious beating. Because sometimes, when it seriously hurt on the outside, it hurt a little bit less in other places. The bass player sees him before he gets off the stage. He's so surprised that he forgets to hide his smile. He's wearing the same black clothes. You came. The entertainment on offer around here is pretty limited. The bass player laughs. They drink beer 3 steps apart, and overweight, drunk men come up from time to time and slap Benji on the back, praise him on account of his broken foot, curse the fact that the referee was evidently a bastard. Then they mutter, "And that business with Kevin, that's a fucking disgrace." The same back and forth with 7 or 8 men of varying ages. They all want to buy number 16 a beer. The bass player thinks he's probably imagining it, but for every slap on the back, it feels as if Benji retreats slightly. The bass player has been here before. This isn't the first boy he's met who behaves like he's living under an assumed identity. And perhaps it is different in a place like this, where you don't want to let anyone down. When they're alone at last, the bass player empties his glass and says quietly, "I'm gonna get going. I can see you've got a lot of people who want to talk about hockey." Benji grabs hold of his arm and whispers, "No, let's go somewhere." And he catches fire. The bass player goes out into the night and takes the path off to the right of the building. Benji waits 10 minutes before going outside and heading off to the left, taking a shortcut up through the forest before limping back to meet the boy among the trees, swearing and stumbling. "Are you sure you know how to play hockey? You look like you've been doing something wrong," the bass player says, smiling at Benji's crutches. "Are you sure you know how to play the bass? Sounded like you were tuning up the whole way through the gig," Benji retorts. They smoke. The wind gets up in the darkness, whistling across the snow, but at the last moment it seems to decide to leave the boys alone, only touches them fleetingly, tentatively, like hesitant fingertips touching someone else's skin for the first time. "I like your hair," the bass player says, breathing through it. Benji shuts his eyes, lets go of his crutches. He wishes he'd had more to drink, smoked more. He's misjudged his impulse control, left the little bastard awake when he should have knocked it out properly. He tries to let everything happen, but when he lays his palms on the other boy's back, they clench automatically. The boy jerks in surprise. Benji's body tenses, and he purposefully puts his weight on his broken foot until the pain fires burning arrows up through his whole skeleton. Gently he pushes the bass player away from him, picks up his crutches, and whispers, "This was a mistake." The bass player stands alone in the darkness among the trees with his feet lost in the snow, while number 16 limps back toward the barn. He says, "Big secrets turn us into small men." Benji doesn't answer, but he feels small. Monday morning comes to Beartown without ever really granting them daylight, as if it were as reluctant to wake up as the inhabitants. A mother is sitting in a Volvo, trying to convince her daughter that she doesn't have to do this. She doesn't have to go in. Not today. "Yes, I do," the daughter says, stroking her mother's hair. You don't know what they've been saying online," Kira says quietly. "I know exactly what they've been saying. That's why I have to go in." If I wasn't ready for this, I wouldn't have reported him to the police, Mom. Now I can't. Her voice cracks. Kira's nails dig tiny pieces of rubber from the steering wheel. You can't let them win. Because you're your father's daughter. Maya reaches out her hand and brushes 2 stray strands of hair from Kira's cheek and tucks them behind her ear. My mother's. Always my mother's. I want to kill them, darling. I'd like to kill the whole lot of them. I've got the whole firm involved in this. There's not a chance in hell that I'm going to let them win. I've got to go, Mom. This is going to get a lot worse before it gets better. So I need to get going. Kira watches her daughter go. Then she drives as far out into the forest as possible, with the stereo turned up as loud as possible. She gets out and screams until her voice gives out. Chapter 36. The simplest and truest thing David knows about hockey is that teams win games. It doesn't matter how good a coach's tactics are. If they're to stand any chance of working, first the players need to believe in them. And each one of them needs to have the same words imprinted in his head 1,000,000 times. Play your part. Focus on your task. Do your job. David is lying in bed beside his girlfriend, his hand on her stomach. Do you think I'm going to be a good dad? He asks. You're going to be a really, really, really annoying dad, she replies. That's mean. She tweaks his earlobe between her thumb and forefinger. He looks so sad that she starts giggling. You'll have a tactical plan for the birth, and you'll try to set up a contraction strategy with the midwife because there's bound to be some sort of record to try to beat. You'll get it into your head that the length and weight percentiles are a competition. You'll be the most annoying, argumentative, best dad in the world. His fingers trace the outline of her navel. Do you think he, or she, the child, do you think it will like hockey? She kisses him. It's really hard to love you without loving hockey, Dave. And it's really, really, really hard not to love you. He's lying on his back with her legs gently twined around his. This business with Kevin, with everything, I don't know what to do. She whispers without hesitation. Your job, darling. You can't get involved in that. You're not a policeman and you're not a lawyer. You're a hockey coach. Do your job. Isn't that what you always say to the guys? I don't know what you want me to do, the headmaster says into the phone. He's already lost track of how many similar calls he's received this morning. I want you to do your job, Magan Lit shrieks at the other end. You have to try to understand that I can't preempt a police Saliva spatters the phone when Magan replies. Do you know what this is? It's a conspiracy against the whole hockey team. This is all about jealousy. So, what do you want me to do? Your job! Bobo is stacking car tires in the garage. He's stressed and angry as he puts the tools back in their places on the wall and pulls off his dirty overalls. I have to go to school now, Dad. Hogg scratches his beard, looks at his son, and perhaps he feels like saying something without actually knowing what that thing might be. You'll have to help me finish this later. We've got practice this evening. This evening? But the season's over. It's not obligatory, but everyone will be there, for the team's sake. Lit says we have to stand united for Kevin. Lit says that? William Lit? Hogg exclaims. He's never heard anyone in that family talk about standing united on any subject, but he can see in his son's eyes that there's no point discussing this unless he wants an argument, so he merely grunts. Just don't forget that you've got things to do here, too. Once Bobo has showered, he runs out to the road. Aunt Katrine and Hogg watch him from the kitchen window. They can see Lit and at least 10 more juniors standing there waiting. They go everywhere together now. We've got to talk to him. I saw Maya at the hospital. I saw her, and she didn't look like a girl who was lying, Aunt Katrine says. But her husband shakes his head. We can't get involved in this, Anki. It's none of our business. Jeanette is fighting against the black lump in her stomach, trying to suppress the heartburn and migraine she always gets when she's not sleeping properly. I'm just saying we ought to talk to the students about it. We can't just pretend nothing's happening. The headmaster sighs and waves his phone. Please, Jeanette, you've no idea of the pressure I'm under here. The phone's been ringing all morning. The parents have gone mad. I've even had journalists calling. We're simply not equipped to handle something like this. Jeanette cracks her knuckles. She does that when she's nervous. an old habit from her hockey days. So we just stay quiet? Yes. No, Christ, we can't add to the rumors and speculation. What's wrong with people? Why can't we all just wait until the investigation is finished? That's why we have courts, isn't it? We can't set ourselves above the law, Jeanette. That isn't our responsibility. If it turns out, if what this student is saying about Kevin, if it's true, then time will tell. And if it isn't, then we need to be sure we haven't done anything stupid. Jeanette wants to scream, but doesn't. What about Maya? If she comes to school today? The headmaster's facial expression goes from sure to unsure to panic-stricken in the space of just a few words. She won't, obviously. She wouldn't. Do you think she will? I don't know. She won't. Surely she won't. You don't have her in any of your classes, do you? No, but I've got half the players on the team. So exactly what do you want me to do? The headmaster throws his hands up in resignation. What do you think? They're sitting in the cafeteria, chairs touching, heads together. There's fire in William Litt's eyes. Where the fuck is Benji? Has anyone seen him? They shake their heads. Litt jabs his index finger down hard on the table. My mom's arranged for us all to get a lift to head today, okay? We're leaving just before lunch. Don't mention it to anyone not on the team. If the teachers make a fuss, they'll just have to talk to our parents. Okay? They nod. Litt bangs his fist on the table. We're gonna show the bastards doing this, all of them, that we stand together. Because you know what this is, don't you? It's a conspiracy against the whole team. It's jealousy. A conspiracy and fucking jealousy. The boys nod in agreement, determined. They've all got dark circles under their eyes. Several of them have been crying. Litt slaps them on the shoulder one by one. We have to keep the team together now. The whole team. He looks directly at Bobo as he says this. Ahmet is standing by his locker. It looks like he's about to be sick inside it. Bobo heads toward him from the cafeteria and stops awkwardly behind him. We have to keep the team together, Ahmet. Kevin is being released by the police today, so we're going to our first classes, but then the whole team's going to head together. It's important that we all go as a group to show. They both avoid looking toward the row of lockers where Maya has hers. All the pupils going past stare at it without actually looking in that direction, a trick you soon pick up when you're a teenager. The door of the locker is covered in black ink. 5 letters. All she is to them now. Kevin is let out through the door of the police station in Head, hands holding onto him carefully as if he can't walk on his own. On one side his dad, on the other his mom, and around them like a protective wall of flesh and blood is a group of middle-aged men in jeans and smart tailored jackets, ties knotted as tightly as their fists are clenched. Most of them are sponsors of the club, 2 are board members, several are prominent businessmen and entrepreneurs in the region, 1 a local politician. But if anyone asks, they would never present themselves that way, just say, friends of the Erdahl family, just friends of the family. A few steps behind comes the junior team. 1 or 2 of them still look a bit boyish, but en masse they're men, silent and menacing, there to prove something to someone. Kevin's mom tenderly wraps a blanket around his shoulders as they help him into the car. The men surrounding them don't slap him on the back the way they usually do. They pat his cheek lovingly instead. Perhaps that makes it feel easier for them, as if it's the boy who's the victim. Benji is sitting on a low wall 20 yards away. His cap is pulled down low over his forehead, his hood pulled up so that the shadows hide his face. None of the adults even notice him, but Kevin does. For a single second, just as his mother is wrapping the blanket around him and before the car door closes, his eyes meet those of his best friend. Until Kevin looks down. By the time the cavalcade of cars following Kevin's dad leaves Head, Benji is already long gone. The only person left on the street outside the police station is Ahmet. He puts his headphones in, raises the volume, sticks his hands hard in his pockets, and sets off to walk all the way back to Beartown, on his own. Anna walks into the school dining room, the same storm of shrieks and clattering as usual. On a desert island in the corner sits Maya, alone, so isolated that no one has even sat down at the tables next to hers. Everyone is staring without looking. Anna walks toward her, but Maya looks up, like a creature caught in a trap, warning another not to get too close. Maya shakes her head softly. Anna's footsteps shift the gravity of the whole planet with each step she takes, as she lowers her head and goes and sits down at another table, in a different corner. The shame of that moment will follow her until her dying day. A group of older girls, Anna recognizes them from the kitchen at Kevin's party, head toward Maya. First, as if they're pretending she doesn't exist, then, in a flash, as if she's the only thing that does. One of them steps forward with a glass in her hand. Maya sees the others position themselves as a barrier toward the rest of the room, so that even if everyone sees exactly what happens, everyone will be able to claim afterward when the teachers ask that their view was obscured, that they didn't see the incident. As if anyone would want to rape you, you disgusting little bitch. Milk runs down Maya's hair, drips down her face and down inside her top. The glass doesn't break when the girl hits her across the brow with it, nor does her brow. For a fleeting moment, Maya sees the fear in the girl's eyes when she starts to worry she's gone too far, that Maya might start bleeding and collapse on the floor. But Maya's skin is thick, and her attacker's eyes are soon filled with derision again, as if the person she attacked is no longer human. Everyone sees it, but no one sees it. The dining room is simultaneously filled with noise and utterly silent. Maya hears the giggling as a muffled roar in her ears. She sits there calmly with pain throbbing through her brow and forehead and slowly wipes herself with the few small napkins on her tray. They quickly run out. She refuses to look around for more, but suddenly someone puts a thick pile down next to her. A different hand, almost as big as her own, starts wiping the table. She looks at him and then shakes her head, almost beseechingly. "It'll only get worse for you if you sit here," she whispers. "I know," Leo says. Her little brother sits down beside her and starts to eat. In a sea of stares, he seems unconcerned. "So why do it, then?" his big sister asks. Leo looks at her with their mother's eyes. "Because you and I aren't like them. We aren't the bears from Beartown." Chapter 37. Sooner or later, almost every discussion about the way people behave toward one another ends up becoming an argument about human nature. That's never been an easy thing for biology teachers to explain. On the one hand, our entire species survived because we stuck together and cooperated. But on the other hand, we developed because the strongest individuals always thrived at the expense of the weak. So we always end up arguing about where the boundaries should be drawn. How selfish are we allowed to be? How much are we obliged to care about each other? People say, "But what about a sinking ship? What about a burning house?" Because those are dramatic scenarios to imagine. It's hard to win a debate against that. Because if it were a life-and-death situation, who would you save if you could only choose one? Who would you pull out of the freezing water first if the lifeboat only had a limited number of places? Your family. You always start with your family. That's what she tells herself. She's freezing. She turned up the heat and is wearing 4 layers, but she's still shaking. She's gone from room to room in the house. She's cleaned Kevin's room, has gotten rid of all the sheets and pillowcases, has dumped all the t-shirts and jeans from the washing basket into charity collection boxes many miles away from the house. She's vacuumed up all potential blouse buttons and flushed any traces of marijuana down the toilet. Because she's his mom. And that's where you start. When the police arrived, she was standing tall in the doorway. Their lawyers had pointed out that they could object, delay, make things difficult, that the search of the house and any forensic evidence could be deemed inadmissible given that the police only showed up a whole week after the alleged offense. But his mom insisted on letting in the men in uniform. She repeated time and time again that her family had nothing to hide, although she was unable to stop wondering if she was trying to convince them or herself. She can't stop shivering. But she's his mom. So where do you start, if not there? Kevin's dad is sitting in the kitchen, now the command center, making call after call, as more and more men gather in the house. They're all very understanding, sympathetic, angry. They are hurt, aggressive. They're ready for war, not because they've chosen it, but because they don't believe they have a choice. Kevin's dad's childhood friend, Mario Litt, is the loudest of them all. "Do you know what? That girl's family could have come and talked to us. They could have tried to resolve this privately. But instead they waited a whole week, until the moment when they knew would do us the most harm, then went to the police with their lies immediately before the final. If it was actually true, why wasn't it reported at once? Why wait a week? Eh? Should I tell you why? Because some people in this town can't control their own jealousy. He could have called that girl's family by their name, Anderson, but that would have been less effective. He needn't have said anything more, because soon the theory is spreading on its own. This is what happens when you let a GM get too big for his boots, isn't it? We've given him too much influence. He thinks he owns the club. So now he can't handle the fact that he's losing his own power, right? And the fact that Kevin is better than he ever was, and the board and the sponsors are going against his wishes and demanding that David take over from soon as A-team coach, right? So now the GM is trying to drag his family into it. When David arrives at the house, there are 3 middle-aged men standing outside, as if on guard. Tonight, there will be players from the junior team there instead. David already knows that. As if the house needed protecting. Looks like a scene from The Godfather, David mutters. Tails answers him. The big man looks embarrassed and therefore laughs a bit too loudly. Yes, it does, doesn't it? Like Don Corleone needs our help, as if a bunch of fat sponsors could make any real difference. He chuckles and pats his own stomach, trying to appear nonchalant, but eventually gives up and puts a huge hand on David's shoulder, saying, Oh, David, we just want to support the family. You can understand that, can't you? We just want to show that we stand united. You can see that. I mean, no one knows Kevin better than you. Christ, you practically raised the boy. And do you think one of the boys on your team could do what he's been accused of? Eh? One of your own lads? You can understand why we're here, can't you? David doesn't reply. That isn't his job. Not his place. Because who do you start with? If you really had to choose, who do you say first? Whose word do you believe? Kevin is sitting on his bed. He looks small beneath the posters on the wall. His hoodie looks too big for him. He's spent 2 nights in the police station. It doesn't matter how comfortable the bunk is or how friendly the staff is to you. When you hear the door lock from the outside before you go to bed, it does something to a person. That's what he tells himself, that he has no choice, that it isn't his fault, that this may not even have actually happened. His parents' house is full of men who have known him since he was a child. They know him. All his life he has been special, chosen, has been expected to do something out of the ordinary. So they don't believe this of him. How could they even entertain the possibility? They're not going to let him down. And if enough people stand behind you, you can start to believe almost anything that comes out of your mouth. That's what he tells himself. David closes the door behind him, stands in front of the bed, and looks the boy right in the eye. All the tens of thousands of hours they've spent on the ice together. All the weekends on the team bus, driving up and down the country, all the gas station sandwiches and poker parties. He was a child until recently. Until very recently. Just look me in the eye and tell me you didn't do it. I'm not asking for anything else, David says. And Kevin looks him straight in the eye, shakes his head as he cries, whispers with wet cheeks. I slept with her because that's what she wanted. She asked me to. Ask anyone who was at the party. Shit, Coach. Really? You seriously think I could rape someone? Why would I do that? All the fathers against sons days at the rink that David has spent down on the lake with Kevin and Benji. All that he's taught them. All that they've shared. Next year they'll be taking over the A-team, together. Who do you start with? If the water is freezing but you know the boat won't be able to carry everyone to the shore, who do you sacrifice first? Who do you protect unto the last? Kevin isn't the only one who'll suffer if he confesses. Everyone he loves will. That's what David tells himself. David sits on the boy's bed and hugs him, promises that everything will be okay, that he'll never let him down, that he's proud of him. The boat may be rocking, but it's not letting in water. All the feet in the house are dry. Kevin turns to his coach and whispers, like he was a primary school pupil again. The team are training today, aren't they? Can I come? On a stool in her bedroom sits a mother, thinking about a childhood. How she and her husband used to come home from trips abroad when Kevin was 10 or 11 and find the house in a complete mess. His father always swore, even though he never seemed to appreciate how calculated the chaos was. But his mom soon learned to understand the pattern. The same things had moved. The same pictures would be hanging crookedly. The bin full of prepared meals whose contents had obviously been opened at the same time. When Kevin became a teenager and started having parties, his mother started to come home to a house where the boy had obviously done all he could to make it look like he hadn't even been there. But before that, when he was little, when he proudly promised his dad that he wasn't scared of being on his own, he always had to come back on that last evening and mess up the whole house so that no one would know he had slept at Benji's the whole time. On a chair in his kitchen sits a father, and all around him his friends and business partners are talking. But he no longer hears the words. He knows he occupies his position in this town, his status among this group of men, purely because of his money. None of these men play golf with poor guys. And he's been poor. All his life he has strived for perfection, not out of vanity, but as a survival strategy. He has never been given anything for free. He's never cut himself any slack, the way men who are born rich can. He's convinced that's the reason for his success, the fact that he's been prepared to work harder and fight more ruthlessly than everyone else. And continuing to hunt perfection in all things means never being satisfied, never resting on your laurels. You can't live that sort of life half the time. Your work and private life become the same thing. Everything in his life has become a reflection of him as a person. Even his son. Any crack in the facade could lead to an avalanche. He may have wanted to talk to Kevin when he picked him up from the police station, but every word came out as a roar. A man who takes great pride from the fact that he never loses his temper, never raises his voice, screaming so loudly that the car shook. He may have wanted to scream about what had happened, but it was easier to scream about why. How the hell could you let yourself get drunk a week before the final? It's easier to talk about a cause rather than a problem. For a dad who works with numbers, mathematics provides a more bearable explanatory model. If only X hadn't existed, Y never would have happened. If Kevin hadn't had a party despite promising his parents that he wouldn't, if he hadn't gotten drunk, if he hadn't taken a girl up to his room, then they wouldn't have had to deal with this problem. But now the father has no choice. He can't afford to let anyone tell lies about his son. He can't accept the idea of anyone attacking his family. When the police became involved, when they dragged Kevin off the bus in front of the whole town, when the reporters from the local paper started to call, that was when things passed the point where there could have been a peaceful solution. Now it's too late. The father has a business that consists of his name, and if that name gets sullied, it could destroy the entire life of the family. So he can't let them win. He can't even let them exist. It's not enough merely to hurt them. He has to hunt them down with every weapon he can find. There's no right or wrong in this house anymore. Just survival. David and Kevin are still sitting on the bed when Kevin's father opens the door. He stands in front of them, tired and pale, and explains in a very controlled voice, I understand that you only want to think about hockey right now. But if you want there even to be an A team to coach and play in next season, you need to listen very carefully, now. Either the two of you stay at the club, or Peter Anderson does. There's no middle way. His daughter is lying, and there may be 1,000 reasons for that. Maybe she had sex because she's in love, and when she discovered that her feelings weren't reciprocated, she invented the story about rape. Maybe her dad found out and got angry, so she lied to protect herself because she wants to go on being daddy's innocent little girl. Who knows? 15-year-old girls aren't rational. David looks down at the floor. He can remember when Kevin was receiving offers from all the big teams but chose not to go, because he didn't want to leave Benji and his home because he was scared. It was David who persuaded Kevin's dad to let him stay in Beartown. He promised that the boy would develop just as well here, would get to play on the A-team early, and would achieve even greater things once he did turn professional. His dad agreed because David was going to be A-team coach, and because the decision simultaneously made his company even more popular in the district. Kevin was a Beartown kid, his dad a Beartown man, and that looked good. His dad has invested a lot of money in that image. So now he points at Kevin and sternly says, This isn't a game anymore. Peter Anderson waited a week before going to the police because he wanted the police to drag you off that bus. He wanted everyone to see that. So either he forces us out of this club, or we force him out. Together. There are no other options. David says nothing. He's thinking about his job, his team, all those hours. And one single memory refuses to leave him He saw Peter in the parking lot when the police came to the bus. He saw him standing there waiting. Kevin's dad is right. Peter wanted to see it happen. Kevin lifts his head and snot and tears drip onto the floor when he says, "Someone needs to talk to Amit. I didn't do anything. You know I didn't do anything. But maybe Amit thinks... He came into the room and saw us. She just got scared, okay? She rushed out, but maybe Amit thinks... You know." David doesn't look up, because he doesn't want to see the way the father is looking at the son. Chapter 38. There are damn few things in life that are harder than admitting to yourself that you're a hypocrite. Amit is walking along, half on the edge of the road and half in the ditch. He's wet and cold, and his brain went numb long before his feet. He's halfway between Head and Beartown when an old Saab drives past and stops 10 yards ahead of him. It waits for him as he walks slowly toward it. There are 2 men in their late 20s or early 30s sitting in the front seats. Black jackets, wary eyes. He knows who they are. He doesn't know which is more dangerous, looking them in the eye or avoiding doing so. A few months ago, the local paper interviewed a player from a team that was due to play Beartown's A-team. The player came from the South. He didn't know any better. So when the reporter asked if he was frightened by the violent reputation of the pack, the passionate supporters up in Beartown, he said he certainly wasn't frightened of a few forest gangsters from a dying town. When the team's bus was driving through the forest the next day, they found the road in front of them blocked by a couple of vans. Out of the trees stepped 30 or 40 masked men in black jackets, armed with tree branches. They stood there for 10 minutes, let the team on board prepare themselves for the moment when the door was smashed in and the bus invaded, but nothing happened. Suddenly the forest swallowed the men up again, the vans reversed out of the way, and the bus was allowed through. The player who had talked to the paper turned to an older player and gasped, "Why didn't they do anything?" The older player replied, "They were just introducing themselves. They want you to think about what they could do when the bus is going back the other way." Beartown lost the match, but the player who had talked to the paper played his worst ever match. When he got back to his own town, someone had already been there and smashed the windows of his car, filled it with branches and leaves, and set fire to it. "You're Amit, right?" the man in the driver's seat asks. The driver nods toward the back door. "Want a lift?" Amit doesn't know if it's more dangerous to say yes or no, but in the end he shakes his head. The men don't look insulted. The driver even smiles when he says, "Nice to have a bit of a walk, yeah? We get it." He puts the car in gear, slowly releases the clutch, but before it starts to move, he leans out of the window and adds, "We saw you play in the semifinal, Amit. You've got heart. When you and the other juniors make it to the A-team, we can build something really good around here again. A real Beartown team made up of real Beartown guys. You get it? You, Benji, Philip, Lit, Kevin." Amit knows that the expression on his face is being scrutinized by the men in the car when Kevin's name is mentioned, that this was the whole reason why they stopped. His chin moves quickly up and down. Their eyes meet very briefly. They know that he understands. They wish him a pleasant walk and pull away. Peter is sitting in his office, staring at a black computer screen. He's thinking about the right sort of guy. He's said those words hundreds of times in hundreds of different rooms, and hundreds of men have nodded in agreement, even though he is certain that no one can explain exactly what they mean. It's a pointless term to use in hockey, because it suggests that who you are off the ice says something about who you are on it. And that's a difficult thing to acknowledge. Because if you love hockey, if you love anything, really, you'd really prefer it to exist inside a bubble, unaffected by anything happening outside. You want there to be one place, one single place, which will always be exactly the same, no matter how much the world outside might change. That's why Peter likes to say, hockey and politics don't belong together. When he said that during an argument with Kira a few years ago, his wife snorted and said, "No? What do you think gets rinks built, if not politics? Do you think it's only people who like hockey who pay taxes, then?" A few years ago, there was an incident at one of the A-team's away games. A Beartown player lost his temper and brought his stick down on the head of an opponent, a promising 20-year-old. He was ejected for the rest of the game, but escaped a longer suspension. When he left the ice and was on his way to the locker room, he was confronted by 2 men, the assistant coach of the other team, and one of their sponsors. An argument and a clumsy fight ensued. The player hit the coach in the face with his glove, and the sponsor pulled the player's helmet off and tried to headbutt him before the player smashed his stick into the sponsor's knee and knocked him to the floor. No one suffered any serious injury, but the player was reported to the police and was fined several days' wages. As for the player who got hit in the head while on the ice during the game, the resulting concussion and neck injury ended his career. Peter remembers the incident because Kira brought it up again and again for the rest of the season. So when someone gets into a fight 3 yards from the ice, it's okay to report them to the police. But a minute and a half earlier, when the same man hits a 20-year-old over the head with a stick in the middle of a match, he just has to go and sit and feel embarrassed for a little while? Peter couldn't win against her, because he didn't want to say what he really felt. That he didn't think what had happened in the players' tunnel should have been reported to the police either. Not because he liked violence, and not because he was in any way trying to defend what the player had done, but because he wanted hockey to solve hockey's problems. Inside the bubble. He's always felt that it's impossible to explain that to anyone who doesn't love hockey. Now he's no longer sure he can even convince himself. And he doesn't know what that says about him. Hypocrisy is a damn hard thing to admit. The club's president wipes his hands on his pants and feels the sweat trickling down the base of his spine. He's spent all day talking on the phone, trying to put this off as long as possible, but he no longer has a choice. The threats of withdrawn sponsors' money and resigned memberships have grown too strong, and everyone is asking the same thing. Whose side are you really on? As if a hockey club is supposed to choose a side. The president is proud to represent a popular movement that is independent of ideologies, religions, and other faiths. He doesn't believe in God, but he does believe in hockey. And he believes in the unifying strength of a hockey club precisely because it only defines itself as a hockey club. The stands are unique. They contain rich and poor alike, high and low, right and left. And how many places like that does society have left? How many troublesome guys has hockey kept away from addiction and prison? How much money does hockey save society? How come everything bad that happens is hockey's problem, but everything good is thanks to something else? It drives the president mad that people don't appreciate how much work goes on behind the scenes. You need more diplomacy here than in the headquarters of the United Nations. The phone rings again. Again. In the end, he stands up and goes out into the hallway, where he tries to breathe normally in spite of the pressure in his chest. Then he goes and stands in the doorway to Peter's office and says quietly, "Maybe you should go home, Peter, until this blows over." Peter sits on his chair without looking at him. He's already packed his things away in boxes, hasn't even switched his computer on. He's just been waiting. "Is that what you think? Or are you just scared about what other people think?" The president frowns. "For God's sake, Peter, you know perfectly well that I think this whole situation is terrible. Just terrible. What your daughter is going through is..." Peter stands up. "Maya. You can say her name. You come to her birthday party every year. You taught her to ride a bike, do you remember? Right here, in front of the rink. I'm just trying... Please, Peter. The board is just trying to handle this responsibly." Peter's eyebrows quiver. That's the only physical sign of the unbearable firestorm raging inside him. Responsibly? Let me guess. The board would rather we had dealt with this internally. That we hadn't involved the police and the media and just looked each other in the eye and talked about it. Is that more or less what people have been telling you over the phone today? It was rape. How do you deal with that internally? When Peter picks up his boxes and walks out into the hallway, the president gets out of the way, then clears his throat unhappily and says, "It's her word against his, Peter. We have to think of the team first. You of all people ought to understand that. The club can't take a position on this." Peter doesn't turn around when he replies, "The club has taken a position. It just did." He dumps his boxes in the back of his car, but leaves it in the parking lot. He walks slowly through the town without knowing where he's going. The school headmaster hardly has time to put the phone down before it rings again. Voice after voice, parent after parent. What answers do they want? What do they expect? This is a police matter. Let the courts decide. As if running a school isn't hard enough. The girl's mother is a lawyer. The boy's father, one of the most powerful men in the entire district. One person's word against another's. Who'd want to get in the middle of that? That can't be the task of the school, surely. So the headmaster says the same thing again, over and over again, to everyone. Please, let's not make this political. Whatever you do, don't make this political. One advantage of having a brother who works for the security company is that all her nocturnal outings as a result of false alarms have given Jeanette a specialist's knowledge of the architecture of the school. For instance, she knows where on the top floor to find the small cubbyhole containing the narrow staircase that the chimney sweeps once used to reach the roof. And up there, behind an air vent just above the dining room, a teacher can have a cigarette without being spotted by either the headmaster or any students. And that's needed more on some days than others. That's how Jeanette happens to see Benji walking across the schoolyard just after lunch. All the other players in the junior team are playing truant to be with Kevin. So the fact that Benji is here of his own volition can only mean that he's looking for the opposite. Anna is sitting alone in a classroom full of students who are talking about nothing but Maya and Kevin. Maya is sitting alone in another classroom where no one is talking at all. She sees the notes they pass across each other's desks, the phones they conceal on their laps. She will always be this to them now. At best, the girl who got raped. At worst, the girl who lied. They will never let her be anyone but that. In every room, on every street, in the supermarket, and at the rink, she will walk in like an explosive device. They will be scared to touch her, even the ones who believe her, because they don't want to risk getting hit by shrapnel when she detonates. They will back away in silence, turn in a different direction. They will wish that she would just disappear, that she had never been here. Not because they hate her, because they don't, not all of them. They don't all scrawl bitch on her locker. They don't all rape her. They aren't all evil. But they're all silent. Because that's easier. She gets up in the middle of the class and leaves the room without a word of protest from her teacher. She crosses an empty hallway, goes into a bathroom, stands in front of the mirror, and smashes her fist into it as hard as she can. The glass shatters, and it takes a few seconds for the pain to reach her brain, and she has time to see the blood before it actually hurts. Benji sees her go in. He does his best to persuade himself to go in the other direction. Keep quiet. Don't get involved. But then he hears the crash and the tinkling sound as pieces of glass hit the porcelain sink, and he's broken enough mirrors himself to recognize the noise. He knocks on the door. When she doesn't answer, he says, "I can kick it in, or you can unlock it. Your choice." She's standing there with toilet paper wrapped clumsily around her knuckles. It's slowly turning red. Benji closes the door behind him, nods toward the mirror. 7 years bad luck. Perhaps Maya ought to be frightened, but she hasn't got the energy. She can't even be bothered to feel hate. She doesn't feel anything at all. Hardly makes any difference to me now, does it? Benji sticks his hands in his pockets. They stand in silence, the victim and the best friend. The bitch and the brother. Maya clears her throat to stifle her sobs and says, "I don't care what you want. I get that you hate me. You think I'm lying to get your best friend in trouble. But you're wrong. You're fucking wrong." Benji takes his hands out of his pockets, carefully picks some pieces of glass out of the sink, and drops them one by one into the trash. "You're the one who's wrong." "Screw you," Maya hisses, and moves toward the door, and the boy slips nimbly out of the way so she doesn't have to come into physical contact with him. And only much later will she realize what a considerate gesture that was. Benji utters the words so quietly that at first she thinks she's misheard. "You're the one who's wrong, Maya, because you think he's still my best friend." Jeanette has an hour between lessons. She takes the opportunity to go to the bathroom to wash the smell of cigarettes off her fingers while the hallway is empty. She stops when she sees Maya come out, in tears and with her knuckles bleeding as if she smashed something. The girl doesn't see the teacher, just runs off in the other direction, toward the exit. The next moment, the washroom explodes with noise as a sink is torn from the wall and thrown to the floor. A toilet is kicked to pieces, a trash can thrown straight through the window. It doesn't take long for the hallway to fill with adults and pupils, but by then everything inside the bathroom has already been systematically smashed and demolished. It takes one headmaster, one caretaker, and 2 gym teachers to grab hold of Benji and get him out of the bathroom. The school will describe this later as an emotional outburst from a student with a well-documented history of problems with aggression. They will say that it is understandable, considering his relationship to the boy who had been accused of You know. Jeanette stands and stares at the wreckage, meets Benji's gaze, and watches as he is led away. The boy smashed up an entire bathroom and accepted both suspension and liability for the cost of repairs without blinking, all because he didn't want anyone to know that Maya had smashed a mirror. He decided that she had already bled enough. The only adult who will know this is Jeanette, and she will never say anything. She knows a thing or two about keeping secrets herself. She goes back up onto the roof, smokes the rest of the pack. Kira is in her office, buried in printouts of previous judgments and precedents from sexual assault cases, in constant discussion with her colleagues, total mobilization for war. She is feeling everything all at the same time: rage, grief, impotence, a desire for vengeance, hatred, terror. Yet it still falls away from her in an instant when her phone vibrates and her daughter's name illuminates the screen. 4 little words. Can you come home? Never has a mother driven a car faster through that forest. Maya is sitting on the floor of the bathroom at home, rinsing the blood from her hand before finally collapsing altogether. Everything she has held back, everything she has tried to stifle, everything she has tried not to show in order to protect the people she loves, to stop them having to feel as much pain as her. She can't bear their pain as well. She can't handle the weight of other people's sorrow on top of this. I didn't want the bastards to see me bleed, she whispers to her mother. Sometimes I'm afraid that they're going to have to understand that you're a real person, her mother sobs, clutching her daughter so very, very tightly in her arms. Chapter 39. What is a community? Amit sees it from a long way off. No one in the Hollow has such an expensive car, and no one who has such an expensive car drives to the Hollow voluntarily. The man gets out, self-assured and straight-backed. Hi there, Amit. Do you know who I am? Amit nods. You're Kevin's dad. Kevin's dad smiles, looks at Amit. He sees the boy glance at his watch and presumes that he's trying to figure out how many months of his mom's wages one like it would cost. The man remembers what he was like at that age, when he didn't have a damn thing and hated anyone who did. Can we have a little chat, Amit? Just you and me, man to man. Tails is sitting in his office at one end of the supermarket. His chair creaks beneath his bulky frame as he rests his forehead on his palm. The voice on the phone is unhappy, but not sympathetic. It's nothing personal, Tails. But you must see that we can't build a hockey academy in Beartown after all this. We can't let the media make it look like we... you know. The man on the phone is a local counselor, Tails an entrepreneur, but they're also 2 boys who used to play hockey together down on the lake. Sometimes their conversations are on the record, sometimes off, and today's is floating somewhere in between the 2. I have a responsibility to the council, Tails, and to the party. You can understand that, surely. Tails understands. He's always been a man who believed in difficult questions and simple answers. What's a business? It's an idea. What's a town? A collection of individuals. What's money? Possibilities. Behind his back, on the other side of the wall, someone is banging with a hammer. Tails is expanding his supermarket because growth means survival. An entrepreneur who isn't moving isn't actually standing still. He's going backward. I've got to go, Tails. I've got a meeting, the voice on the phone says apologetically. A phone hangs up. An idea is gone. A hockey academy no longer exists. What does that mean? When Tails was young, there were 3 schools in Beartown. Now there's 1. Once the hockey academy has been built in Head, how long will it be before the council shuts the last school here? And when the best juniors from here train in the rink in Head all day, it will be only natural for them to play in Head's A-team in the evenings. When Beartown's A-team can't recruit the best youngsters in the area, the club will collapse. The rink won't be renovated. There won't be any new employment opportunities, which would have been a natural step toward other developments. A conference center, a shopping mall, a new industrial estate, better links to the freeway, maybe even an airport. What's a hockey club? Maybe Tails is a hopeless romantic. His wife often says he is. But to him, a hockey club is what makes everyone in this town remember, once a week, all the things they have in common instead of what divides them. The club is proof that they can work together to become something greater. It teaches them to dream, He believes in difficult questions and simple answers. What happens to a town that doesn't grow? It dies. Peter comes into the store. Everyone sees him, but no one does. Staff and customers, young and old, his childhood friends and neighbors, they all slide away as he approaches, disappear behind shelves and into aisles, pretending to be absorbed in their shopping lists and comparing prices. Only one man looks straight at him. Tails stands in the doorway to his office, meets Peter's gaze. What is a GM? What is a team captain? What is a childhood friend? Tails puts one foot hesitantly in front of the other, opens his mouth as if to say something, but Peter merely shakes his head slowly. He will never know that his daughter shook her head at Anna in the school dining room because she didn't want the hatred directed at her to hit her friend. But he does the same thing here. And when he goes back inside his office and closes the door, Tails' shame is the same shame all friends feel when they fall short. People are good at feeling shame in this town. They start training early. Kevin's dad doesn't wait for an answer, just rubs his hands and chuckles. Still cold in March. I never get used to it. Shall we sit in the car? Amit sits in the seat in silence, closes the door as if he's afraid it might break. The car smells of leather and perfume. Kevin's dad looks at the blocks of apartments. I grew up in a block that looked almost exactly like these. I think maybe mine was one story smaller. Your dad doesn't live with you, does he? He asks the questions directly, without any complication, the same way he conducts all his business. He died in the war, just after I was born, Amit replies, blinking more quickly. The man notices even though he's not facing him. My mom was on her own too. Me and 3 brothers. The hardest job on the planet, isn't it? Your mom's got trouble with her back, hasn't she? Amit tries to hide it, but the man sees his eyebrows twitch. So he goes on, sensitively. I know a good physiotherapist. I can arrange for her to get seen. That would be very nice of you, the boy murmurs, without making eye contact. The man holds out his hands briefly. I'm actually surprised that no one else has already helped her with that. Someone who works at the club ought to have asked how she was, surely, don't you think? She's been working there long enough, hasn't she? Since we moved here, Amit admits. We're supposed to look after each other in this town, Amit, don't you think? In our town and our club, we take care of each other, the man says, handing him a business card. Is this the physiotherapist's number? Amit asks. No, that's the number of the personnel manager of a business in Head. Tell your mom to call and arrange an interview. Office work, no cleaning. Light admin, filing, that sort of thing. She knows the language well enough? Amit nods a little too quickly, a little more eagerly than he would have liked. Yes, of course. Well then, just call that number, Kevin's dad says. Then he says nothing for a long time, as if that were the whole purpose of his visit. What is a pack? Nothing, if you ask its members. It doesn't exist. The men sitting around the tables in the bearskin have nothing in common apart from the fact that they're men. The oldest are over 40, the youngest not even able to vote. Some have the bear tattooed on their necks, others on their arms, many not at all. Some have good jobs, others bad jobs, many no job at all. Some have families, children, mortgages, and go on package holidays, and some live alone and have never set foot outside Beartown. That is precisely the problem when the police try to identify them as the pack. They only have something in common when you see them together. As soon as they're a few feet away from each other, they're just individuals. And what is a club? If you ask them, it belongs to them. Not the old bastards, the men who wear smart jackets to games, the sponsors and board members and president and GM. They're all the same. In a single season, all those old bastards could disappear, but the club would still be there. The pack, too. It's a thing that doesn't exist and always exists. They're not always threatening. Rarely violent, unless it's a match day and there are opposing fans in the vicinity. But they make a point of showing the old bastards who the club really belongs to, every now and then. And what happens if you jeopardize its survival. Ramona is standing behind the bar. The men in black jackets are sitting at her tables. They're the most considerate lads she knows. They buy her food and put in new bulbs up in the apartment without her even having to ask. When she once asked why they hate Peter so much, Their eyes darkened, and one of them replied, "Because that fucker never had to fight for hockey. He got it all on a plate. So he's frightened. The sponsors have got him on a leash. He puts their fucking logos ahead of what's best for the club. Everyone knows he grew up in the standing section, but when the sponsors want to drive out those of us standing there now and replace us with the fucking hot dogs and Coke audience, he doesn't say a word. Everyone knows he loves Soon like a father, and that he doesn't want David to be A-team coach, but he just keeps his mouth shut. What sort of man is that? How can we let him be GM of our club?" Ramona fixed her eyes on them and hissed, "And what about you, then? How many people in this town would dare to disagree with you? Do you think that means you're right? Every single fucking time?" They fell silent then. Ramona could, perhaps, have been proud of that, if it weren't for the fact that through the small windows facing the street she now sees Peter walking along, slowly as if he doesn't know where he's going. He stops and looks in through the window with a bag of groceries in his hand, hesitating. Ramona could have gone out and gotten him, offered him a cup of coffee. It would have been so simple. But she looks around her inside the bearskin at the men at the tables, and the only thing that is simpler than offering Peter coffee in this town right now is not doing so. How big is the world when you're 12 years old? Both infinite and infinitesimal. It's all your wildest dreams, but it's also a cramped locker room in an ice rink. Leo is sitting on a bench. The front of his jersey has a large bear on it. No one is looking at him, but everyone is. His best friends get up and move to another bench when he sits down. He doesn't get a single pass all session. He wishes someone had checked him. He wishes they'd thrown his clothes in the shower. He almost wishes that they'd shouted something horrible about his sister, just to escape the silence. Amit's fingers can't stop feeling the edge of the business card. Kevin's dad looks at the time as if he's in a hurry to leave and smiles at Amit as if they're done. Amit even has time to reach for the door handle before the man pats him paternally on the shoulder and says, as if the thought has only just occurred to him, "By the way, at the party, my son's party, I know you think you might have seen something that night, Amit. But I think you also know that an awful lot of people saw how much alcohol you drank at that party, right?" The quivering business card betrays how much she is shaking. Kevin's dad puts his hand on his. "You can get so many ideas in your head when you've been drinking, Amit, but that doesn't mean that they're true. People do stupid things when they're drunk. Trust me, I've done plenty." The man laughs, warmly and self-deprecatingly. Amit is still staring at the business card. The name of a personnel manager. A big company. A different life. "Are you in love with Maya?" The man asks so abruptly that Amit nods before he has time to think. It's the first time he's admitted it to anyone. Tears are pricking the backs of his eyelids. The man is still holding his fingers gently and says, "She's put you in a terrible situation. You and Kevin. A goddamn terrible situation. And do you think she cares about you, Amit? Do you think she would have done this if she did? It's hard for you to understand now, but girls need attention in a different way than boys. And they do goddamn weird things to get it. Little girls gossip and spread rumors, but men don't. Men look each other in the eye and sort things out without involving everyone else. Don't you think?" Amit glances at him, bites his lip and nods. Kevin's dad leans over confidentially and whispers, "That girl chose Kevin. But believe me, there'll soon come a time when she'll wish she'd picked you instead. When you're playing in the A-team, when you turn professional, the girls will flock to you. And then you'll understand that some of them can't be trusted. They're like a virus." Amit sits in silence, feeling the weight of the man's hand on his shoulder. "Is there anything you want to tell me, Amit?" The boy shakes his head. Sweat from his fingers is starting to stain the business card. The man takes out his wallet and hands him 5,000 kroner notes. "I heard you might need new skates. From now on, whenever you need anything, you can just call me. We take care of each other, in this town and on this team." Amit takes the money and folds the notes around the business card, opens the door, and gets out. The man rolls down his window and calls, "I know that tonight's training session is voluntary, but it would be good if you were there. The team needs to stick together, right? People are nothing when they're alone in this world, Amit." The boy promises to go. The man laughs, pretends to be angry, and frowns, hunches his shoulders, and growls, Because we are the Bears from Beartown. The expensive car turns around and disappears out onto the road. A considerably cheaper car is parked at the other end of the parking lot, an old Saab with its hood open. Its owner, a young man in a black jacket with a bear tattooed on his neck, is leaning over it, tinkering with the engine. He pretends not to notice either the expensive car or the boy it leaves behind in front of the apartment blocks, but when Kevin's dad has gone, Amit drops something in the snow. The boy stands for a long time, staring down, as if he were trying to decide whether to pick it up again. In the end, he wipes his face with the back of his hand and disappears into one of the stairwells. The young man waits a minute before leaving the Saab and going over to pick up the 5,000 kroner notes from the ground. They're crumpled from having been clenched in his sweaty palm. The man puts them in the pocket of his black jacket. Amit closes the door of the apartment behind him, looks at the business card, hides it in his room, and fetches his skates. They're too small, and so worn that the paint is peeling off them. He knows exactly what sort he could buy with 5,000 kroner. All the children in the hollow know the price of things they can't afford. He packs his bag and goes out, runs down the stairs, opens the door. The money's gone. He will never be able to say for sure if that made him feel disappointed or relieved. Peter is standing on a quiet street. He can see the roof of the rink from here. What is a home? It's a place that belongs to you. So can it still be your home if you're no longer welcome there? He doesn't know. He will talk to Kira this evening. She'll say, "I can get a job anywhere," and Peter will nod, even though he can't get a job anywhere. They will talk about moving, and he will decide seriously to try to live without hockey. He doesn't notice, but when he starts walking again, an old Saab drives past him. Kira is taking the trash out. That's her daughter's job. They agreed on that when she got her guitar, but things are different now. Not even the summer will help cure her daughter's fear of the dark. There's a smell of fresh coffee coming from their neighbor's window. God, how Kira used to sigh about all the coffee when the family moved to Beartown. Coffee, coffee, coffee. Don't people do anything but drink coffee here? She grumbled to Peter, and Peter shrugged and said, "They just want to show that they'd like to be your friends. It's hard to say, 'Can I be your friend?' It's much easier to say, 'Would you like coffee?' This is a town where people, well, I don't really know how to explain it. A town where people believe in difficult questions and simple answers." Kira got used to it. All the things they expressed with a drink in this place in the forest. Whenever they wanted to say, "Thanks," or "Sorry," or "I'm right there with you," they would say, "Would you like coffee?" or "Can I get you a beer?" or "2 shots, please, on my tab." Kira drops the garbage in the bin. There are lights on in the neighbors' windows. No one opens the door. David leads the team out of the locker room, out of the rink. They're training in the forest this evening. He gets them to do push-ups, and no one fights harder than Bobo. The boy who may not even get to play hockey next season. He's too old for the juniors and too bad for the seniors, but he's here of his own accord, sweating blood. David gets them to run, and Philip comes in first every time. Next season will be his biggest, the year when everyone else sees how good he really is. They will say that he is an overnight success. Sure, it's only taken all his time since he was 5 years old. Only taken everything he and his mom had. Overnight. Christ. It's only taken his whole life. David gets them to play tug-of-war, and Lit almost dislocates his shoulder trying to win. And Amit? He doesn't say a word to anyone, but he completes every exercise, does everything asked of him. The club's president is standing at the edge of the forest, close enough to see but far enough away not to be easily spotted. He's sweating. When the big car stops down in the parking lot in front of the rink and Kevin and his dad get out, it's the first time anyone has ever seen his dad attend a training session. Kevin is already in his equipment and jogs toward his team in the forest, and the cheers ring out among the trees as they greet him like a king. The president remains standing on the edge of the tree line as David stands in the middle of his boys and shakes Kevin's dad's hand. The president's eyes meet those of the coach across the distance, just for a moment. Then the president turns and goes back to his office. If Kevin had come into the rink, The club would have been forced to talk about principles and consequences. The president might have had to ask him to go home, just until this blows over. But he can't stop the boys from training in the forest. That's what they all tell themselves. In another part of town, outside a house in the Heights, Kevin's mom takes the garbage out. She looks gray, from exhaustion as much as anything else, but new makeup has hidden the signs of crying. She opens the bin, her back straight, her gaze fixed. There are lights on in the windows all around. A door opens. A voice calls out to her. "Would you like to come over for coffee?" Another door opens in the next house. Then another. Then another. Difficult questions, simple answers. What is a community? It is the sum total of our choices. Chapter 40. There's an old saying that Soon loves. What do you call it when a man goes out into the forest and other men follow him? Leadership. What do you call it when a man goes out into the forest alone? A walk. Peter walks into the house, puts the milk in the fridge, the bread on the countertop, drops the car keys in a bowl. Only then does he remember that he's left the car outside the rink. He wonders calmly if he's going to find it burned out tomorrow, full of charred branches. He picks up the keys, removes the key ring they're attached to, puts the keys back in the bowl, and drops the key ring in the garbage. Kira comes into the kitchen, stands on top of his feet, and he dances slowly, whispering in his wife's ear. "We can move. You can get a job anywhere." "But you can't, darling. You can't just get another job in hockey somewhere else." He knows. He knows that all too well. But he's never been more certain of anything than when he says, "You moved here for me. I can move away from here for her." Kira holds his face in the palms of her hands. She sees his car keys in the bowl. For as long as she's known him, all his keys have been on a bear-shaped key ring. Not anymore. Anna is sitting on her bed. The room no longer feels like it's hers. When her mom was at her angriest, when she was most hurt that her daughter hadn't moved with her after the divorce, she said Anna was a classic case of codependency, that she was staying for her dad's sake because she knew he wouldn't manage without her. Maybe it was true. Anna doesn't know. She's always wanted to be close to him, not because he understood her, but because he understood the forest. That was her big adventure, and no one knew more about that than he did. There was no better hunter in the whole of Beartown than her dad. As a child, she would lie awake in bed at night with her clothes on, hoping that the phone would ring. Whenever there was a car accident involving a wild animal anywhere in the district, which happened fairly regularly in winter, and the driver informed the police that the animal had disappeared into the forest, injured, it was Anna's dad who they called. His stubbornness and obstinacy and taciturnity were poor qualities in life, but perfect in the forest. "The pair of you can just sit here for the rest of your lives then, never saying a word," her mom yelled when she left. So they did. They just didn't see anything wrong with it, that's all. Anna has very clear memories of always nagging her dad to take her with him at night when she was little, but she never got her way. It was always too dangerous, too late at night, too cold, and she knew that meant he had been drinking. Her dad always trusted his daughter in the forest, but not himself. Audrey is going around the kennels feeding the dogs. She can see Benji in the gym in the outbuilding. His crutches are on the floor while he's on the bench press. He's lifted ridiculous amounts of weight this evening, even allowing for the fact that he's her crazy brother. She knows that the team is having a voluntary training session today. She heard in town that they were out running in the forest, and that Kevin was there too. But she doesn't ask Benji why he'd rather be alone. She doesn't want to be that sort of nagging sister. She may not have been born here, but she's still a Beartown girl, as tough as the forest, as hard as the ice. Work hard, keep your mouth shut. Anna is standing naked in front of the mirror in her room, counting. She's always been good at that. Top grades in math all her life. When she was little, she used to count everything. Stones, blades of grass, trees in the forest, tracks on the ground, empty bottles in the cupboard under the sink, freckles on Maya's skin, even breaths. Sometimes, when she felt really bad, she counted scars. But mostly she just counted faults. She would stand in front of the mirror and point at them, all the things that were wrong about her. Sometimes that made it feel more bearable, when she had already said them out loud to herself before anyone at school did. Her dad knocks on her door. He hasn't done that in years. Since her mom left, father and daughter have had separate apartments, separate lives. She quickly gets dressed and opens the door in surprise. He's standing in the hall looking bewildered. Not drunk bewildered. Not the sad, lonely man who used to sit up all night. He's sober now. He reaches out his hand without touching her, as if he no longer knows how to say he cares. He says the words slowly. I spoke to some of the guys on the hunting team. The hockey club's called its members to a meeting. There's a group of parents and sponsors who are demanding a vote about Peter. About Peter? Anna repeats, because the meaning of the words isn't sinking in. They're going to demand that the club fire him. What? Why? The police weren't called in until a week after the party. Some people are saying that what happened is... He can't say the word rape in front of his daughter. Doesn't want her to see how relieved and happy he is that it wasn't her. Scared that she'll hate him for that. Anna's fists hit the edge of the bed. A lie? They're saying it's a lie? And now they think Peter waited a week to report it to the police because he wanted to get at Kevin? As if Kevin's the goddamn victim here? Her dad nods. He stands in the doorway for so long without knowing what to say that all he eventually comes out with is, I've made elk burgers. They're in the kitchen. He shuts the door behind him and goes back downstairs. Anna calls Maya 100 times that evening. She can understand why she's not getting any answer. Knows Maya hates her. Because precisely what did Maya predict? This. If she hadn't told the truth, Kevin would only have hurt her. But now he's hurt everyone Maya loves, too. The doorbell rings. Peter opens the door. It's the club's president. He looks so sad, so crumpled and sweaty and dirty, so drained and broken by stress that Peter can't even bring himself to hate him. There's going to be a meeting and a vote. The club consists of its members, and if they demand that the board dismiss you, then it's out of my hands, Peter. But you can be there to speak up for yourself. That's your right. The girl walks into the hall behind her dad. At first, Peter holds out his arm as if to protect her, but she calmly pushes it aside. She stands in the doorway and looks the president in the eye. And he looks back at her. At least he does that. It's late when Benji's crutch knocks on Audrey's bedroom door. He's standing outside with his arms shaking from muscle fatigue. Audrey only knows 3 phases of exercise in normal people. When you put up with the pain, when you learn to enjoy it, and when you start to look forward to it. Her brother is way beyond that. He needs the pain, has become dependent on it, can't survive without it. Can you give me a lift? He asks. There's so much she wants to ask, but she says nothing. She's not that sort of sister. If he wants someone to nag him, he'll have to call Katya or Gabby. Peter shuts the door. He and Maya are standing alone in the hall. His daughter looks up. Is it the board or the parents who want to fire you? Peter gives a melancholy smile. Both. But it's easier for the board if the members demand it. It's always easier to let someone else take the penalty minutes for you. She puts her hands on his. I've ruined everything. I've ruined everything for everyone. I've ruined everything for you. She sobs. He brushes her hair from her face and answers calmly. Don't say that. Don't even think that. Never again. What could those bastards ever give me? An espresso machine? They can stick their espresso machine up their asses. She starts giggling, like when her mom tells rude jokes and her dad gets embarrassed. You don't even like espresso. You used to call it espresso until last year or something. He rests his forehead against hers. You and I know the truth. Your family and you and all decent, sensible people know the truth. And we're going to get justice, somehow, I promise you that. I just want... You mustn't... It's okay, Dad, it's okay. No, it's not. It never will be. You must never, ever think it's okay that what he did... I'm scared, Maya. I'm so scared that you think I don't want to kill him. That I don't want to kill him every minute of every day, because I do." The father's tears trickle down his daughter's cheeks. "I'm scared too, Dad. Of everything. Of the darkness and everything." "What can I do?" "Love me." "Always, Pumpkin." She nods. "Can I ask for something then?" "Anything." "Can we go out to the garage and play Nirvana?" "Anything except that." "How can you not like Nirvana?" "I was too old when they made it big." "How can you be too old for Nirvana? How old are you?" They laugh. How powerful that is. The fact that they can still make each other do that. Kira is sitting alone in the kitchen, listening to her husband and daughter play in the garage. Maya is so much better than him now. He keeps losing the beat, but she matches him to stop him feeling stupid. Kira is longing for alcohol and cigarettes. Before she has time to look for any, someone puts a pile of playing cards on the table. Not the normal sort, but the children's version they had in the trailer they rented when the children were small. Naturally, the children stopped playing because their mom and dad could never agree on the rules. "Let's play. I might even let you win," Leo says, sitting down. He puts 2 sodas on the table. He's 12 years old, but he lets his mom hug him fairly hard anyway. In a rundown rehearsal space on the edge of Head, a single lamp is shining above a boy in black leather, sitting on a chair playing the violin. He's still holding the instrument in his hand when someone knocks on the doorframe. Benji stands there, leaning on his crutches with a bottle in his hand. The bass player tries to be fetchingly silent and mysterious, but his smile is having none of it. "What are you doing here?" "Went for a walk," Benji replies. "Don't tell me that's moonshine." The bass player smiles at the bottle. "If you're going to live around here, you're going to have to learn to drink it sooner or later," Benji says. The bass player assumes that means sorry in these parts. He's noticed that they like communicating through the medium of drink. "I have no intention of settling down here," he promises. "No one does. They just get stuck here," Benji says, hopping into the room. He doesn't ask about the violin. The bass player likes that, the fact that Benji's the sort of person who isn't surprised that someone can be more than one thing. "If I play, you can dance," the bass player offers, moving the bow gently across the strings. "I can't dance," Benji replies, without realizing it was a joke about his crutches. "Dancing's easy. You just stand still, then stop standing still," the bass player whispers. Benji's chest muscles are shaking with exhaustion. That helps. It makes his insides feel calm by comparison. Anna is woken by the phone. She snatches it up from the floor, but it's not hers ringing, it's her dad's. She hears his voice. He's talking as he gets dressed, fetches the dogs and the key to the gun cabinet. The sounds are like a familiar tune to her, a childhood lullaby. She waits for the finale, the front door closing, the key in the lock, the rusty old pickup starting up. But they don't come. Instead, a gentle knock. His voice, tentative, her name, a question through the door. "Anna, are you awake?" She's dressed before he finishes the sentence, opens the door. He's holding a rifle in each hand. "There's a search up by the North Road. I could call some good-for-nothing in town, but seeing as I've already got the second-best hunter in Beartown in the house..." She feels like hugging him. Doesn't. The boys are lying on their backs on the floor of the rehearsal room. The bottle is empty. They take turns singing the worst drinking songs they know, roar with laughter for hours. "What is it with hockey?" the bass player asks. "What is it with violins?" Benji counters. "You have to switch off your brain in order to play it. Music is like taking a break from yourself," the bass player replies. The answer is too quick, too straightforward, too honest for Benji to retort with something sarcastic. So he tells the truth. The sounds. The sounds? That's the thing about hockey. When you go into a rink, all those sounds you only recognize if you play. And that feeling when you walk from the locker room to the rink, that last inch when the floor turns to ice, The moment when you glide out, you have wings then. The boys say nothing for a while. They daren't move, as if they were lying on a glass roof. If I teach you to dance, will you teach me how to skate? The bass player smiles eventually. Don't you know how to skate? What the fuck's wrong with you? Benji exclaims, as if the bass player has just said he doesn't know how to make a sandwich. I've never seen the point. I've always thought that ice is nature's way of telling people to stay away from the water. Benji laughs. So why do you want me to teach you then? Because you love it so much. I'd like to understand something you love. The bass player touches Benji's hand. Benji doesn't pull away, but he sits up, and the spell is broken. I have to go, Benji says. No, the bass player pleads. Benji goes anyway, out through the door without another word. The snow falls with his tears. The darkness takes him, and he gives up without a fight. When a window breaks, a room can be filled with such an astonishing amount of broken glass that it seems impossible that it all came from a single pane. Not entirely unlike the way a small child can turn a carton of milk upside down and flood an entire kitchen, as if the liquid expands to infinity the moment it leaves the carton. The person throwing the stone was close to the wall, almost right next to it, and threw the stone as hard as they could to get it to fly as far into the room as possible. It hits a chest of drawers and lands on Maya's bed. The glass follows, raining so gently, light as a butterfly, as if it were ice crystals or tiny, shimmering fragments of diamond. Peter and Maya hear it above the guitar and drums. They rush out from the garage and into the house. Freezing wind is blowing into Maya's room, and Leo is standing open-mouthed in the middle of the floor looking at the stone. Bitch has been written on it in red letters. Maya is the first to realize what the real danger is. It takes Peter a few more seconds to figure it out. They rush for the front door together, but it's too late. It's wide open. The Volvo has already pulled out of the drive, Kira at the wheel. There are 4 of them, 2 on foot and 2 on bicycles, and the ones on bikes have no chance. The snow is still ankle-deep on the sidewalks, so they can only cycle on the plowed furrow in the middle of the road. Kira presses the accelerator to the floor of the Volvo so hard that the big car lurches out onto the road behind with a howl, and she's caught up with them in 20 yards, and her foot is nowhere near the brake. They're only children, 13 or 14 at most, but the mother's eyes are empty. One of the boys turns around and is dazzled by the headlights and throws himself, terrified, off his bike at speed and crashes headfirst into a fence. The other boy just manages to do the same before the front bumper of the Volvo smashes into his rear wheel and the bicycle flies across the road. His pants are torn and his chin grazed when Kira stops the car, opens the door, and gets out. She gets one of Peter's golf clubs from the trunk. Gripping it with both hands, she marches toward the boy on the ground. He's crying and screaming, but she doesn't care. Doesn't feel anything. Maya rushes out of the house and down the street in just her socks. She hears her dad call her name but doesn't look back. She hears the crash as the car hits the bicycle, sees the body sail weightless through the air. The Volvo's red brake lights jab at her eyes, and she sees her mother's silhouette as she gets out. The trunk opens. A golf club is taken out. Maya is slipping on patches of ice in her soaking wet socks. Her feet are bleeding, and she screams until her voice is nothing but a croak. Kira has never seen anyone so frightened. Small hands grab the golf club from behind and wrestle her to the ground, and when Kira looks up, Maya holds her tight and screams. But at first, Kira can't hear what. She's never seen such terror before. The boys on the road crawl to their feet and limp away, leaving a mother and a daughter, both crying hysterically, the mother still clutching the golf club in her clenched fists, the daughter soothing her over and over in her rocking arms. "It's okay, Mom. It's okay." The houses around them are still dark, but they know that everyone in the street is awake. Kira feels like standing up and bellowing at them, throwing stones at their windows. But her daughter holds her tight, and they just sit there in the middle of the road, trembling as they inhale each other's skin. Maya whispers, "You know, when I was little, all the other parents at preschool used to call you Wolf Mother, because they were all scared of you. And all my friends wanted a mom like you." Kira sniffs in her daughter's ear. "You don't deserve this damn life, darling. You don't deserve." Maya holds her mother's cheeks and kisses her forehead softly. "I know you'd have killed for me, Mom. I know you'd have given your life for me, but we're going to get through this. You and me. Because I'm your daughter. I've got wolf's blood. Peter carries them to the Volvo. First his daughter, then his wife. He reverses the car slowly back along the street. Home. The bicycles are left lying in the snow. The next day, they are gone. No one who lives on the street will ever talk about it. Chapter 41. Morning comes to Beartown, unconcerned about the little lives of the people down below. A sheet of cardboard has been taped up on the inside of a broken window. A sister and a brother are sleeping exhausted, side by side on mattresses in the hall, far from any other windows. In his sleep, Leo curls up close to Maya, the way he used to when he would creep into her room when he was 4 years old and had a bad dream. Peter and Kira are sitting in the kitchen, holding each other's hands. Do you think I'm less of a man because I can't fight? He whispers. Do you think I'm less of a woman because I can? She asks. We have to get the kids away from here, he whispers. We can't protect them. It doesn't matter where we are, darling. We can't protect them, she replies. We can't live like that. I know. Then she kisses him, smiles, and whispers, but you're not unmanly. You're very, very, very manly in lots of other ways. For instance, you never admit that you're wrong. He replies into her hair. And you're very womanly. The most womanly woman I've ever met. For instance, you can never be trusted with rock, paper, scissors. They laugh, the pair of them. Even on a morning like this. Because they can, and because they must. They still possess that blessing. Ramona is standing outside the bearskin, smoking. The street is empty, the sky is black. But she still sees the puppy from a long way off, even though the weather is bad. She starts to cough hoarsely as Soon rolls out of the darkness. It might have been a chuckle if she'd smoked less. 40 or 50 years less. Soon calls out, and the puppy totally ignores him. It jumps up at Ramona's jeans, eagerly demanding attention. You silly old fool, have you got a puppy now? She says with a grin. A disobedient little shit, too. I'll be filling my sandwiches with him soon, Soon mutters. But his love for the furry creature is already obvious. Ramona coughs. Coffee? Can I have a splash of whiskey in it? She nods. They go inside and stamp their feet and drink, while the puppy very methodically sets about eating one of the chairs. I assume you've heard, Soon says sadly. Yep, Ramona says. Shameful. Shameful, that's what it is. Ramona pours more drink. Soon stares at the glass. Has Peter been in? She shakes her head. Have you spoken to him? Soon shakes his head. I don't know what to say. Ramona says nothing. She understands that all too well. It's both easy and difficult to offer someone coffee. The club isn't your job anymore, Soon, she murmurs. I haven't formally been dismissed yet. They seem to have forgotten about that in the midst of all this, but sure, you're right. It's not my job anymore. Ramona pours more whiskey, tops it up with a splash of coffee, sighs deeply. So what do we talk about then? An old bag and an old bastard sitting here babbling. For God's sake, just spit it out instead. Soon gives her a wry smile. You've always been a bit of a psychologist, you have. Just a bartender. You were always too cheap to pay for the real thing. I miss Holger. You only miss him when I'm shouting at you. Soon guffaws so loudly that the puppy jumps. It lets out an irritable yap before getting back to chewing the furniture. I really just miss you shouting at Holger. Me too. More whiskey, a touch more coffee, silence and memories, withheld words and suppressed sentences, until Soon eventually says, It's shameful, what Kevin did. Utterly damn shameful. And I'm worried about the club. It's been here almost 70 years, but I wouldn't like to bet that it will be here next year. I'm worried people will try to blame the boy's actions on Hockey if he gets found guilty. It's going to be all Hockey's fault. Ramona slaps him so quickly and hard across his ear with the palm of her hand that the fat old man almost falls off his bar stool. The angry old bag on the other side of the bar snarls. Is that why you're here? To talk about that? Sweet Jesus. You men. It's never your fault, is it? When are you going to admit that it isn't hockey that raises these boys, it's you lot? In every time and every place, I've come across men who blame their own stupidity on crap they themselves have invented. Religion causes wars. Guns kill people. It's all the same old bullshit. I didn't mean... Soon tries, but has to duck when she tries to slap him again. Keep your trap shut when I'm talking. Fucking men! You're the problem! Religion doesn't fight! Guns don't kill! And you need to be very fucking clear that hockey has never raped anyone. But you know who do? Fight and kill and rape? Soon clears his throat. Men? Men! It's always fucking men! Soon squirms. The puppy curls up, shamefaced, in a corner. Ramona adjusts her hair, carefully and thoroughly, empties her glass, and admits to herself that perhaps it isn't so complicated after all. This business about coffee. Then she fills both their glasses, fetches a bit of salami for the puppy, goes around the bar, and sits down next to the old man. She sighs deeply and reluctantly admits, I miss Holger too. And you know what he would have said if he was here? No. That you and I already know what's right, so there's no need for him to tell us. Soon smiles. He always was a smug bastard, that man of yours. That he was. In another part of town, Zacharias creeps out of his family's apartment without waking anyone. He's carrying a bag on his back and a bucket in his hand, headphones in his ears, music in his whole body. He turns 16 today, and all his life he has been teased and rejected about everything. His looks, thoughts, manner of speech, home address. Everywhere. At school, in the locker room, online. That wears a person down in the end. It's not always obvious because the people around a bullied child assume that he or she must get used to it after a while. Never. You never get used to it. It burns like fire the whole time. It's just that no one knows how long the fuse is. Not even you. Jeanette is woken by a call from her brother, telling her that the alarm has gone off again. Bleary-eyed and annoyed, she drives to the school, searches the whole building with her flashlight without finding anything. She's just about to tell her brother it's time to give up, thinking it must have been snow on one of the sensors again, when she puts her foot down in something wet. The second best hunter in Beartown is washing the elk blood off the back of a rusty pickup truck. The girl and her dad followed the trail all night until they found the badly wounded animal lying down. It had dragged itself deep into the darkness of the forest. They gave it a humane and painless end. Anna closes the tarpaulin over the bed of the truck and gets the 2 rifles from the cab and checks them with the practiced hands of a far older hunter. A few boys of about 7 or 8 are playing hockey farther down the street. One of the neighbors, a man in his 80s, is standing by the mailbox. His rheumatism makes movement painful, as if he were dragging invisible blocks of stone behind him as he reaches for his newspaper. He's on his way back to the house when he suddenly stops and looks at Anna. They have lived next to each other all Anna's life. The neighbor used to go hunting with her dad until just a few years ago. When she was little, he used to give her homemade toffee at Christmas. Neither of them says anything now. The man just spits derisively on the ground in front of him. When he goes back into his house, he slams the door so hard that a green flag just outside with a bear logo on it sways on its hook. The boys playing hockey look up. One of them is wearing a jersey with the number 9 on it. They look at Anna with expressions that reveal what their parents are talking about at home. One of the boys spits on the ground as well. Then they turn their backs on her. Anna's dad walks over and puts his hand on his daughter's shoulder. He feels her shaking beneath his fingers and doesn't know if it's because she's about to cry or scream. For almost half his life, Zacharias has thought about ending it. He has been through the details time and time again in his head. Somewhere they can see it. Force the bastards to live with that image of him. You did this. You don't need much. A rope, a few tools, something to stand on. A stool would be good, but an upside-down bucket would do just as well. He's holding it in his hand. He's got everything else he needs in his backpack. The only thing that stopped him from doing it earlier, several years ago, was Amit. One single friend like him, that can be enough. Lifa and Zacharias were never friends in the same way, only through Amit, so when Amit was moved up to the juniors and chose a different life, everything disappeared for Zacharias. Amit was the reason he stayed alive. Amit was the one who told him, on all the darkest, hardest nights, "One day, Zach, you'll have more money and influence than all those bastards, and then you'll do great things. Because you know how much it hurts to have no power. So you won't hurt them, even though you could. And that will make the world a better place." Never again do you have the sort of friends you have when you're 15. Zacharias turns 16 today. He breaks into the school without caring if he sets the alarm off, puts the bucket down on the floor. Jeanette looks down at the floor with her heart practically bursting out of her chest. It's a large puddle, spreading out slowly in front of her. She's standing close to the entrance, near the rows of lockers belonging to the high school students. There's an acrid smell. It catches in her nostrils. Her brother comes closer. 2 flashlights point in the same direction. "What's that on the floor?" he asks. Anna is grinding her teeth so hard that her dad can hear it. He whispers, "They're just frightened, Anna. They're just looking for a scapegoat." Anna wants to scream. She wants to yank open the door of the neighbor's house, tear down the green flag, and shout, "Why isn't Kevin the scapegoat then? Well?" She wants to scream so loud that all the other neighbors here in the Heights can hear it too. Scream that she loves hockey. Loves hockey. But she's a girl, so what happens if she says that to a boy? He says, "Really? You're a girl and you like hockey? Okay, who won the Stanley Cup in 1983 then? Well, and who came 7th in the league in 1994? Well, if you like hockey, you ought to be able to answer that." Girls aren't allowed to like hockey, even just a little bit, in Beartown. Ideally, they shouldn't like it at all. Because if you like the sport, you must be a lesbian, and if you like the players, you're a slut. Anna feels like pushing her neighbor up against the wall and telling him that the locker room where those boys sit telling their stupid jokes ends up preserving them like a tin can. It makes them mature more slowly, while some even go rotten inside. And they don't have any female friends, and there are no women's teams here, so they learn that hockey only belongs to them. And their coaches teach them that girls are a distraction. So they learn that girls only exist for fucking. She wants to point out how all the old men in this town praise them for fighting and not backing down, but not one single person tells them that when a girl says no, it means no. And the problem with this town is not only that a boy raped a girl, but that everyone is pretending that he didn't do it. So now all the other boys will think that what he did was okay. Because no one cares. Anna wants to stand on the rooftop and scream, "You don't give a shit about Maya, and you don't really give a shit about Kevin either, because they're not people to you. They're just objects of value, and his value is far greater than hers." She wants so much, but the street is empty, and she stays silent. She hates herself for that. Anna's dad still has his fingers resting clumsily on her shoulder as they go inside the house, but she slides away from his hand. He watches her as she carries the rifles down to the cellar, sees the hatred in her. He will remember thinking, "Of all the men in the world that I wouldn't like to be, he is the one I'd like to be least of all. The one who hurt that girl's best friend." "What's that on the floor?" her brother repeats. "Water," Jeanette replies. She knows there aren't many pupils at the school who know how to break in here, whether or not they set the alarm off. She doesn't know if the person who did this managed to get out before she and her brother showed up, or if they just didn't care. Jeanette's first lesson that morning is substitute teaching with a grade 9 class. She sees that Zacharias has ink on his hands. He smells faintly of solvent. In the corridor, there's a locker on which the word bitch is no longer scrawled, because he spent part of the night scrubbing it clean. Because he knows what it's like to be the one other people hurt just because they can. because he knows what the strong do to the weak in this town. Jeanette doesn't say anything to Zacharias. She knows this is his silent protest, and her decision not to tell anyone about who broke in last night becomes her own silent protest. Chapter 42. When a child learns to hunt, they are taught that the forest contains two different sorts of animal, predators and prey. The predators have their eyes close together, facing the front, because they only need to focus on their prey. Their prey, on the other hand, have their eyes wide apart on either side of the head, because their only chance of survival is if they can see predators approaching from behind. When Anna and Maya were little, they used to spend hours in front of the mirror trying to work out which of them they were. Tails is sitting in his office. The supermarket isn't open yet, but the room is full. The men have come here because they don't want anyone to see them meet at the rink. They're nervous and paranoid. They talk about journalists snooping around. Use words like responsibility several times. Explain to Tails that they have to stick together now, so that this doesn't get out of hand. They are sponsors, board members. But today, of course, they are just concerned friends, dads, citizens. They all just want what's best for the town, for the club. They all just want the truth to come out. One worried voice says, "Anyone can see. I mean, why would Kevin do a thing like that? It's obvious it was voluntary, then she changed her mind. If only we could have dealt with this internally." Another says, "But of course we need to think about both families, of course we do. The girl must be scared. They're only children, after all. But the truth needs to come out before this gets out of hand." At the end of the meeting, Kevin's dad gets up and walks into town with Tails. Knocks on door after door. Maya is awake early. She's standing in the garage on her own, playing the guitar. She will never be able to explain what's happening to her. How she went from being so destroyed that she was just lying on the bathroom floor in her mother's arms, crying and screaming, to what she feels now. But something happened last night. The stone through the window, the broken glass on the floor. Bitch in red letters. In the end, that does something to a person. Maya is still so scared of the dark that it feels like it's clutching at her clothes if she so much as enters a room where the lights are out. But she realized something this morning. The only way to stop being afraid of the darkness out there is to find a darkness inside yourself that's bigger. She's never going to get any justice from this town. So there's only one solution. Either Kevin must die, or Maya must. Ramona is drinking her breakfast when they arrive. Kevin's dad, that Erdahl guy, walks in the way he walks into every room, as if it belongs to him. Tails comes stumbling after him, as if his shoes were too big for him. "I'm closed," Ramona informs them. Tails grins, just the way his dad used to, Ramona thinks. He was just as tall and just as fat and just as stupid. "We want a little chat," he says. "Off the record," Erdahl adds. His eyes are set close together. Kira's office is full of boxes, her desk drowning in paper. Her colleague puts a cup of coffee down and promises, "We're going to do everything we can, Kira. Everyone in the firm will do all that we can. But you need to be prepared that most cases like this, where it's one person's word against another's, you know how they end." Kira's eyes are bloodshot, her clothes are creased. That's never happened before. "I should have become a proper lawyer. I should have specialized in this. I've wasted my whole life on business law and crap like that when I should have..." Her colleague sits down opposite her. "Do you want to hear the truth?" "Yes." "You could bring in the world's foremost expert in cases involving sexual offenses, Kira, but there's no guarantee that would make any difference. It's one person's word against another's. The police weren't told until a week later. There's no forensic evidence, no witnesses. In all likelihood, the police will shut down their preliminary investigation within the next couple of days." Kira flies up from her chair angrily and only just manages to stop herself hurling the coffee cup at the wall. "I'm not going to let them win. If I can't win in court, I'll have to find another way." "What do you mean by that?" her colleague asks anxiously. I'll go after his dad's company, their friends' companies. I'll dig up all the crap they've ever buried, every set of accounts, every tax return, and I am going to hurt them. If they forgot to pay the tax on a single pen 10 years ago, I'll take them down." Her colleague says nothing. Kira's voice fills the office. "I'm going to attack everything and everyone they love, and I am going to protect my children. Do you hear? I'm going to protect my children." Her colleague stands up. There's a trace of disappointment in her voice when she says, "That's how wars start. One side protects itself, so the other side has to protect itself even more, and then we start swapping our own fear with their threats. And then we start firing at each other." The coffee cup hits the wall at that. "She's my fucking child!" Her colleague closes her eyes. They're spaced far apart. Maybe that's when you really need to know the difference between vengeance and justice. Anna opens the door. Her dad has taken the dogs to the vet. The house is empty. Maya is standing outside with her arms wrapped tightly around her chest. It's hard for both of them to know if they should cry or laugh, scream or joke. Which of those will give them the best chance of survival? "I miss your annoying face," Maya eventually whispers. Anna smiles. "I miss your horrible taste in music." Maya's lower lip quivers. "I don't want you to get caught up in this. I'm just trying to keep you out of it all." Anna puts her hands on Maya's shoulders. "I'm your sister. How much more caught up in it can I get?" Maya stares at her until her eyes sting. "I'm just trying to protect you. You've been trying to protect me all my life, and can I tell you something? You're really shit at it. I'm obviously completely screwed up in the head, so how well do you think your protection has been working?" They start laughing, both of them. "You're such an idiot," Maya sniffs. "But no one else loves you like I do, you idiot. No one," Maya exclaims. "I know." Maya's eyes are shimmering when she asks, "Can we go out into the forest and do some shooting? I just need to get away, Anna. It's just that shooting's kind of relaxing. I thought it might help me get rid of some of my aggression." She's lying now. She's never done that to Anna. Anna looks at her for a long time. But she's a real friend, so she goes and fetches 2 rifles without asking any questions. Ramona puts her hands down on the bar, observes the 2 men. "This is a business." "What?" Tails wonders. Erdal, on the other hand, sits calmly on his chair and smirks tolerantly. "She wants us to order something," he says. "Okay, 2 large whiskeys, the best you've got, then we'll talk." She pours the drinks, and Erdal wastes no time. "You know who I am." She snorts and drains her own glass. Erdal interprets that as a yes. He raises his glass and very nearly spits the contents across the bar when it hits his tongue. "What the... This is your best whiskey?" Ramona shakes her head. "It's my worst whiskey." Tails empties his glass without any change of expression. He looks almost pleased with it. But his taste buds are as dysfunctional as the volume control on his voice. Erdal pushes his own glass away, in disgust. "In that case, can we have your best whiskey, please? This one tastes like something you'd use to clean a boat." Ramona nods obligingly, gets out new glasses, pours whiskey from the same bottle as before. Erdal stares at her. Tails can't help grinning. There's only one sort of whiskey at the Bearskin. Maya and Anna walk until the forest swallows them up. So far that even Anna's dad would have needed several days to find their bodies. There they stand and fire their guns, shot after shot. Anna adjusts Maya's posture occasionally, angling her shoulder and elbow, reminding her about how to hold her breath without actually stopping breathing. Anna asks, "Okay, what about this one? Live your whole life in Beartown until you get old, or move anywhere in the world but die within a year." Maya answers by frowning, her whole face crumpling like a used napkin. "Stupid question," Anna asks. "Pretty stupid. We're going to get out of here, Maya. I'm not going to let us get stuck here. We're going to move to New York. You're going to get a recording contract, and I'm going to be your manager." Maya starts to giggle. She didn't believe she still had that sort of laughter left in her, but it just bubbles out. No, you're never going to be my manager." "What? I'd be a brilliant manager," Anna retorts, insulted. You'd be a terrible manager. Terrible. You can't even look after your own cell phone. Yes, I can. Maya raises her eyebrows. Okay, so where's your phone? Anna starts feeling her body frantically. Maybe not right now, but fine, I can be your stylist instead. Believe me, you need a stylist. What's wrong with my style? Maya wonders. Anna looks her up and down. Sorry, you can't afford my consultation fee. Get in touch when you've got your recording contract. Maya roars with laughter. You're totally crazy. Or I could be your nutritionist. I found a new juice diet that cleans out the whole intestine. What happens is that... Maya covers her ears, turns around, and walks deeper into the forest. Sorry, the reception's really bad out here. Hello? Hello? She holds a phone to her ear, pretends to talk into it. Anna squints at her. Is that my phone? Where did you find it? I'm driving into a tunnel now, Maya shouts. Anna runs to catch up with her. They wrestle and hug each other. Watch the sun go up. Maya whispers, Can I sleep at your place one night? Anna doesn't know what to say. Maya has never slept at her place, not once. It's always been the other way around. But she's a true friend. So of course she answers, You don't have to ask. Ramona empties her glass. Tails empties his. Erdal's eyes narrow. Well then, let's skip the pleasantries. You know why I'm here? Ramona looks curious. No, but I bet you brought some gold with you. Tails has brought frankincense, and there's a third wise man standing outside the door with his pants stuffed full of myrrh. Is that more or less right? Erdal breathes hard through his nose and makes a short, disgusted gesture toward the room. This pub is one of Beartown Ice Hockey's oldest sponsors. Obviously, it doesn't contribute a significant amount, but we all respect tradition. And I presume you've been informed that there's to be an extraordinary meeting of members in light of what has happened. Tails coughs distractedly and adds, We just want to talk, Ramona. The sponsors, all of us, feel that it's important that we stand united at the meeting for the sake of the club. And what does that mean? Ramona wonders out loud with feigned docility. Erdal is already fed up. He gets to his feet and informs her, Some of the management needs to be changed. Peter Anderson is going to be voted out as GM and will be replaced by a more suitable person. Both the board and all the sponsors agree on that, but we respect the members and want the proposal to come directly from them. We're here as a gesture of goodwill. Ramona smiles sarcastically. Yes, you strike me as the sort of person who's always doing things as a gesture of goodwill. What's Peter done that's so unsuitable, if I might ask? Erdal growls through his teeth. You know perfectly well what's happened. No, I don't. And I don't think that you do either. That's why there's a police investigation. You know what my son has been accused of, Erdal says. You make it sound like he's the victim, Ramona points out. Erdal finally loses his composure. Tails has never seen it happen, and he gets so scared that he knocks over his own and Ramona's glasses. Erdal screams, My son is the victim! Have you got any fucking idea at all what it's like to be accused of this? Have you? Ramona doesn't move a muscle when she replies, No. But off the top of my head, it strikes me that the only thing that might be worse than being accused of rape is being raped. So you're going to stand here and assume that that damn girl is telling the truth? Erdal snarls. I'm thinking of standing here and allowing myself the liberty of not assuming that the girl is for some reason lying just because your son happens to play hockey. And she has a name. Her name is Maya, Ramona replies. Erdal laughs condescendingly. So you're one of the people who are going to try to blame this on hockey? Ramona nods seriously and asks, Have you ever played hockey? I stopped when I was 12, Erdal admits. In that case, you're right. In that case, I do blame hockey. Because if it had kept hold of you for another couple of years, you might have learned to lose like a man. You might have learned that your son can make mistakes, and when he does, you ought to stand up like a man and take responsibility for that. Not come here and dump all the blame on a 15-year-old girl and her father. Erdal knocks his chair flying when he throws his arms down in exasperation. It might not have been intentional, but he makes no move to pick it up. He's breathing hard through his nose. His eyes are hunting hers. He tosses a 1,000-kroner note on the bar and concludes with equal measures of scorn and threat. You might own this bar, but you don't own the building. I'd think about that, if I were you. He slams the door hard, making the windows rattle. Anna and Maya go into the house. Anna gets the key to her dad's gun cabinet and puts back the rifles they've been shooting with. Maya notes every detail, how they're arranged, where the key is. What's that? She asks innocently, pointing to a double-barreled shotgun. A shotgun, Anna replies. Is it hard to load? Maya wonders. At first Anna laughs, then she gets suspicious. Why do you ask? Maya shrugs. What are you, the cops? I'm just wondering. It looks cool. Can't we try shooting with that one sometime? Anna grins and nudges her shoulder. You can be the cop, you lunatic. Then she fetches cartridges and shows Maya how to break open, load, and release the safety catch of the shotgun, because she loves the rare occasions when she's better at something than her friend. She adds, patronizingly, It's so easy that even you could do it. Maya laughs. How many cartridges does it hold? She asks. 2, Anna replies. She breaks the gun open again and unloads it, puts the cartridges back, and locks the gun cabinet. The girls leave the cellar. Maya says nothing. But all she is thinking is, I only need one. Tails is still standing in the bearskin and carefully picks up the glasses, one after the other. It's just a discussion, Ramona, he whispers. Your father would have been ashamed, she snaps. I'm just trying not to pick a side. Ramona snorts. You're doing it very badly. Tails turns, wraps his coat unhappily around himself, and walks out. A couple of minutes later, he comes back, stands on the floor in front of the bar like the unhappy little boy he once was, when he used to come in with Peter before they were even teenagers, to fetch their drunk fathers. Does Robbie Holtz still come in here? He mutters. Almost every day since he lost his job. Ramona nods. Tails nods. Tell him to call into the store and talk to my warehouse manager. I'll see to it that he gets an interview. Ramona nods. They could have said more to each other, but they're from Beartown. Late in the afternoon, Kevin is running along the jogging track around the heights, faster and faster, with his cap pulled down deep across his forehead and his hood pulled up. He's even wearing bulky clothing with no bear logos, so that no one will recognize him. There's no need, of course. Everyone from the heights has gone to the meeting at the rink to vote. But Kevin still feels like he's being watched from inside the forest. Imagination, of course. He's just being paranoid. That's what he tells himself. The sun has already gone down. Maya is standing in the forest, shaking, but the trees hide her. The dark still leaves her panic-stricken, but she's determined to make it her friend, her ally. She stood here watching Kevin move about inside the illuminated house. He couldn't see her, but she could see him, and that gave her a sudden sense of power. It's intoxicating. When he came out onto the jogging track, she timed him. One circuit took 3 minutes and 24 seconds. Another circuit, 3 minutes and 22 seconds. Another circuit. Another circuit. Again. 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 She writes down the times, raises her arms as if they were holding an invisible rifle, wonders where she ought to stand. One of them is going to die. She still hasn't decided who. Chapter 43. Fighting isn't hard. It's the starting and stopping that are hard. Once you're actually fighting, it happens more or less instinctively. The complicated thing about fighting is daring to throw the first punch, and then, once you've won, refraining from throwing that very last one. Peter's car is still parked in front of the rink. No one has set fire to it, even if he suspects that 1 or 2 people have thought about it. He scrapes the windows and gets in, without switching on the engine. He's always envied good hockey coaches more than anyone, the ones with that ability to stand in front of a group and carry everyone with them. He doesn't have that sort of charisma. He was a team captain once upon a time, but he led through his play, not by his words. He can't explain hockey to anyone, he just happened to be good at it. In music, it's called perfect pitch, and in sports, it's sometimes called physical intelligence. You see someone do something, and your body instantly understands how to do the same thing. Skating, shooting a puck, playing a violin. Some people train all their lives without learning, while others have just got it. He was good enough that he didn't have to learn how to fight. That was his salvation. He doesn't have a philosophical position. He hasn't reasoned his way to not believing in violence. He just doesn't have it in him. He lacks the instinct. When Leo started to play hockey, Peter got into a discussion with a coach who kept shouting and yelling the whole time. The coach said, "You have to frighten the little buggers to get them to listen." Peter said nothing. But in the car on the way home, he turned to Leo and explained, "When I was little, my dad used to hit me if I spilled my milk, Leo. That didn't teach me not to spill things. It just made me scared of milk. Remember that." The parking lot around him gradually fills with cars. People are arriving from all directions. Some of them see Peter, but pretend they haven't. He waits until they've gone inside, until the meeting has started. He considers simply starting the car and driving home, packing up his family and belongings and driving as far away from here as he can. But instead, he gets out of the car, walks across the parking lot, opens the heavy door of the rink, and walks inside. Fighting isn't hard. It's just hard to know when to throw the first punch. Anne-Katrine is sitting close to Hogg in one of the last rows of chairs. It feels like the whole town is gathered in the cafeteria of the rink. All the chairs are taken, but people are still pouring in, lining up along the walls. Up at the front, on a little platform, sit the board members. In the first row of seats, the sponsors and parents of the juniors. In the middle, Kevin's parents. Anne-Katrine watches as people she's known all her life go up to Kevin's mom as if this were a funeral, as if they were offering their condolences for the terrible tragedy she suffered. Hogg holds Anne-Katrine's hand tightly when he sees what she's looking at. "We can't get involved, Anki. Half the people in here are customers of ours." "This isn't a vote, it's a lynch mob," Anki whispers. "We need to wait until we know what happened. We don't know everything, Anki." "We don't know everything," her husband replies. She knows he's right. So she waits. They wait. Everyone waits. Tails is standing in the middle of the parking lot on purpose, not hidden in the shadows or behind a tree. The last thing he wants, obviously, is to appear threatening. When the little car with the logo of the local newspaper on the door pulls into the parking lot, he gives a cheery wave. A journalist and a photographer are sitting inside it, and he gestures to them to roll the window down. Hello, I don't think we've met. I'm Tails, I own the supermarket." The journalist shakes his hand through the window. "Hello, we're just heading to the meet." Tails leans forward, scratching his stubble hard. "Yes, the meeting, eh? I just want to have a few words with you about that. Sort of off the record, if you get my meaning." The journalist tilts her head. "No." Tails clears his throat. "Oh, you know how it is. People sometimes get a bit nervous when a reporter shows up. What's happened has been pretty traumatic for the whole town, as you obviously appreciate, so we'd just like to know that your article, well, that you haven't come here looking for problems where there aren't any." The journalist has no idea how she's supposed to respond to that, but the way the huge man is leaning over her door as he says it makes her feel uncomfortable. Tails, of course, just smiles, wishes her a nice day, and walks off. The journalist and photographer wait a couple of minutes before following him. When they open the door to the rink and start to walk down the hallway, two men step out from the darkness. In their late 20s, black jackets, hands in pockets. "This meeting is for members only," one of them says. "We're journalists," the journalist begins to say. The men block their path. They're a head taller than the photographer, 2 heads taller than the journalist. They say no more. One just takes half a step forward and stops, a subtle indication of his potential for violence. The rink is poorly lit, and the part they are in is silent and deserted. The photographer takes hold of the sleeve of the journalist's jacket. She sees how white his face is. The journalist isn't from around here. She's only got a temporary contract with the paper. But the photographer lives in Beartown. He has his family here. He pulls her away and walks back to the car. They drive off. Fatima is sitting in her kitchen. She hears the doorbell ring, but Amit insists on answering it himself, as if he already knows who it's going to be. There are two huge boys outside. Fatima can't hear what they're saying, but she sees one of them put his index finger on Amit's chest. When her son closes the door again, he refuses to tell his mother what it was about. Just says, "It was to do with the team," and goes into his room. Bobo is walking a little way behind William Litt. He doesn't feel comfortable with what they're doing, but doesn't know how to object. "Amit's one of us, isn't he? So why are you so angry?" he asked on the way here. "He needs to prove that now," Litt snapped. When Amit opens the door, Litt jabs him in the chest with his finger and commands, "There's a members' meeting at the rink. The whole team's going to stand outside to show our support for Kevin. You too." "I'll try," Amit mutters. "You won't try. You'll do it. We stick together," Litt declares. Bobo tries to make eye contact with Amit before they leave, but doesn't succeed. The meeting goes the way meetings like that always go. It starts hesitantly, then quickly gets out of hand. The club's president clears his throat and asks for everyone's attention in a feeble attempt to calm the anxiety. "First, I would like to clarify that only the board can dismiss the general manager. The members can't start unilaterally getting rid of members of staff. That's not how the statutes of the club work." One man flies up from his chair, forefinger raised. "But the members can depose the board, and you need to be very clear that we're going to do that if you go against the wishes of the town." "This is a democratic organization. We don't threaten each other," the president replies sternly. "Threaten? Who's threatening who? Whose children are getting dragged off the team bus by the police?" the man snarls. A woman stands up with her hands clasped in front of her hips and looks at the board with sympathy. "We're not after a witch hunt. We're just trying to protect our children. My daughter was at Kevin's party, and now the police have called her in to get a witness statement. For the love of God, these children have known each other all their lives, and suddenly they're expected to be witnesses against each other? What on earth is going on?" A man gets to his feet after her. "We're not trying to accuse anyone, but we all know that what can happen. This young woman wanted to join the gang. Maybe she wanted attention. All I mean is, why would Kevin do something like this? We know him. He's not that sort of guy. Not at all." Another man remains seated, but speaks up anyway. "Anyone can see she's just some sort of attention seeker. There's a groupie mentality around these guys. That's perfectly natural. I'm not saying she did it on purpose. It must be something psychological. She's a teenager, for God's sake, and we all know what happens to their hormones. But if she gets drunk and goes into a boy's room, then she's putting him in one hell of a position, isn't she? One hell of a position. It's hardly that bloody easy for the lad to interpret signals like that." Magan Litt gets to her feet and blinks sadly at everyone around her. "I'm a woman myself, so I take the word rape very seriously. Very, very seriously. And that's why I think we need to raise our children to understand that that's not the sort of thing you lie about. And we all know that she's lying, this young woman. The evidence is overwhelmingly in the boy's favor, and there's not a shred of a reason for him to have done what he's accused of. We don't wish to harm the young woman. We don't wish her family ill. But what sort of signal does it send if we don't put our foot down here? That all girls can cry rape the minute their affections aren't reciprocated? I'm a woman myself, and that's why I take this very seriously, because everyone in here knows that this young woman's father is trying to play politics with it. He clearly couldn't bear the fact that there might be bigger stars on this team than he himself." Peter is standing in the doorway. It takes a few moments for the first person to notice him. Then in a flash, everyone else turns around. A sea of eyes he has known his whole life. Childhood friends, schoolmates, teenage crushes, colleagues, neighbors, parents of children his children play with. At the back, along one wall, their very presence exuding menace, stand 24 young men in black jackets. They're not saying anything, but not one of them takes his eyes off Peter. Peter feels their hatred, but he stands there, defiantly straight-backed, as he looks at Magan Litt. "Please, don't let me interrupt," he says. The room is silent enough for everyone to hear when his heart breaks. The journalist and photographer will talk to the editor-in-chief when they get back to the newsroom. The journalist will expect the editor-in-chief to send them straight back to the meeting, but instead he will mumble something along the lines of, "I don't know if we can really call it threatening. People are just nervous. We have to understand that. Maybe we shouldn't, you know." The photographer will clear his throat and suggest, "Look for problems where there aren't any." The editor-in-chief will nod and say, "Exactly." The journalist won't say anything then. She's too young, too concerned about her job, but she will remember the fear in their eyes. And for a long time afterward, she will find it hard not to think of what Kevin Erdahl said to her when she interviewed him after the semifinal. What all sportsmen learn to say when a teammate has done something wrong. The feigned surprise, the stiff body language, the abrupt response. "What? No, I didn't see that incident." Fatima doesn't knock on her son's door on this occasion, as she always does. When she walks in, Ahmed is sitting on his bed with a business card in his hands. She perches next to him and declares firmly, "A boy is allowed to have secrets from his mother, but not if he's this bad at hiding them." "It's nothing, you don't need—" "Don't worry, Mom," he replies. "Your father would have—" she begins, but he interrupts her. He never does that. "Don't tell me what Dad would have done. He isn't here." She keeps her hands in her lap. He's breathing hard. He tries to hand her the business card. She doesn't take it. "It's a job," he manages to say, somewhere between a boy's hopefulness and a young man's anger. "I've got a job. A better job," he says. His mother raises her eyebrows in surprise. "Oh? Is it a job where they have an indoor rink so I can see my son practice every day?" His shoulders sink. "No." "Then it isn't a better job for me. I have a job. Don't worry about me." His eyes flash. "So who is, Mom? Look around. Who's going to take care of us when your back can't take any more?" "I will, just like I always have," she promises. He tries to press the business card into her hand, but she refuses. He cries, "You're nothing if you're alone in this world, Mom." She doesn't answer, just sits beside him until he starts to cry. He sobs, "It's too hard, Mom. You don't understand how much I can't." Fatima removes her hands from his, stands up, backs away, and says sternly, "I don't know what you know. But whatever it is, there's clearly someone out there who's terrified that you're going to reveal it. And let me tell you something, my darling boy. I don't need any men. I don't need a man to drive me in a big car to the rink each morning, and I don't need a man to give me a new job that I don't want. I don't need a man to pay my bills, and I don't need a man to tell me what I can think and feel and believe. I only need one man, my son. And you're not alone. You've never been alone. You just need to be better at choosing the company you keep." She leaves him, closes the door behind her. Doesn't take the business card. Magan Lit is still on her feet, too proud to back down now. She turns to the board and demands, "I think we should have an open vote." The club's president addresses the whole meeting. "Well, I feel obliged to point out that according to the statutes, it is within the rights of anyone here to demand a secret ballot." He realizes too late that this is precisely what Magan is after. She turns to the room and asks, "I see. Is there anyone in here who isn't prepared to stand by their opinion? Who can't look the rest of us in the eye and say what they think? By all means, stand up and ask to be allowed to vote anonymously." No one moves. Peter turns and leaves. He could have stayed to defend himself, but he chooses not to. Ahmet puts his headphones in his ears, walks through his own neighborhood and the rest of the town, passes his whole childhood, a whole life. There will always be people who won't understand his decision, who will call him weak or dishonest or disloyal. They are probably people who live secure lives, who are surrounded by people who share their own opinions and only talk to people who reinforce their own worldview. It's easy for them to judge him. It's always easier to lecture other people about morality when you've never had to answer for anything yourself. He goes to the rink, joins his teammates. He may have left his war-torn country before he could talk, but he has never stopped being a refugee. Hockey is the only thing that has ever made him feel like part of a group. Normal. Good at something. William Litt slaps him on the back. Ahmet looks him in the eye. Ramona is standing in the hallway, waiting for Peter. leaning on a stick, smelling of whiskey. It's the first time in a decade that he's seen her more than 5 paces outside the bearskin. She grunts at him. They'll feel ashamed in the end. One day they'll remember that when the word of a boy was set against that of a girl, they believed the boy blindly. And then they'll feel ashamed. Peter pats her on the shoulder. No one's asking. No one. You don't have to get involved in this just for my family's sake, Ramona, he whispers. And you can fuck off if you're going to tell me what I can and can't do, boy. He nods, kisses her cheek, and leaves. He's reached his car by the time she opens the door to the cafeteria with her stick. One of the men on the board, dressed in a suit, is just loosening his tie and says, possibly as a joke, possibly not, how on earth could it have happened, anyway? Has anyone asked themselves that? Have you seen the jeans those young women wear these days? Tight as snakeskin. They can hardly take them off themselves, so what chance would a teenage boy have if she didn't want him to, eh? He laughs at his own wit. A few others join in. But the bang when the door flies open silences the whole room as everyone turns around. Ramona is standing there, drunk and furious, pointing at him with her stick. Really, little Leonard? That's what you're wondering? Shall we have a bet, your annual salary, perhaps, that I could get that whole suit off you against your will without a single bugger in here doing a damn thing about it? She slams her stick down in drunken rage on the back of a chair, making the perfectly innocent man sitting on it gasp for breath and clutch his chest. Ramona shakes her stick at them all. This isn't my town. You're not my town. You should be ashamed of yourselves. One man stands up and shouts, Shut up, Ramona! You don't know anything about this! 3 men in black jackets step silently out of the shadows by the wall. One of them takes several strides across the room, stops in front of the man, and says, If you tell her to shut up again, I'll shut you up. For good. Ahmet stands outside the rink, looking his teammates in the eyes. Then he takes a deep breath, turns away from them, and starts walking. His first step is hesitant, the second more confident. He hears Lit start shouting behind him, but carries on into the rink, not bothering to close the door behind him. He walks past the ice, up the stairs, into the cafeteria, forcing his way between the rows of chairs, stops in front of the board, and looks each and every man and woman in there in the eye. A man named Erdal, first of all, and longest of all. My name is Ahmet. I saw what Kevin did to Maya. I was drunk. I'm in love with her, and I'm telling you that straight so that you lying bastards don't have to say it behind my back when I walk out of here. Kevin Erdal raped Maya Anderson. I'm going to go to the police tomorrow, and they'll say I'm not a reliable witness. But I'm going to tell you everything now, everything that Kevin did, everything that I saw, and you won't ever forget it. You know that my eyes work better than anyone else's in here, because that's the first thing you learn on the Beartown Ice Hockey Club, isn't it? You can't teach that way of seeing. That's something you're born with. Then he tells them. Every detail. Everything that was in Kevin's room. The posters on the wall. The exact arrangement of trophies on the shelves. The scratches on the floor. The color of the bedclothes. The blood on the boy's hand. The terror on the girl's face. The muffled screams, stifled beneath a heavy palm. The bruises. The violence. The incomprehensible, hideous, unforgivable nature of it all. He tells them everything. And no one in the room will ever forget it. When he's finished, he leaves them. He doesn't slam the door, doesn't stomp down the stairs, doesn't shout at anyone on the way out. William launches himself at him the moment he reaches the parking lot. What have you done? What have you done, you fucking stupid little bitch? What have you done? The hands that push between them are half the size of Lit's, actually even smaller than Ahmet's, but they keep the boys apart as if they possessed infinite strength. That's enough! Aunt Katrine roars at William. Bobo is standing a couple of yards away, watching his mother stare down a young man twice her size. He's never felt more stupid. Never felt prouder. Inside the cafeteria, Philip's mother stands up, waits until the noise has died down, claps 2 damp palms together, looks at the board and says, Can anyone demand that we vote anonymously? The president nods. Secret ballot. Of course. According to the statutes, one person requesting it is enough. Then I request it, Philip's mother says and sits down. Her best friend is sitting beside her and tugs at her arm with insulted outrage. What are you doing? What are you do? And then Philip's mother says 3 little words that all best friends have to say to each other occasionally. Shut up, Magan. Amit backs away without looking at his former teammates. Knows what they're thinking anyway. He puts his headphones in, casts a last glance inside the rink, sees the ice shimmering beneath a single fluorescent light. He knows he's put himself on the losing side. He'll never win this. Maybe he'll never get to play again. If anyone had asked him there and then if it was worth it, he would have whispered, I don't know. Sometimes life doesn't let you choose your battles. Just the company you keep. He walks back through the town. There's snow on the ground, but the air smells of spring. He's always hated this time of year because it means that the hockey season is over. He has walked nearly all the way home when he turns into the stairwell next to his, climbs to the 3rd floor, and rings the doorbell. Zacharias is clutching a video game handset when he opens the door. They look at each other until the snow melts around Amit's shoes. He's breathing heavily, can feel his pulse in his ears. Happy birthday. Zacharias steps back into the hall so he can come in. Amit hangs his jacket on the same hook where he's hung it every day since he was old enough to reach up there himself. Zacharias is sitting on the bed in his room, playing a video game. Amit sits next to him for half an hour. Then Zacharias gets up, goes over to a shelf, fetches another handset, and puts it in his friend's lap. They play without speaking. They've never needed words. Meanwhile, at a meeting at a rink, the members of a club vote on the GM's future, but just as much on their town's future. Their own. Everyone's. Ramona is sitting in a corner next to a man in a black jacket. He's got a tattoo of a bear on his neck and is twirling his car keys nervously around his fingers. Ramona pats him on the cheek. You didn't have to threaten to shut him up. I could have managed. But thanks. The man smiles weakly. His knuckles are covered in scars. One of his arms bears the marks of a stab wound, and she's never admired or judged him for that. He and the other men in black jackets grew up at the Bearskin. Ramona has stood by them when everyone else kept their distance. She's defended them even when she hasn't agreed with them. She's had their backs even as she's yelled at them. They love her. But still he says, I'm not sure I can get the guys to vote the way you want here. She nods and scratches his cropped hair. I looked Amit in the eye tonight. I trust him. And I'm going to act accordingly. How you choose to act is up to you. It always has been. The man nods. The tattoo on his neck moves up and down as he swallows. I don't know if we can get involved in this. The pack and the team have to come first. Ramona gets slowly to her feet, but before she goes to cast her vote, she pats him on the knee and asks, Whose club is it? The man sits and watches her go, twirls his car keys around his fingers. The Saab logo on them appears and disappears from his palm. Then his eyes wander across the room to a man sitting on a chair in the very front row. He saw him in the hollow, together with Amit, Kevin Erdahl's father. The man in the black jacket puts his hand in his pocket. He still has the 5 crumpled 1,000-kroner notes there, the ones he picked out of the snow. He still hasn't decided what he's going to do with them. Chapter 44. The love a parent feels for a child is strange. There is a starting point to our love for everyone else, but not this person. This one we have always loved. We loved them before they even existed. No matter how well prepared they are, all moms and dads experience a moment of total shock when the tidal wave of feelings first washes through them, knocking them off their feet. It's incomprehensible because there's nothing to compare it to. It's like trying to describe sand between your toes or snowflakes on your tongue to someone who's lived their whole life in a dark room. It sends the soul flying. David rests his hand on his girlfriend's stomach, aware that his whole life is being taken over by love for someone he's never met. His mom always said that every child is like a heart transplant. He understands that now. His girlfriend's fingers stroke the back of his neck. He spent all evening talking on the phone, finding out about the meeting, the decisions. He's received an offer he's been dreaming of ever since he started coaching the Little League team. I don't know what to do. You have to trust your heart, his girlfriend says. I'm a hockey coach. That's all I want to be. The rest is politics. It's got nothing to do with sports. His girlfriend kisses his hand. So be a hockey coach, then. Maya rings on his doorbell. She says nothing about Kevin on the jogging track, nothing about anything at all. Not long ago, the idea of keeping secrets from Anna was unthinkable, and now it's perfectly natural. It's a terrible feeling. They go back to Maya's house. Peter, Kira, and Leo are sitting in the kitchen. They're waiting for their phones to ring, for someone to tell them how everything went at the meeting. But so far, all is quiet. So they do the only thing they can do. Maya fetches her guitar. Peter gets his drumsticks. Anna asks if she can sing. She's a terrible singer. She sings so badly that it helps the whole family put up with the wait. In another part of town, in a rink on the way down to the lake, a meeting of the members of a hockey club is coming to an end. A vote has come to an end. The results have been counted. Everyone is dealing with the consequences. A group of men in black jackets are scattered throughout the gathering, some with their families, others alone. Men and women disappear into the parking lot. Everyone is talking, but no one is saying anything. It's going to be a long night in houses where all the lights are off, but all the people are awake. The club's president remains seated at the table in the cafeteria long after everyone has left. Tails is standing alone in the darkness out in the stands. This club is their lives. Neither of them knows who it belongs to now. Amit is sitting on Zacharias' bed when his phone buzzes. A single text, a single word, from Maya. Thanks. Amit replies with a single word. Sorry. The thanks is for what he has done. The apology is for how long it took him to summon the courage to do it. Kevin's parents are the first to leave the meeting. His dad shakes a few hands, exchanges a few brief words. His mom says nothing. They get in separate cars, drive in different directions. Soon goes home, feeds the puppy. When the phone rings, he is both surprised and not remotely surprised. It's the president of a hockey club. Soon stays up after he ends the call. Suspects he'll soon be getting a visitor. Kevin's mom stops her car, switches the engine off, but contemplates switching it straight back on again. She turns the headlights off, but doesn't move. Her body has no energy. She feels feverish, can hardly grip the wheel with her fingers. Her insides have burned to ash. Her body is just a shell. That's how she'll remember feeling. She gets out of the car, walks into the residential area, finds the right row house, and rings the doorbell. It's the last building before the hollow. The puppy hears the visitor before the knock on the door. Soon opens up and tries to tell the little creature to go away, but his voice doesn't even come close to hiding who already has the power in their relationship. Any difference between hockey players and dogs? David smiles grimly outside. At least hockey players occasionally do what you tell them, Soon mutters. The two men look at each other. Once upon a time, they were mentor and pupil. Once upon a time, the love between them was unshakable. Times change. I wanted to come around so you heard this directly from me, David begins. You've got the A-team job. Soon nods. The president called? Yep. It's nothing personal, Soon, but I'm a hockey coach. This is what we do. Benji's plastered foot isn't a plastered foot anymore. It's a wooden leg now. He's got a black patch over one eye, his room is a pirate ship, and his sister's children are the enemy. They're fencing with hockey sticks, shrieking with laughter as he chases them around, hopping on one leg. They pull the quilt and sheet off the bed and throw them over his head, making him stumble and nearly pull over an entire chest of drawers. Gabby is standing in the doorway, arms folded, doing her special mom face. Shit, one of the kids says. It was mostly Uncle Benji's fault, the other one claims instantly. Hey, you don't tell on your friends. Benji shouts, trying to crawl out from under the bed linens. Gabby points at her children and says sternly, "You've got 5 minutes to tidy up in here. Then you go and wash your hands and come out and eat dinner. Grandma's nearly ready. And that goes for you too, little brother." Benji grunts beneath the covers. The children help him. Gabby goes into the hall so they can't see how hard she's laughing. Laughter that's sorely needed in this town tonight. Soon draws a deep breath, down to the very depths of his bulky frame. He looks at David. "Do you really hate Peter so much that you couldn't be in the same club if he stayed?" David sighs in frustration. "This has nothing to do with him. I just can't accept what he stands for. This is hockey. We have to be capable of putting the club's best interests ahead of our own." "And you don't think Peter's done that?" "I saw him, Soon. I saw him in the parking lot when the police took Kevin off the team bus. Peter drove there and watched because he wanted to see it happen. It was revenge." "Wouldn't you have done the same in his place?" David looks up, shakes his head. "If I was in his place, I'd probably have had a gun with me. That's not what I'm talking about." "So what are you talking about?" Soon wonders. "I'm talking about the fact that hockey only works well if it's in a world of its own, if we don't get all sorts of crap from outside mixed up with it. If Peter's family had waited until the day after the final to report Kevin to the police, he'd still have suffered exactly the same judicial consequences. Police, prosecutor, trial, the whole lot. It would all have happened exactly the same, just one day later. And Kevin would have been able to play in the final. And maybe the juniors would have won the final," Soon concludes, although evidently without agreeing. David is adamant. "That's what justice is, Soon. That's why society has laws. Peter could have waited until after the final, because what Kevin did had nothing to do with hockey, nothing to do with the club, but Peter chose to impose his own punishment. So he damaged the whole team and the whole club, the whole town." The old man's breath wheezes as it fills his big body. He's old, but his eyes haven't aged. "Do you remember, David, just after you got onto the A-team, we had a guy who suffered 3 serious concussions in 2 seasons. Everyone knew that if he got one more, he'd have to stop playing. We came up against a team who had a huge hulk of a guy on defense, and he knew about that. And after the first shift, he purposefully went straight for our guy's head in a hit." "I remember," David says. "Do you remember what you did to the other guy?" "I decked him." "Yes. Our guy got another concussion. That match was his last. And the referee didn't even give the back a penalty. So you decked the other guy. Because sometimes referees get things wrong. And sometimes there's a difference between breaking the rules and offending morally, and you believed you had the right to impose your own justice out there on the ice." "This isn't the same thing," David replies, more confidently than he really feels. Soon thinks for a long time, pats the puppy, scratches his eyebrow. "David, do you believe that Kevin raped Maya?" David takes an eternity to consider his answer. He's been considering it every second since the police picked Kevin up. He's tried to see it from every angle, and he's ended up trying to be rational, responsible. So he says, "That's not for me to decide. That's up to a court. I'm a hockey coach." Soon looks desolate. "I can respect you, David, but I don't respect that attitude. And I can't respect Peter for playing God with this team and this club and the whole town, just because this is about his daughter. Let me ask you one thing, Soon. If Kevin had been accused of raping a different girl, if it hadn't been Peter's daughter, do you think Peter would have encouraged that girl's family to report him to the police on the day of the final?" Soon leans his head against the doorpost. "Let me ask you something in return, David. What if it wasn't Kevin who was reported to the police? If it had been any other guy, if it had been a guy from the Hollow, would you still think the same way you do now?" "I don't know," David replies honestly. Soon lets those words sink in, because in the end that's all anyone can ask of another person, that we are prepared to admit that we don't know everything. Soon steps aside and makes space in the hall. "Would you like coffee?" The doorbell of the Anderson family's house rings. It takes a long time before anyone answers. Kira and Leo are playing cards in the kitchen, and an electric guitar and drum set are echoing from the garage. The bell rings again, Eventually, Peter, sweat marks on his shirt and a pair of drumsticks in his hand, opens the door. The club's president is standing outside. I've got bad news and good news. David and Soon sit opposite each other at the kitchen table. David has never been here before. They've seen each other every day at the rink for almost 15 years, but this is the first time either of them has been inside the other's home. So, you got your A-team job in the end, Soon says magnanimously. Just not the one I was expecting, David replies in a subdued voice. Soon pours coffee. After the members' meeting, Soon had certainly been expecting a phone call from a club president, one who had offered David a job as A-team coach. He had just been expecting it to be in Beartown. Milk? Soon asks. No, black is good, replies the new coach of the A-team of the head ice hockey club. The president clears his throat. Kira appears in the hall. Leo and Maya are standing farther back. The little brother takes hold of his big sister's hand. The members voted. They don't want to fire you, the president says. His words aren't met with rejoicing, not even a smile. Peter wipes the sweat from his brow. What does that mean? The president turns his palms up and slowly shrugs. David's handed in his notice. He's been offered the job of A-team coach in head. All the best junior players will go with him. Lit, Philip, Benji, Bobo. They don't play for the team, Peter. They never have. They play for David. They'd follow him anywhere. And without them, we can forget all our plans of building up the A-team. Pretty much all the sponsors have called me this evening to cancel their sponsorship deals. We can sue them, Kira growls. But the president shakes his head. They put all their money in last year on the understanding that the juniors would become a good A-team. We can forget good now. We won't even be able to pay any wages. I don't even know if we'll actually have a team at all next year. The council aren't going to invest. They don't want to put the hockey academy here after the scandal. Peter nods. What about the Erdahl family? Kevin's dad is withdrawing his money, obviously, switching it to head instead. He wants to crush us, naturally. And if Kevin doesn't get convicted in court for everything that's happened, then, well, he'll be playing for head too. All our best players will follow him. Peter leans against the wall, smiles sadly. So, good news and bad news, then. The good news is that you're still GM. The bad is that I'm not sure we're even going to have a club next season for you to be GM of. He turns to go, but changes his mind. He looks over his shoulder and says, And I owe you an apology. Peter sighs through his nose and shakes his head slowly. You don't have to apologize to me. You're not the one I'm apologizing to, the president interrupts. And he gazes past Peter down the hall and looks Maya directly in the eye. David holds the cup in both hands, looks down at the table. I might sound like a sentimental old woman now, Soon, but I want you to know that I appreciate everything you've done for me. Everything you've taught me. Soon scratches the puppy, fixes his gaze on its fur. I should have cut you more slack. I was too proud a lot of the time. I didn't want to admit that the game had grown away from me. David drinks coffee, looks at the window. I'm going to be a dad. It's silly, really, given the circumstances, but I wanted you to be the first to know. At first, Soon can't get a word out. Then he stands up, opens a cupboard, and returns with a bottle of liquor. I think we're going to need stronger coffee. They drink a toast. David lets out a short laugh, but quickly falls silent. I don't know if being a hockey coach makes you a better or a worse dad, he says. Well, I think being a dad makes you a better coach, Soon replies. David drinks, puts his empty cup down. I can't stay at a club that mixes up hockey and politics. It was you who taught me that. Soon fills his cup again. I don't have any children, David, but do you want to hear my best advice about being a parent? Yes? I was wrong. Good words to know. David smiles weakly and takes a gulp of the drink. I can understand you being on Peter's side. He was always your best pupil. Second best, Soon corrects him. They don't look at each other. Their eyes are glistening. Soon exclaims dully, It's Peter's daughter, David. His daughter. He only wants justice. David shakes his head. No, he doesn't want justice. He wants to win. He wants Kevin's family to feel more pain than his. That's not justice. That's revenge. Soon fills their cups. They toast with minimal gestures. Drink thoughtfully. Then Soon says, "Come and see me when your child turns 15. Maybe you'll feel differently then." David gets to his feet. They part with a firm but short embrace. Tomorrow they will head for different rinks, one in Head and one in Beartown. Next season they will be opponents. Audrey is standing in her mom's kitchen. Katya and Gabby are arguing about setting the table, about which bowls to use, which candles to light. When Benji comes into the kitchen, his mother kisses him on the cheek and tells him she loves him and that he's the light of her life. Then she swears at him about his foot again and informs him that he might as well have broken his neck instead, seeing as he clearly doesn't use his head anyway. The doorbell rings. The woman outside apologizes for disturbing them so late. Her skin looks too big. Her skeleton can barely carry her. She has to spend 10 minutes getting Benji's mother to agree that she really doesn't need to be invited to dinner. But Benji's mother still taps Audrey on the head and hisses, "Get another plate out." Then Audrey nudges Gabby and whispers, "Get a plate." Then Gabby kicks Katya and groans, "Plate." Katya turns to Benji, but stops mid-movement when she sees the expression on his face. Kevin's mother stands in the doorway and manages to say in a voice that is weak and unlike her own, "Sorry, I'd just like a word with Benjamin." Kevin is standing in the garden outside the house, shooting puck after puck after puck. Bang, 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 bang. Inside the house, his dad is sitting with a newly opened bottle of whiskey in front of him. They didn't get everything they wanted this evening, but they haven't lost either. Tomorrow, their lawyer will start to prepare all the arguments why a drunk young man who is in love with the young woman is not a credible witness. Then Kevin will start playing for Head ice hockey, taking his team with him, almost all the sponsors, and all their plans for life will be intact. One day, very soon, everyone around them will simply pretend that this has never happened, because this family does not lose. Not even when they do. Bang, 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 bang. Benji is sitting on a bench outside his house. Kevin's mom is sitting next to him, leaning her head back and looking at the stars. "I remember that island you used to row out to in summer, you and Kevin," she says. Benji doesn't answer, but he's also thought about that. They found it when they were little. Not in the big lake behind the rink, where everyone from the town goes swimming in the summer. They could never have any peace there. They had to walk for hours through the forest to reach another, smaller lake. There was no dock there, no people, and in the middle of it was a small cluster of rocks and trees that from the water looked like no more than an overgrown jumble of stone blocks. The boys dragged a boat through the forest, rowed out, and cleared the interior of the little island until they had a space big enough for a tent. And that was their secret place. The first summer, they were only there overnight. The second summer, a few days. When they became teenagers, several weeks. Every second that hockey didn't need them, until summer training began. They simply vanished in a puff of smoke and disappeared from town. Swam naked in the lake, dried off in the sun on the rocks, fished for their meals, slept under the starry sky. Benji looks up at that same sky now. Kevin's mother looks at him intently. "Do you know, Benjamin, I find it so odd that so many people in this town seem to believe that it was my family who looked after you when your dad passed away. Because it was actually the reverse. Kevin has spent more time in your mother's house than you have in ours. I know you used to mess up the house after we'd been away to make it look like Kevin had slept there, but you knew?" Benji nods. She smiles. "I also know that you kick my rugs on purpose to mess up the tassels." "Sorry." She looks at her hands, takes a deep breath. "It was your mom who washed your hockey gear and Kevin's when you were young, who made meals for you both, and when older boys picked on you at school, it was..." It was my sisters who showed up and sorted them out. You've got good sisters. I've got 3 lunatics for sisters. That's a blessing, Benjamin. He blinks slowly, presses his broken foot to the ground so that pain becomes worse than the other. The woman bites her lip. It's hard for a mother to admit certain things, Benjamin. I noticed that you didn't meet us at the police station. I noticed that you didn't come round to the house, that you didn't go to the meeting this evening. She very quickly puts her forefinger and thumb to her eyes, swallows hard, whispers. Ever since you and Kevin were small, every time the 2 of you caused any trouble, the teachers and other parents always said it was you who started it, and blamed the fact that you have no male role model. And I've never known what to say to that, because I've never heard anything more stupid in my life. Benjamin glances at her in surprise. She opens her eyes, reaches out her hand, and touches his cheek softly with it. That hockey team. That bloody hockey team. I know you all love each other, how loyal you all are. Sometimes I don't know if that's a blessing or a curse. I remember when you made catapults when you were 9 years old and Kevin broke the neighbor's window. Do you remember? You got the blame. Because when all the other boys ran away, you stayed where you were because you realized that someone had to take the blame, and that it would be worse for Kevin if he got the blame than it would be for you. Benji wipes his eyes. She's still holding her hand against his cheek. She pats him and smiles. You may not be an angel, Benjamin, I know that much, but dear God, you haven't lacked a role model. All your best qualities come from the fact that you've been raised in a house full of women. She moves closer. The boy's whole body is shaking. She hugs him tight and says, My son has never been able to lie to you, Benjamin, has he? Kevin has been able to lie to everyone in the whole world, to his dad, to me, but never to you. They sit there, her arms around him, for a single minute of their lives. Then Kevin's mom stands up and gets back in her car. Benji tries to light a cigarette. His hands are shaking too much to hold the lighter. His tears extinguish the flame. The dad is still sitting in the kitchen. The whiskey bottle is open, but untouched. Bang, 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 bang. The mom comes home, looks at her husband, stops briefly in the hall, and looks at one of the pictures on the wall. A framed family photograph. It's hanging crookedly. The frame is smashed, and there's glass on the floor. One of the dad's hands is bleeding. The mom says nothing, just sweeps the glass up and disposes of it. Then she goes out into the garden. Bang, 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 bang. When Kevin goes to collect the pucks, she grabs his arm. Not hard, not in anger, just enough to force him to turn around. She looks him in the eye and he lowers his gaze. Her fingers take hold of his chin and force his face up again, so that the son has to look at his mother. Until she knows. This family doesn't lose, but they will know. The Anderson family are sitting in their kitchen, all 5, including Anna. They're playing a childish card game. No one's winning because they're all trying to let everyone else win. The doorbell rings again. Peter answers it. He stands there in silence, just staring. Kira follows him, but stops when she sees who it is. Last comes Maya. Kevin's mother stands outside the house, broken, seemingly drowning in her own clothes. Her legs are shaking, struggling until they give way beneath her. They've told her that too much time has passed for the police to use anything as reliable evidence. The girl should have taken photographs. She shouldn't have showered. She should have reported the incident at once. Now it's too late. That's what they said. But the bruises are still visible on the girl's neck and wrists. Kevin's mother can see them. The marks left by strong fingers forcing her, holding her down, stopping her from screaming. She sinks to her knees at the girl's feet, reaches her hand out as if to touch her, but her trembling arms can't reach. Maya stands there empty for a long time, just looking on. She closes her eyelids, stops breathing. Her skin is mute. Her tear ducts so numb that her body doesn't feel like it's her own. Then, with infinite care, she reaches out her fingers, as if she were picking a lock, and strokes the woman's hair soothingly as she sobs uncontrollably against the girl's legs. "I'm sorry," Kevin's mother whispers. "It isn't your fault," Maya replies. One of them falls. The other starts to climb back up. Chapter 45. Bang! 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 There are few words that are harder to explain than loyalty. It's always regarded as a positive characteristic, because a lot of people would say that many of the best things people do for each other occur precisely because of loyalty. The only problem is that many of the very worst things we do to each other occur because of the same thing. Bang. 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 Ahmet is standing by the window in Zacharias' bedroom and sees the first of them making their way between the buildings. Hoods over their heads, their faces hidden behind scarves. Zacharias is in the bathroom. Ahmet could ask him to come out with him, or he could hide here all night. But he knows that the hooded figures out there are looking for him. He knows that more of them are on their way. They stand up for each other. That's what a team is built on. And their hate now isn't about what they believe Kevin has or hasn't done. It's about Ahmet going against the team. They're an army, and they need an enemy. So Ahmet creeps out into the hall and puts his jacket on. He's not going to let Zacharias get beaten up for his sake, and he can't risk anyone trying to break into his mom's apartment in their hunt for him. When Zacharias comes back into the room, his best friend is gone. Out of loyalty. Bang. Bang. Aunt Katrine is standing at the kitchen window when the young men come through the trees. Lit at the front, with a further 8 or 9 behind him. Some are from the juniors team, she recognizes them, and a few are older brothers, even bigger. They're all wearing hoodies and dark scarves. They're not a team, not a gang. They're a lynch mob. Bobo goes out into the snow to meet them. Aunt Katrine stands in the window and watches her son stand with his head bowed, while Lit lays his hand on his shoulder, explains the strategy, gives him orders. All his life, Bobo has wanted just one thing: to be allowed to belong to something. His mom watches her boy try to explain something to Lit, but Lit is way beyond reasoning now. He shouts and shoves Bobo, presses his index finger to his forehead, and even from the window, his mother can read the word betrayal on his lips. The young men pull their hoods over their heads, mask themselves with their scarves, disappear among the trees. Aunt Katrine's son is left standing there alone, until he changes his mind. Hogg is bent over an engine when Bobo comes into the garage. His dad half gets up, and father and son glance at each other without either of them properly looking up. The father bends over the engine again without speaking. Bobo fetches a hoodie and a scarf. Bang. Philip is eating dinner with his parents. They don't say much. Philip is the best back on the team. One day, he will be much more than that. When he was little and hopelessly behind boys the same age as him in every measure of physical development, everyone kept waiting for him to stop playing. But the only thing he never stopped doing was fighting. When he was the weakest on the team, he learned to compensate by reading the game and always being in the right place at the right time. Now he's one of the strongest, and one of the most loyal. He would have been a force to be reckoned with, dressed in a hooded top and a scarf. The restaurant in Head isn't particularly good, but his mother insisted that they come here tonight, right after the meeting, the whole family. They stay until it closes. So when the boys Philip has never been able to say no to if they ask for something, knock on the door of the family's house, Philip, just as he always is in hockey, is in the right place at the right time. Not at home. Bang. Ahmet shivers in the wind, but stands still beneath one of the streetlights on purpose. He wants them to see him from a distance, so that no one else has to get involved. He will never be able to explain how he dares to do this, but perhaps you get tired of being frightened if you've been frightened long enough. He doesn't know how many there are as they make their way between the buildings, but they look so obviously violent that he knows he won't manage to get a single punch in before they're all over him. His heart is beating in his throat. He doesn't know if they want to scare him, if they want to mark him to make an example out of him, or if perhaps they're seriously planning to make sure he can never play hockey again. One of them is holding something, a baseball bat, perhaps. As they pass the last streetlight before his, a metal pipe glints in another hand. Amit shields himself from the first blow with his lower arm, but the second hits him on the back of the head. Then a flash of pain shoots up his spine as the metal pipe hits him across the thigh. He swipes and bites and drags his way through the horde of bodies, but this isn't a fight, it's an assault. He's already bleeding by the time he hits the snow. Bang. Bobo has never been good at much except fighting. That's something it's easy to be appreciated for when you grow up in the right surroundings. He isn't just strong and disconcertingly resilient. His reaction time is pretty astonishing considering how sluggish and slow he is otherwise. But he's never been very fit. He's too heavy to run long distances, so he's struggling to keep up with the other masked figures without wearing himself out before they get there. He knows he won't have many seconds to show them who he really is, how loyal he can be, how brave, how selfless. They slow down when they see Amit. The 15-year-old is standing alone, waiting for them. He's got balls, I give him that, for not running and hiding, Lip mutters. When the first blow comes, Amit shields himself with his lower arm, but he doesn't see much after that. Bobo has a couple of seconds in which to step forward from the back and punch Lit just once in the face as hard as he can, knocking his scarf from his face and sending the huge young man's body crashing into a wall. Bobo elbows another guy, one he's played hockey with since they could barely skate, in the nose, making it explode in a shower of blood. He only has those few seconds before his teammates realize what he is. A traitor. Amit is lying on the ground, and Bobo fights like a wild animal, headbutting and kneeing and whirling his hands around like hammers. In the end, he succumbs to their superior numbers and the collective weight of his attackers. Lit sits on his chest and rains down blow after blow after blow, bellowing, "You bitch! You bitch! You lying fucking cowardly little traitor bitch!" into the darkness. Bang. A car stops 20 yards away between the buildings. Someone who evidently doesn't want to get involved, but who still puts the car's headlights on full beam. For a few moments, the whole scene is illuminated. A voice in Lit's ear shouts, "Someone's coming! Let's go! Let's go!" And then they're gone. Some are swearing, some limping, but the boots march off into the night and disappear. Amit lies curled up in the fetal position for a long time, not daring to believe that they've stopped kicking him. Slowly, he moves his limbs one after the other to check that nothing's broken. He turns his head slightly to one side. It's throbbing with pain. His vision is clouded, but he sees his teammate lying in the snow beside him. Bobo? The huge boy's face is as battered as his knuckles. At least a couple of their opponents must have been left barely able to get away under their own steam. They must have helped each other leave. When Bobo opens his mouth, a steady trickle of blood oozes from where there should have been a front tooth. "Are you okay?" Bobo asks. "Yes," Amit groans. Bobo's mouth cracks into a smile. "Again?" Amit snorts. It takes an immense effort for him to hiss. "Again!" "Again!" Bobo yells. Smiling, they slump back on the ground, wheezing and shaking. Why? Why help me?" Amit whispers. Bobo spits some red slime on the ground. "Well, I'll never get a place in Head's A-team anyway. But Beartown might actually be so bad next season that even I stand a chance." Amit starts to laugh, but he shouldn't have done that, because only then does he realize that one of his ribs is probably broken. He screams, and Bobo might have laughed at him even louder if his jaw hadn't been so painful. Bang. 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 The car, a little distance away, a Saab, switches off its headlights. There are two men in black jackets sitting in it. They hesitate for a few moments. It's always hard to know who you can trust in Beartown, but the men in the black jackets have grown up in the Bearskin pub, where loyalty is perhaps prized above all else. And they're violent men. They know how to terrify people. So perhaps they appreciate the courage of someone who knows he's going to get a beating but still doesn't run. So in the end, they get out and walk between the streetlights. Amit squints through swollen eyelids as they lean over him. "Was that you in the car?" he whimpers. They nod almost imperceptibly. Amit tries to sit up. "You saved our lives. Thanks." One of the men leans closer and says gruffly, "Don't thank us, thank Ramona. Hell, we still don't know if we can trust you, but you could have kept your trap shut at that meeting. You had a fuck of a lot to lose saying what you did about Kevin. And Ramona looked into your eyes. She trusts you. And we trust her." He hands Amit an envelope. As he does so, the other man fixes his eyes on the boy and says, perhaps in jest, perhaps not, "You better make sure you really do end up being as good at hockey as everyone thinks." When the Saab's engine starts up again and the men disappear into the night, Amit looks down into the envelope. Inside it are 5 crumpled 1,000-kroner notes. It's hard to know who you can trust in Beartown. The man in the black jacket who's driving the Saab knows that as well as anyone else. So he judges people by what he can see. He saw Kevin's dad go to the Hollow and give Amit enough money to pay his mom's rent that month, and he saw the boy throw it in the snow. He saw the same boy stand up at the meeting in front of the whole town with everything to lose, without wavering. And he saw the boy tonight when he knew he was going to be attacked. He didn't run. He stood out here and waited. The man in the black jacket doesn't know if that's enough to trust someone, but the only person in the world he really trusts is Ramona, and he's only tried to lie to her once. He was a teenager. She asked if he'd found a lost wallet on the pool table. He said no, and she called him out on it instantly. When he asked her how she knew, she hit him in the head with a broom handle and roared, "Stupid boy, I own a fucking bar. Don't you think I've had a bit of experience when it comes to working out if men are lying or not?" Perhaps one day the man in the black jacket will think about this too. Why he only wondered if it was Kevin or Amit who was telling the truth. Why Maya's word wasn't enough. Bang. 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 In a rehearsal room in Head, a boy puts down an instrument to open a door that someone has just knocked on. Benji is standing outside, leaning on his crutches with a pair of skates in his hand. The bass player bursts out laughing. They go to a small outdoor rink behind Head's indoor rink. Benji has better balance on his crutches than the bass player has on the skates. They kiss each other for the first time on that ice. Bang. 2 girls are walking through a pitch-black forest. They stop in a clearing and switch their flashlights on, do their secret handshake, swear loyalty to each other. Then they each raise a shotgun and fire shot after shot out across the lake. Bang. In the rink in Beartown, a father stands at the center circle, stares down at the bear painted on it. When he was really small, his first day in skating class, he was terrified of that bear. Sometimes he still is. Bang. 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 Chapter 46. Another morning comes. It always does. Time always moves at the same rate, only feelings have different speeds. Every day can mark a whole lifetime or a single heartbeat, depending on who you spend it with. Hogg is standing in his garage, wiping oil from his hands on a cloth, scratching his beard. Bobo is sitting on a chair with a wrench in his hand, staring out into space with his face covered in scabs and bruises. They're taking him to the dentist tomorrow. Hockey has caused gaps before, but this is different. His dad's breathing sounds strained as he pulls up a stool. "Talking about feelings doesn't come naturally to me," he says, addressing the floor. "Don't worry," his son murmurs. "I try to show in other ways that I love you and your brother and sister. We know, Dad." Hogg clears his throat, his lips barely moving beneath his beard. "We need to talk more, you and me. After this business with Kevin, I should have talked to you. About girls. You're 17, practically a grown man, and you're incredibly strong. That brings with it a certain responsibility. You need to behave." Bobo nods. I'd never, Dad, do a girl. I'd never. Hogg stops him. It's not just about not hurting anyone. It's about not keeping your mouth shut, too. I've been cowardly. I should have stood tall. And you... Christ, boy. He pats his son gently on his bruises. Doesn't want to say that he's proud because Aunt Katrine has forbidden him to be proud of the boy for fighting. As if you could forbid pride. What Kevin did, Dad, I'd never, Bobo whispers. I believe you. His son's voice cracks with embarrassment. But you don't get it. With a girl, I mean, I've never, you know. His dad rubs his temples awkwardly. I'm not good at this, Bobo, but you mean I'm a virgin. His dad massages his beard and tries to look like he wouldn't rather be hit in the head with a chisel than have this conversation. Okay, but you know about, well, the birds and the bees and all that crap. You know how it all happens? I've seen porn, if that's what you're asking, Bobo says with big, uncomprehending eyes. His dad makes a restrained cough. Okay, I don't even know where to start. It was easier telling you how an engine works. Bobo clasps the wrench in his lap in his big hands. His shoulders will soon be as broad as his dad's, but his voice still sounds young when he asks, Okay, does it make you an idiot if you want to get married first? I mean, I'm thinking I want it to be special the first time. I want to be in love with someone. I don't want to just fuck. Does that make me an idiot? His dad's laughter echoes around the garage so suddenly that Bobo drops the wrench. Laughter isn't a sound this garage is used to. No, boy, no. Christ, pull yourself together. Is that what you wanted to know? That doesn't make you anything. That's your private life, and it's no one else's damn business. Bobo nods. Can I ask something else, then? Okay. How do you know if you've got a nice-looking cock? His dad shuts his eyes and rubs his temples. I need whiskey if I'm going to talk about this. Aunt Katrine is standing hidden behind one of the doors outside the garage. Here's everything. She's never been more proud of either of them. The idiots. Fatima takes the bus through the forest with her son. They are going to head. She sits in the next room while he makes his witness statement. She's never been more scared, for both herself and him. The police ask if he was drunk, if it was dark in the room, if it smelled of marijuana, if he has any particular feelings for the young woman in question. He doesn't hesitate on a single detail, doesn't stammer over his answers, his eyes don't flit about. Kevin is sitting in the same room a couple of hours later. They ask him if he's sticking to his version of the story, if he still claims that the young woman had sexual intercourse with him entirely voluntarily. Kevin looks at his lawyer, then he glances at his dad, and then he looks the police officer right in the eye and nods, promises, swears, sticks to his story. All their lives, girls are told that the only thing they need to do is their best, that will be enough as long as they give everything they've got. When they themselves become mothers, they promise their daughters that it's true, that if we just do as well as we can, if we're honest and work hard, look after our family and love each other, then everything will be all right. Everything will be fine. There's nothing to be frightened of. Children need the lie to be brave enough to sleep in their beds. Parents need it to be able to get up the next morning. Kira is sitting in her office and stares at her colleague when she comes in. Her colleague is holding her phone in her hand. She's got a friend in the police station in head, and her face is red with sorrow and rage. She can't bring herself to say the words to Kira. She writes them down on a piece of paper. When Kira takes it, her colleague is still holding on to it, and when Kira's body hits the floor, her colleague is there to catch her, screams with her. There are 2 sentences on the piece of paper. 6 words. Preliminary investigation closed. Lack of evidence. All our lives we try to protect those we love. It's not enough. We can't. Kira stumbles out to the car, drives straight out into the forest as far as she can. The snow muffles the sound between the trees as she slams the door so hard that the metal buckles. Then she stands there and howls, with an echo that will never fall silent in her heart. At lunchtime, Kevin's mom takes the garbage out. All the houses are silent, all the doors closed. No one invites her in for coffee. The lawyer has sent her an email today, 2 sentences and 6 words that say her boy is innocent. But the street is silent, because it knows the truth, just like she does, and she has never felt more alone. The voice comes gently. The hand is placed on her shoulder with emphatic empathy. "Come and have some coffee," Magan Lit says. When Kevin's mom is sitting in the kitchen of her neighbor's house, cozy and homey with family photographs hanging slightly askew on the walls without anyone seeming to care, Magan says to her, "Kevin's innocent. This sanctimonious town may think it can pass its own laws and mete out its own justice, but Kevin is innocent. The police have said so now, haven't they? You and I know he'd never do what they accused him of. Never. Not our Kevin. This damn town. Hypocrites and morality police. We're going to take over the club in head. Your husband and my husband and the other sponsors, the boys on the team, and we'll crush Beartown ice hockey. Because when this town tries to oppress us, we stick together. Don't we?" Kevin's mom nods in agreement, drinks coffee, thinks the same thought over and over again. You are nothing in this world if you're alone. That afternoon, Benji is on his way to Head again. He's almost reached the bass player's rehearsal room in Head when he receives a text. He holds his phone in his hand until the screen is damp with sweat. He asks Katya to turn the car around. She wants to ask why, but can see from the way he looks that there's no point. He gets out in the middle of the forest, takes his crutches, and walks straight into it. No one ever sees the text. No one would have understood it anyway. It says simply, "Island?" The bass player is sitting on a stool in a rehearsal room. He's not playing anything, just holding a pair of skates in his hands, waiting for hours for someone who never shows up. It won't be summer for another couple of months, but the water in the lake has started to stir in its winter sleep, and the ice above it is slowly yielding to a few more cracks each day. If you stand on the shore, it's all still a peaceful scene in 100 shades of white, but here and there are tiny promises of green. A new season will come, followed by a new year. Life will go on and people will forget. Sometimes because they can't remember, and sometimes because they don't want to. Kevin is sitting on a rock looking out at his and Benji's island, the place that used to be a secret, and which as a result was the only place where they never had any secrets from each other. Kevin has lost his club, but he hasn't lost his team. He can see his future. He will spend a year playing for Head ice hockey. Then he'll accept an offer from one of the big teams, and then go over to North America. He'll be drafted by the NHL. The professional teams will dismiss the police investigation as off-ice problems. They'll ask a question or two about it, but they know how it is, of course. There are always girls who want attention. You have to let the courts and the police deal with things like this. They've nothing to do with sports. Kevin will get everything he's ever wanted. There's just one thing left. Maya is waiting on the steps in front of the house when her mom comes home. Her mom is still clutching the note her colleague gave her, crumpled into a ball like a loaded grenade. She and the girl rest their foreheads together, say nothing because they couldn't have heard anything anyway. The echo of the screams in their hearts is deafening. Benji walks all the way through the forest in the snow on his broken foot. He knows that's exactly what Kevin wants. He wants proof that Benji is still his, that he's still loyal, that everything can go back to the way it was. When Benji emerges and stares at his best friend, they both know that it can. Kevin laughs and hugs him. The mother holds her hands to the girl's cheeks. They wipe each other's eyes. There are still things we can do. We can ask for fresh interviews. I've been in touch with a lawyer who specializes in sexual offenses. We can fly him in. We can... Kira babbles, but Maya gently hushes her. Mom, we have to stop. You have to stop. We can't win this. Kira's voice is trembling. I'm not going to let the bastards win. I'm not. We have to live, Mom. Please. Don't let him take my family as well. Don't let him take all our lives. I'm never going to be okay, Mom. This is never going to be properly okay again. I'm never going to stop being afraid of the dark, ever again. But we have to start trying. I don't want to live in a permanent state of war. I don't want you to think that I'm letting them get away. I'm a lawyer, Maya. This is what I do. It's my job to protect you. It's my job to avenge you. It's my job. It's my damn job. Maya's breathing is ragged, but her hands are still as they touch her mom's temples. No one could have a better mom than you. No one. We can move, darling. We can... No. Why not? Her mom cries. Because this is my fucking town, too, the girl replies. Maya goes into the bathroom and looks at herself in the mirror, astonished at how strong she has learned to pretend to be, at the number of secrets she can hold these days. From Anna, from her mom, from everyone. Anguish and terror are roaring through her head, but she becomes calm and cool when she thinks about her secret. One bullet. I only need one. Peter comes home and sits down at the kitchen table next to Kira. They don't know if they will ever stop feeling ashamed that they were forced to give up. How can anyone lose like this without dying? How does anyone go to bed at night? How do they get up in the morning? Maya comes in, stands behind her dad, wraps her arms around his neck. He is fighting back tears. I let you down. As your dad, the manager of the club, I let you down, just like every... His daughter's arms hold him tighter. When she was little, they used to tell each other secrets instead of bedtime stories. Her dad might confess in a whisper, I ate the last cookie. And his daughter might reply, it was me who hid the remote. It went on for years. Now she leans over and says into his ear, Want to know a secret, Dad? Yes, Pumpkin. I love hockey, too. Tears roll down his cheeks as he admits, Me too, Pumpkin. Me too. Will you do something for me, Dad? Anything. Build a better club. Stay and make the sport better. For everyone. He promises. She goes to her room, comes back with 2 wrapped parcels, puts them down on the table in front of her parents. Then she goes around to see Anna. The girls each take a shotgun and head out so far into the snow that no one can hear them anymore. They fire at plastic bottles filled with water, watch the explosions when the shots hit them. They shoot for different reasons. One does it out of aggression, the other does it for practice. Benji has always felt that he has different versions of himself for different people. He's always known that there are different versions of Kevin, too. The Kevin who exists on the ice, the Kevin in school, the Kevin when they're on their own. Above all, there's a Kevin out on the island. And that Kevin is Benji's alone. They're both sitting on rocks now, looking out at it. Their island. Kevin clears his throat. We're going to do all the things in head that we wanted to do in Beartown. The A-team, the national side, the NHL. We can still have it all. So this town can go to hell. Kevin smiles with a self-confidence that only Benji's presence can give him. Benji puts his broken foot down in the snow, presses gently on it, gathers the pain. You mean you can have everything, he corrects. What the fuck do you mean by that? Kevin exclaims. You'll get what you want. You always get what you want. Kevin's eyes open wide, his lips narrow. What are you talking about? Benji turns around until their faces are barely a yard apart. You've never been able to lie to me. Don't forget that. Kevin's pupils drown as the rest of his eyes turn black. He raises his forefinger furiously at Benji. The cops dropped the investigation. They interviewed everyone and they dropped it. So there was no fucking rape. So don't even try, because you weren't even there. Benji nods slowly. No. And I shouldn't be here either. As he gets to his feet, the expression on Kevin's face changes in the space of a breath, from hate to terror, from threat to plea. Come on, Benji, don't go. I'm sorry, okay? Sorry. Fucking sorry. What do you want me to say? That I need you? I need you, okay? I need you. He stands up, arms outstretched. Benji puts more and more weight on his broken foot. Kevin takes a step forward, and he isn't the Kevin everyone in Beartown knows. He's Kevin from the island. Benji's Kevin. His feet are soft in the snow as his fingertips gently touch Benji's jaw. Sorry, okay? Sorry. It's going to be all right. But Benji backs away, closes his eyes, feels his cheek grown cold. He whispers, I hope you find him, Kev. Kevin frowns uncomprehendingly. The wind finds its way under his eyelids. Who? Benji has put his crutches down in the snow, is hopping slowly over the rocks, up into the forest, away from his best friend on the planet. Away from their island. Who? You hope I find who? Kevin shouts after him. Benji's reply is so quiet that even the wind seems to turn and carry the words so that they reach all the way to the water. The Kevin you're looking for. In a kitchen in a house sit two parents, each opening a present from their daughter. In Kira's, a coffee cup with a wolf on it. In Peter's, an espresso machine. Chapter 47. There are people who say that children don't behave the way adults tell them to, but the way they see adults behave. Perhaps that's true, but children live the way adults tell them to a fair bit as well. The bass player is woken by a knock. He opens the door with his chest bare. Benji sniggers. You'll need more clothes than that if we're going skating. I waited for you to come all yesterday evening. You could have called, the bass player whispers, disappointed. Sorry, Benji says. And the bass player forgives him, even if he tries not to. How can you help it with a boy who looks at you like that? The bare skin is its usual self, smelling like a mixture of damp animal and a plate of food someone's hidden behind a radiator. There are men sitting at the tables, nothing but men. Kira knows they've all registered her arrival, but no one is looking at her. She's always been proud of the fact that she doesn't scare easily, but the unpredictability of this group is sending cold shivers down her spine. Seeing them in the rink at A-team matches is bad enough when they yell horrible things at Peter at the end of an unsuccessful season. Seeing them here in a cramped room when most of them have been drinking makes her more nervous than she cares to admit. Ramona's hand reaches out to her across the bar. The old woman smiles through crooked teeth. Kia, what are you doing here? Have you finally had enough of Peter's teetotal nonsense? Kira smiles almost imperceptibly. No, I just came to say thank you. I heard what you did at the meeting, what you said. There's no need, Ramona mutters. Kira stands at the bar and insists, Yes, there is. You stood up when no one else did, and I wanted to look you in the eye when I say it. Even if I know that you all get embarrassed about thanking each other in this town. Ramona laughs and coughs. You've never been much of a one for feeling embarrassed, lass. No, Kira smiles. Ramona pats her cheek. This town doesn't always know the difference between right and wrong, I'll admit that. But we know the difference between good and evil. Kira's nails dig into the wood of the bar. She isn't just here to say thank you. She's here because she needs to know the answer to a question. And she's wary of asking it in here. But Kira has never been much good at being timid, either. Why did you do it, Ramona? Why did the pack vote to let Peter keep his job? Ramona stares at her. The whole bar falls silent. I don't know what you... Ramona begins, but Kira holds up two exhausted hands. Please, spare me the bullshit. Don't tell me there is no pack. They exist, and they hate Peter. She doesn't turn around, but she can feel the men staring at the back of her head, so her voice is trembling when she says, I'm a pretty smart woman, Ramona, so I know how to count. There's no way that Peter could have won that vote unless the pack and anyone who has any influence over it voted for him. Ramona looks at her for a long time without blinking. None of the men stands up. No one so much as moves. In the end, Ramona nods slowly. Like I said, Kira, people around here don't always know the difference between right and wrong. But we know the difference between good and evil. Kira's chest rises and falls as she breathes. Her carotid artery is throbbing. Her nails are leaving marks in the bar. Suddenly her phone rings. She jumps and starts looking for it in her bag. It's an important client. She hesitates as it rings 7 times, then rejects the call. She takes deep breaths through her teeth. When she raises her head again, there's a beer on the bar. "Who's that for?" she asks. You crazy bitch. You really aren't scared of anything, are you, lass?" Ramona sighs. "You don't have to offer me beer," Kira gasps apologetically. "It's not from me," Ramona says and pats her hand. It takes a few moments for Kira to understand, but she's lived in the forest long enough to pick the beer up without asking any more questions. As she drinks, she hears men in black jackets drink a silent toast behind her. People don't often say thank you in Beartown, nor sorry. But this is their way of showing that some people in this town can actually carry more than one thought in their head at the same time. That you can want to punch a man in the face, but still refuse to let anyone hurt his children. And that you respect a crazy bitch who walks in here without being afraid, no matter who she is. Out in the street, Robbie Holtz is approaching. He stops at the door leading down into the bearskin, smiles to himself. Then he keeps walking without going in. He's got work tomorrow. David is lying in bed with the 2 people he loves, laughing as one of them tries to think of names for the other. They all sound like cartoon characters to David, or like someone's great-grandfather. But every time he himself suggests a name, his girlfriend asks, "Why?" And he just shrugs and mutters, "Nice, that's all." Whereupon his girlfriend Googles the name together with hockey player to find out exactly where he got it from. "I'm terrified," he confesses. "It's actually completely ridiculous that the world is going to let the 2 of us be responsible for an entirely new person without having to ask for permission," she laughs. "What if we're terrible parents? What if we aren't?" She holds his hand to her stomach, puts her fingers around his wrist, and taps the face of his wristwatch. "Soon you'll have someone to leave that to." Jeanette stands for a long time by the fence, just taking it all in. "God, your own kennels, just like you used to dream about. When we were kids and you used to go on about it, I never believed it would happen." Audrey straightens up, even if the words are belittling. "Oh, it hardly breaks even. If they raise the insurance premiums one more time, I'll have to give the dogs away and shut up shop. But it's mine. It's yours. I'm proud of you. It's so funny. Sometimes I wish I'd never moved back here, and sometimes I wish I'd never moved away. Do you know what I mean?" Audrey, who has always had a decidedly uncomplicated way of communicating, replies, "Not really." Jeanette smiles. She misses that lack of complication. When they stopped playing hockey, Audrey went off into the forest and Jeanette went ahead and found a small boxing club. When Audrey bought this old farm, Jeanette moved to a bigger city and started practicing martial arts, every sort she could find. When Audrey got her first puppies, Jeanette started having her first matches. For one vanishingly short year, she was a professional fighter. Then came the injuries, so she trained to become a teacher to have something to do while her injuries healed, and by the time they had, she was a good teacher, but not really as good a fighter anymore. Her instincts had gone. When her dad died and her mom needed more help than her brother could give her, she moved back here. It was only going to be for a couple of months, but now here she is, a teacher at the school and part of the town again. This place has a way of grabbing hold of your insides that's hard to explain. On the one hand, there's all that's bad about it, and that really is a very long list. But there are a few things that are so good that they manage to shine through the crap. The people, most of all. As tough as the forest, as hard as the ice. "Can I rent one of your outbuildings?" Jeanette asks. David rings the doorbell at Benji's house. His mother opens up, tired and only just home from work, and tells him she doesn't know where her son is. Possibly with his sister at the barn and head, she suggests. David drives over there. Katya's behind the bar and hesitates before saying that she doesn't know where he is. He can see that she's lying, but doesn't press the point. As he's leaving the barn, one of the bouncers calls after him. "You're that hockey coach, aren't you? Are you looking for Benji?" David nods. The bouncer points toward the rink. "He went that way with his friend. They had skates with them. I reckon the ice is too bad to skate on the lake now, so they're probably on the outdoor rink behind the hall." David thanks him. It's still dark when he goes around the corner. The boys can't see him, but he can see them. Benji and the other one. They're kissing each other. David is shaking all over. He feels ashamed and disgusted. An outbuilding? What for? Audrey wonders. I want to set up a martial arts club, Jeanette says. Audrey sniggers. This is a hockey town. Jeanette sighs. I know. God knows, everybody knows that. But in light of what's happened, I don't think this town needs fewer sports right now. I think it needs more. And I know about martial arts. I can give the kids that. Martial arts? Kicking and fighting? Is that anything worth having? Audrey wonders. It's not about kicking and fighting. It's just as much a real sport as... Jeanette begins to explain angrily until she realizes Audrey is kidding. Do you miss it that much, martial arts? Audrey asks. Only every day, Jeanette smiles. Audrey shakes her head, coughs hard. This is a hockey town, Audrey repeats. Can I borrow your outbuilding or not? Borrow? A minute ago you were going to rent it. The women glare at each other, grin. You have friends when you're 15 years old. Sometimes you get them back. When Benji and Kevin were young, they snuck into the coach's room and went through David's bag. They were only children. They didn't even know what they were looking for. They just wanted to know more about the coach they idolized. When David found them, they were sitting there bemused, playing with his watch, until Kevin managed to drop it on the concrete floor and broke the glass. David rushed in and lost his temper in a flash. He hardly ever did that. But this time he shouted at them until the walls of the rink shook. That was my dad's watch, you little brats! The words caught in his throat when he saw the look in the boy's eyes. His guilt about that has never really left him. They never talked about it afterward, but David instigated a ritual, just between him and the boys. Every so often, sometimes only once during an entire season, when one of them had had an exceptional game, something way beyond the usual, when they showed loyalty and courage, he would give the boy his watch, and the boy could wear it until the next game. No one knew about this little contest except Benji and Kevin, but for that single week in any one year when one of them succeeded, he was immortal in the eyes of the other boy. Everything seemed bigger in those 7 days, even time itself. David doesn't remember when it stopped. The boys grew out of it. He forgot about it. He still wears the watch every day, but he doubts either of the boys even remembers it now. They grew up so fast. Everything changed so quickly. All the best players in the junior team have called David now, and they all want to play for him in Head. He's going to build a good A-team over there, the A-team he's always wanted to build. They're going to have Kevin, Philip, and Lit, with a collective of loyal players around them, strong sponsors, and the backing of the council. They'll be able to build something big. There's only one piece missing, and that boy is standing out there on the ice now, with his lips pressed against another boy's. David feels like he's been kicked in the gut. His dad's watch glints in the light of a solitary streetlight when he turns his back on them and disappears without being seen. He can't look Benji in the eye. He doesn't know if he'll ever be able to do that again. All those hours in the locker room that a player and a coach spend together, all the nights traveling to and from tournaments and away games, what are they worth? All the laughter and all the jokes, filthier and filthier the longer the trips were, David has always felt that the team was strengthened by them. Sometimes the jokes were about blondes, sometimes they were about people from Head, sometimes they were about gays. They all laughed. They looked at each other and they laughed out loud. They were a team. They trusted each other. They had no secrets. Yet even so, one of them did. The last one anyone could have guessed. It's a betrayal. Jeanette hangs a sandbag from the ceiling and spreads a soft mat on the floor of the outbuilding as evening falls. Audrey helps her, grunting and reluctant. When they're done, Audrey walks through the forest down into town to the row houses. It's late, so when Soon opens the door and sees her, he can't help exclaiming, "Has something happened to Benji?" Audrey shakes her head impatiently and asks instead, "What do you have to do to set up a hockey team?" Confused, Soon scratches his stomach, clears his throat. Well, it's not that hard. You just set it up. There's always young lads who want to play hockey. What about girls? Soon frowns several times. His breath wheezes out of his heavy frame. There's a girls' team in Head. We're not from Head, Audrey replies. He can't help smiling at that, but mutters, "It's probably not the right time for a girls' team in Beartown. We've got enough problems as it is right now." Audrey folds her arms. "I've got a friend, Jeanette. She's a teacher at the school. She wants to set up a martial arts club in one of my outbuildings." Soon's lips seem to approach the strange words tentatively. Martial arts? Yes, martial arts. She's good, used to compete professionally. The kids are gonna love her. Soon is scratching his stomach with both hands now, trying to get his head around what appears to be happening. But martial arts? This is hardly a martial arts town. This is a... Audrey has already started to walk away. The puppy follows her. Soon follows the pair of them, swearing and muttering. When David was little, his dad was an invincible superhero. Dads usually are. He wonders if he himself is going to be one to his child. His dad taught him to skate, patiently and gently. He never got into fights. David knew that other dads sometimes did, but never his. His dad read stories and sang lullabies, didn't shout when his son wet himself in the supermarket, didn't shout when he broke a window with a ball. His dad was a big man in daily life, and a giant on the ice, ruthless and invulnerable. "A real man," the coaches always used to say, admiringly. David would stand by the boards and soak up every compliment as if they were aimed at him. His dad did everything for a reason, never hesitated, whether in hockey or in his opinions. "You can be whatever you like, as long as you're not gay," he used to laugh. But sometimes at the kitchen table, he used to get more serious. "Homosexuality is a weapon of mass destruction, David. Remember that. It's not natural. If everyone turns gay, mankind will be wiped out in a generation." The years passed, and as an old man, he used to watch the news and shout, "It's not a sexual orientation, it's a trend. And they're supposed to be an oppressed minority? They've got their own parade. How oppressed does that make them?" When he'd been drinking, he used to form a circle with the fingers and thumb of one hand, then insert the index finger of the other hand into them. "This works, David." Then he would put the tips of his two index fingers together. "But this doesn't." Whenever anything at all, was really bad, it was gay. When something didn't work, it was gay. It was more than just a concept. It was an adverb, an adjective, a grammatical weapon. David drives back to Beartown, sits in the car crying with anger. He's ashamed. He's disgusted. At himself. He's spent his whole life in hockey training a boy, has loved him like a son, been loved in return like a father. There's no more loyal player than Benji, no one whose heart is bigger than his. How many times has David hugged number 16 after a game and told him, "You're the bravest bastard I know, Benji. The bravest bastard I know." And after all those hours in the locker room, all those nights on the team bus, all the conversations and all the jokes and the blood, sweat, and tears, the boy didn't dare tell his coach his biggest secret. That's betrayal. David knows it's a huge betrayal. There's no other way to explain how much a grown man must have failed as a person if such a warrior of a boy could believe that his coach would be less proud of him if he were gay. David hates himself for not being better than his dad. That's the job of sons. Audrey and Soon go from house to house, and every time someone opens the door and casts a pointed glance up at the sky, as if to point out that it's a bit late to be knocking on decent folks' doors, Soon asks, "Have you got any little girls in the house?" Audrey will tell the story as a legend, and say it was like when Pharaoh searched Egypt looking for Moses. Audrey's knowledge of the Bible is pretty shaky, it has to be said, but she's good at other things. She gets told, "But there's a girls' team in Head, isn't there?" at every door, and she replies the same thing each time, until she rings one doorbell and the handle is pulled down on the other side by someone who can hardly reach it. The girl is 4 years old and is standing in a hall without lights, in a house full of bruises. Her hands are timid. She stands on tiptoe as if she's always ready to run, and her ears listen out constantly for steps on the stairs. But her eyes are wide open and stare at Audrey without blinking. Audrey's heart has time to break many times as she crouches down to get a better look at the child. Audrey has seen war. She's seen suffering. But you never get used to it. You never know what to say to a 4-year-old who hurts and thinks that's normal, because life has never shown her anything else. Do you know what hockey is? Audrey asks. The girl nods. Can you play? Audrey asks. The girl shakes her head. Audrey's heart gives up, and her voice breaks. It's the best game in the world. The best in the world. Would you like to learn? The girl nods. Down to his very marrow, David wishes he could drive back to Head, take the boy in his arms and tell them that he knows now. But he can't bring himself to unmask someone who clearly doesn't want to talk about it. Big secrets make small men of us, especially when we're the men others have to keep secrets from. So David drives home, puts his hand on his girlfriend's stomach, and pretends he's crying about the baby. His life will be successful. He will achieve everything he's ever dreamed of, career and success and titles. He'll coach unbeatable teams at legendary clubs in several different countries, but he will never let any player in any of them wear number 16. He will always keep hoping that Benji is going to turn up one day and demand his jersey. There's a hockey puck on a gravestone in Beartown. The writing is small, so that all the words can fit. Still the bravest bastard I know. Beside the puck lies a watch. Chapter 48. Maya and Anna are each sitting on a rock, far enough into the forest for it to take days to find them. Did you see the therapist? Anna asks. She says I shouldn't bottle it all up inside me, Maya says. Is she good? She's okay, but she talks more than my parents. Someone should tell her that she could do with bottling a bit more up inside, Maya replies. Has she asked you that? Where do you see yourself in 10 years' time question yet? The psychologist I saw after Mom left used to love that one. Maya shakes her head. No. What would you have said? Where do you see yourself in 10 years' time? Anna asks. Maya doesn't answer. Anna says nothing more either. They go back to Anna's together, lie down in the same bed, and breathe in time with each other for hours until Anna finally falls asleep. Then Maya creeps out, goes down into the cellar, finds a key, and opens a cupboard. She takes the shotgun and heads straight out into the darkness, with an even greater darkness inside her. Hockey is both complicated and not complicated at all. It can be hard to understand the rules, challenging to live with the culture, as good as impossible to get all the people who love it not to pull so hard in different directions that it breaks. But when it comes down to it, at its most basic essence, it's simple. I just want to play, Mom, Philip says with tears in his eyes. She knows. They're going to have to decide how he's going to do that now. If he's going to stay with Beartown ice hockey, or move to Head with Kevin, Lit, and the others. Philip's mom knows the difference between right and wrong, between good and evil. But she's also a mom. And what's a mom's job? Tails is sitting at a lunch table surrounded by his best friends. One of them points at his tie pin with a chuckle. Time to take that off, eh, Tails? Tails looks down at the pin. It says Beartown Ice Hockey on it. He looks around at the other men. They've all been very quick to take theirs off and replace them with pins saying Head Ice Hockey. It was that easy for them. As if it were only a club. His mom helps Philip pack his bag, not because he isn't old enough to do it himself, but because she likes doing it. She holds her hand against his chest, and his heart beats like a child's beneath her palm, even though the 16-year-old is now so tall that he has to bend down a long way to kiss his mom on the cheek. She remembers every inch, every battle. She thinks of the summer training sessions the year when Philip ran until he threw up so much that he had to be taken to the hospital with acute dehydration. The next day, he showed up at training. You don't have to be here, David said. Please, Philip begged. David held him by the shoulders and said honestly, I need to pick the best team this autumn. You might not even get to play any games. Just let me train. I only want to play. Please, I only want to play, Philip pleaded. He got thrashed in every one-on-one situation, lost every drill, but he kept coming back. At the end of the summer, David drove over to see Philip's mom, sat in her kitchen, and told her about a study that showed how many elite players were never among the 5 best in their youth team, and how it's often the 6th to 12th best juniors who break through at senior level. They've had to fight harder. They don't buckle when the setbacks come. If Philip ever doubts his chances, you don't have to promise him that he'll be the best in the team one day. You just have to convince him that he can battle his way to 12th place, David said. There's no way he can know how much that meant for the family, because they have no words to express it. It only changed everything. Now the mom rests her forehead against the 16-year-old's chest. He's going to be one of the best players this town has ever seen. And he just wants to play. Her too. Tails is standing in the parking lot. The men shake hands with each other, and most of them drive off toward Head. 2 of them stay behind with Tails, smoking, and one of them says, "Any journalists?" The other shrugs his shoulders. "A couple have called, but obviously we're not responding. Anyway, what the hell are they going to do? There's no story. Kevin was cleared. Surely not even journalists can set themselves above the law." "Haven't you got a bit of influence with the local paper?" "The editor-in-chief and I play golf in the summer. I suppose I ought to let him win next time." They laugh, stub out their cigarettes, and Tails asks, "What's going to happen to Beartown ice hockey, do you suppose?" The men look at him quizzically. Not because it's a strange question, but because none of them but Tails cares about the answer. Magan Lit is sitting in her car, waiting. William is sitting in the passenger seat wearing a tracksuit top with the words "Head Ice Hockey" on it. Philip steps out into the street with his bag in his hand and hesitates for what feels like ages. Then he looks at his mom, lets go of her hand, and opens the trunk of the Lit family's car. Philip gets in the back seat. His mom opens the front door and looks William in the eye. "You're sitting in my place." William protests, but Magan pushes him out at once. The boys sit in the back and look at each other. The women in the front do the same. Magan swallows hard. "I know I push too hard sometimes, but everything I do, it's all for our kids." Philip's mom nods. She spent all night trying to persuade both herself and Philip that he ought to stay at Beartown ice hockey. But her son just wants to play, just wants the chance to be as good as he can, and what's a mother's job? To give her child the best possible chances. She keeps repeating that to herself, because she knows what it took for her to be really good at skiing. Sometimes she had to train with assholes, and remember that life outside had nothing to do with sports. Philip and William have played together since they were at preschool, and she and Magan have known each other all their lives. So they drive toward Head, because friendship is both complicated and not complicated at all. Tails gets home. He hears his son's voice. He's 12 years old now and loves hockey, but Tails can remember how the boy hated practicing when he was 6. He used to beg and plead not to have to go. Tails took him anyway, explaining time and time again that this is a hockey town. Even when his wife, Elizabeth, mumbled, "But if he doesn't want to play, darling, are we really going to force him?" Over dinner, Tails kept taking him to training because he dearly wanted the boy to understand his love for it. Hockey may not have saved Tails' life, but it certainly gave him one. It gave him self-confidence and a sense of belonging. Without it, he would just have been a fat kid diagnosed with a hyperactive personality, but it taught him to focus his energy. It speaks a language he understands in a world he finds comprehensible. He was worried his son wouldn't want to play hockey because that would have left him excluded. Tails was terrified at the thought of the boy taking up a sport that Tails didn't know anything about, so he'd end up being the lost dad in the stands who kept getting the rules wrong and couldn't take part in discussions. He didn't want his son to be ashamed of him. "Give me the charger, then!" his son is yelling at his big sister. He's almost a teenager. You used to have to drag him to training, and now you can barely get him away, and he begs and pleads about other things now. In the past few days, about being allowed to play hockey in Head instead, like all the best players are going to start doing. "It's not your charger, you stupid asshat, it's mine!" the boy shouts at his sister as she goes into her room and slams the door. Tails reaches out his arm to touch him and say something, but the boy hasn't seen his dad yet, and has time to kick the door and yell, "Give me that charger, you fucking bitch! You haven't got any guys to talk to on the phone anyway. Everyone knows you wish you'd been raped, but there's no one who wants to do it." Tails doesn't remember exactly what happened after that. He remembers Elizabeth desperately tugging at his arms from behind, trying to make him let go. His son is dangling, horrified, in the grip of his father's huge hands, and Tails hits him against the wall time and time again, shouting at him. His daughter opens her door, numb with shock. Elizabeth finally manages to wrestle her almost 220-pound husband to the floor, and he lies there hugging his son. They're both crying, one out of fear and the other out of shame. "You can't become that sort of man. I won't let you. I love you. I love you so much. You need to be better than me," Tails repeats over and over again in his son's ear without letting go of him. Fatima rather hesitantly puts the little car in reverse. She's borrowed it from Bobo's parents. They had to nag her to agree to take it. She saw Bobo's battered face just like Amit's, but she said nothing. Still says nothing. She just drives her son past Head, through the forest, all the way to a city that has the kind of store her son is looking for. She asks if he needs any hockey things as they pass a sports store. He shakes his head and says nothing about the fact that he may not even have a team to play on by the autumn. His mom may not have a job then, either. Neither of them points out to the other what they might be able to do with 5,000 kroner. She waits outside the store while he goes in. The clerk takes the time to help him get the best value for his money, and eventually he emerges with it, carrying it awkwardly to stop his rib feeling like it's puncturing his lung with each step he takes. They drive home, turn off a short way before they reach the hollow, in among the houses in the center of town. Fatima waits in the car as Amit leaves it on the steps. Maya isn't home. The guitar will be waiting for her when she gets back. "You won't get a better instrument than this for 5,000. She'll still love it in 10 years' time," the store clerk promised. Tails steps inside the bearskin, stands in front of the bar, cap in hand, hair messed up. Ramona puts her hands down on the bar. "Well?" Tails clears his throat. "How many sponsors does Beartown Ice Hockey have at the moment?" Ramona coughs and pretends to count on her fingers. "I reckon there's a sum total of 1 right now." "Would you like some company?" he asks, his jaw tensing. Ramona looks at him skeptically, then turns her back on him and goes to serve another customer. When she comes back, she fills 2 glasses, puts one in front of Tails, and downs the other herself. "You're a businessman, lad. Go and sponsor Head instead. That'll be good for your supermarket over there." "Head Ice Hockey isn't my club." She wrinkles her nose. "I'm not sure you've got the money to rescue your club." He sucks his lips in, his eyes close, then open again, rather unhappily. "I'm going to sell the store in Head. Elizabeth is always complaining that I work too hard anyway." "You do that for a hockey club?" "I'd do that for a better hockey club." "So what do you want with me? I don't know what you think I sell here, but it sure as hell isn't gold." "I want to get you elected to the board." "Are you drunk, lad?" "It will take a strong man to rescue the club now. And there's no stronger man in Beartown than you, Ramona." She laughs hoarsely. "You always have been a bit thick, you have. Anyone would think you're a goalie." "Thanks," Tails mutters, genuinely moved. Because Holger was a goalie. That's a compliment in the bearskin. Ramona goes and serves another customer. When she comes back, she puts a beer in front of Tails and gets herself a coffee. When she sees Tails' surprise, she mutters, "I should probably try to sober up if I'm going to sit on the board, and considering how much I've drunk over the past 40 years, I might need a couple of months." Benji and the bass player are lying side by side on their backs in the rehearsal room, surrounded by instruments along all the walls, watched over by dormant music. Sometimes it's easy to learn to play anything at all. You just have to not play, and then you stop doing that. "I have to go home soon," the bass player says. He doesn't mean his apartment in Head. He means home. Benji doesn't say anything, and the bass player really wishes he would. "You could come too," he finds his mouth saying, even though his heart struggles against it. He doesn't want to hear the answer. Doesn't get one, anyway. Benji stands up and starts to put his clothes on. The bass player sits up, lights a cigarette, smiles sadly. You could move away from here, you know. There are other lives, other places. Benji kisses his hair. I'm not like you. When Benji heads out into the last snowfall of the year, and the door closes softly behind him, the bass player thinks how true that is. Benji isn't like him. But he's not like the people who live here, either. Benji isn't like anyone else at all. How can you not love someone like that? When night comes to Beartown, Kevin runs alone along the illuminated jogging track. Around and around and around, until the pain in his muscles is greater than everything else that hurts. Around, 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 until his adrenaline grows stronger than the insecurity, so that rage defeats humility. Again, again, again. He will think he's imagining it at first, that the shadows are playing tricks on his eyes. For a moment, he will even think he's just so tired that he's hallucinating. He will slow down, his chest heaving, wipe the sweat from his face with his sleeve, and only then will he see the girl, the shotgun in her hands, death in her eyes. He's heard hunters describe the way animals behave when they fear for their lives. Only now will he understand what that means. Anna wakes up and looks around the room, murmurs vaguely and sleepily for a few seconds before flying up and hitting her head on the bedside table. She grabs the covers, hoping that Maya is just hidden beneath them, but when she realizes what's happened, terror seizes hold of her like a wild animal's claws. She throws herself down the stairs, thunders into the cellar, screams with her lips tightly closed as if the blood vessels in her head were exploding one by one when she opens the gun cabinet and sees what's missing. There's a note in the cabinet, in Maya's neat handwriting. Happy, Anna. In 10 years' time, I see myself being happy. You too. Chapter 49. In 10 years' time, a 25-year-old woman in a big city far away from here will walk across a parking lot outside a shopping center. There will be an ice rink right next to it, but she won't even look at it because it doesn't belong to her life. Before she gets in her car, she will cast a glance across the roof at her husband. He will put the bags of shopping in the trunk and laugh when he catches her eye. He won't look at the rink either, isn't interested. She'll rest her chin on the car roof for a moment. He'll do the same. They will giggle, and she'll think to herself that he's all she wants, everything she's ever wished for. He's perfect for her. She's pregnant and happy in 10 years' time. The illuminated jogging track is quiet, but not deserted. Kevin can only see the outline in the distance. He slows down without actually stopping. When Maya steps forward into the light, he doesn't have time to escape. When he sees the shotgun, it's too late. She stops 3 yards away from him, the gun held calmly, her breathing even and relaxed. Her eyes don't leave him for an instant. She doesn't blink. Her voice is cold and merciless when it demands that he get down on his knees. In 10 years' time, in a big city far away from here, an illuminated sign will shine out above a rink, bearing a performer's name. There's going to be a concert rather than a hockey game that evening. It won't make any difference to the woman in the parking lot. She'll get in her car and hold her husband's hand across the seat. She won't be under any illusions that love is simple. She will have made a lot of mistakes and felt a lot of pain, and she will know that her husband has too. But when he looks at her, he sees her, deep down inside of her, and even if he isn't perfect, he is for her. Kevin kneels on the snow, his skin stiffening in the wind. His arms tremble as his head sinks to the ground, but Maya presses the barrel of the shotgun to his forehead and whispers, "Look at me. I want to see your eyes when I kill you." Tears are streaming from his eyes. He tries to say something, but the sobbing and gasping overpower his lips. Snot and saliva are dripping from his chin. When the cold metal of the shotgun's twin barrels presses against his skin, an acrid smell of ammonia rises up. The stain on his gray jogging pants grows until it covers all of his thighs. He's wet himself in terror. Maya had been expecting that she would be nervous, possibly even scared, but she feels nothing. It was a simple plan. She knew Kevin wouldn't be able to sleep tonight, and she hoped he would go out for a run. She was right. She just needed to wait outside his house for long enough, and seeing as she had timed his circuits last time she was standing here, she knew exactly how long it would take him to run around, where she should hide, when she should step out from the darkness. The shotgun holds 2 cartridges, but she has always known that the most she would ever need is 1. His forehead touching the barrel. After tonight, it's all over. She had been expecting to feel hesitant, to change her mind, to spare him this moment, in spite of everything. She doesn't. When her forefinger pulls the trigger back, his eyes are closed, hers open. In 10 years' time, a man will reverse a car out of a parking lot. When he looks out through the side window, he will freeze to ice. A straight-backed woman with a guitar case in her hand will get out of another car. She was given the instrument by a friend when she was 15 years old. She still refuses to play any other. She will see the man in the car, and she will stop, and for a few terrible seconds, they will be back in a small town in a forest far away. 10 years before, when the man was a boy who was on his knees in the snow, begging for his life, and she stood over him with a shotgun and pulled the trigger. Kevin falls to the ground. He has time to understand that he's dying. His brain is convinced that it's exploding in blood and snot. His heart stops beating. When it starts again, it beats so hard that it bursts his chest. He's screaming with tears, with an infant's senseless hysteria and panic. Maya is still standing over him. She lowers the shotgun. From her pocket, she takes out the single cartridge and drops it in the snow in front of him. She crouches down and forces him to look her in the eye as she says, "Now you'll be scared of the dark too, Kevin, for the rest of your life." In 10 years' time, the parking lot will be full of other people. Kevin's wife will be pregnant. Maya will be standing a few yards away, with every possibility in the world of ending his life. She could walk right over and say what he is, humiliate and annihilate him in front of the person he loves most. She will have all the power in that moment, but she will let him go. She will not forgive him, she will not pardon him, but she will spare him, and he will always know that. And she will always know that he still, 10 years later, sleeps with the light on. When he drives away, sweaty and shaking, his wife will ask who the woman was, and Kevin will tell the truth. All of it. In 10 years' time, Maya will walk toward the rink. The security guards will hold back eager hands and try to quiet the voices calling out to her, but she will stop patiently and sign everything that's handed to her, have photographs taken with everyone who asks. On the sign above them, the words "Sold Out" will be flashing alongside the name of the performer who is appearing that night. Hers. Chapter 50. Anna runs straight out into the night without knowing where she's going. Her eyes flit about in panic until she sees the lights of the jogging track and hears the scream. When she reaches the edge of the forest, she sees it all, Kevin and her best friend. He's on his knees, crying hysterically. Maya turns and leaves him, passing between the trees before stopping dead when she catches sight of Anna. The 15-year-old girls look into each other's eyes. Then they hug, without words, and go home. Early the next morning, Anna will go and pick up the cartridge from the jogging track. She will put it back in its place with the rest of her dad's ammunition. If anyone ever asks her where she was that night, she will say, "At home." If anyone ever asks her what her best friend was doing, she will reply, "Sorry, I didn't see that incident." The door of the rink opens. A boy on crutches comes in. Peter is on his way through the corridor outside the locker room, heading in the other direction, but stops in surprise. Benjamin. He doesn't know what to say after that. He's never known things like that. So all that comes out is, "How's your foot?" Benji looks past him toward the rink. Like everyone who loves that last inch where the floor turns to ice, he can feel the wing beats from over here. His eyes swing back to Peter when he replies, "It'll be healed in time for the first A-team game. If Soon thinks I'm ready." Peter's eyebrows knit together. He clears his throat uncomfortably. "Benji, we aren't even going to be able to pay any wages to the A-team. Christ, we might not even have a club by the autumn." Benji puts his weight down on his foot. The good one, this time, not the broken one. "I just want to play." Peter laughs. "Okay, but God, Benji, with your talent and your passion, you could really be something. I mean, seriously. You could be playing at an elite level in a couple of years. Head Hockey are going to have a fantastic team. Financial resources. You'll have much better opportunities to develop there." Benji gives a nonchalant shrug. His answer is as short as it is uncompromising. "But I'm from Beartown." When skating classes start in the rink that year, 4 teenagers have been asked to attend as instructors. They stand in the center circle in the team's colors, green, white, and brown, like the forest, ice, and earth. This place built a club that was like itself, tough and unyielding, in love as in everything else. The boys looked down at the bear painted beneath them. When they were little, they were scared of it, and sometimes they still are. Amit, Zacharias, Bobo, and Benjamin. 2 have just turned 16. 2 will soon be turning 18. In 10 years' time, 2 of them will be playing professionally. 1 will be a dad. 1 will be dead. Benji's phone rings. He doesn't answer. It rings again. He takes it out of his back pocket and looks at the number. Takes a deep, cutting breath and switches it off. At a bus stop stands a bass player with a suitcase. He calls the same number for the last time. Then he gets on the bus and leaves town. He will never come back here, but in 10 years' time, he will suddenly see Benjamin's face on television and will instantly remember everything again. Fingertips and glances, glasses on a battered bar top, smoke in a silent forest, the way snow feels on your skin when it falls in March, and a boy with sad eyes and a wild heart teaches you to skate. When the children tumble over the edge out onto the ice, passing that last inch and losing their foothold, the boys at the center circle laugh and help the little things get up again. Try to teach them that there are other ways to stop than just drifting headfirst into the boards. None of them sees the first skate of the child who's the last one out. She's 4 years old, a scrawny little kid in gloves that are too big for her, with bruises everyone sees but nobody asks about. Her helmet slips down across her eyes, but the look in them is clear enough. Audrey and Soon come after her, ready to hold the girl up, until they realize that there's no need. The 4 boys at the center circle will build a new A-team next season, but that doesn't matter, because in 10 years' time it won't be their names that make the people of this town stand taller. And they'll all lie and say they were here and saw it happen. The first skate of the girl who will become the most talented player this club has ever seen. They'll all say they knew it even then, because people recognize the bear around here. Cherry trees always smell of cherry trees. They do that in hockey towns.